G'day battlers and welcome to the 2024 Perth Regional Championships for Pokemon GO. I'm PvP Steve, joined by my co-cast Debbie Pebble, and today we're excited to sort of jump straight into the action actually at the Perth Regional Championship because the battles are currently underway. At the moment we have Flareon currently battling out Rob Drogo, the 2022 Perth Regional Champion.
Exactly right.
I think we actually we can potentially jump into literally the midst of Game 2 at the moment. Flareon is 1-0. We'll look at the teams after, but we are going to be jumping straight in. Shield, but I don't know how well it is going to do for him because this Lantern is just going to be able to push that heavy, super effective Thunderbolt damage. It's going to be able to take a player up on the chin quite well with Lantern, definitely going to take that just fine. And now it's Rob Drogo to decide what he wants to do here because that Sableye has a lot of work to do with that.
Absolutely. I think it's very clear that Rick has, sitting in the driver's seat at the moment in this period of time. As much as we want this Bubble Mouse to try and bubble down, it's not going to get too much damage with the fast attacks through here. It will try and go for this player up and will do a significant amount of damage, but I don't think it's enough here, Steve.
Yeah, look, Lantern definitely going to be able to take this one on the chin. It's in the red. That Gligar is in the back, and now Lantern the full farm down, but Sableye still has a shield. So it's going to be a question. This first Surf is going to get the shield. The second Surf is going to do quite a bit of damage because it is the Shadow Sableye, taking that extra 20% of damage. And so Rob Drogo, oh no, the combo play, swapping into the Gligar. This dig is going to come through, taking out the Sableye and taking out, I believe this is winners round 2 for the player against Rob Drogo.
Yeah, absolutely. Clear win there through. And yeah, just that combo play. How beautiful to have that on there on the screen. And yeah, I mean, we jumped into game 2, but clearly, we could see that Rick played very well 2-0 in that match.
Yeah, look, we may not have seen game 1. We may not have seen the lead scenario, but it definitely, I mean, that's just to put everyone on their toes, right? We're in it. And that's 2 world qualified battlers, right? Like Rob Drogo qualified for the last 2 World Championships. Flareon qualified for both of the last 2 World Championships. So that was definitely a match of the Titans with Rob Drogo, sort of a bit of a defending Perth champion as someone who qualified from the Perth Regionals both of the last 2 seasons. But now, I mean, now that we actually have a second to collect ourselves, Debbie, I think it might be an opportunity to sort of properly stream, say hello, welcome in everyone properly to the Perth Regional Championships, community stream that we're doing here in the Oceanic region. Finally sort of giving ourselves a chance to see these really titans in the Australian community fight it out for what is essentially the last opportunity to get championship points from a regional championship.
Absolutely. So within the Oceania circuit, we've had 3 regionals. We've had Brisbane, we've had Melbourne, and now we have Perth. So it is the final regional for this area. So this, like you said, last chance, and a lot of people are on the cusp. For the Oceania region, we do need 250 championship points to qualify, and this is like the last time that they can actually really get those hard-hitting points to try and jump over and make their way to Honolulu.
Absolutely. At the moment, we have Jakobovic, the ultimate titan of Australia, I should say, sort of the king of the world a little bit, where he won the Brisbane Regional Championships. He won the Melbourne Championships. He isn't here in Perth. He wants to give someone else a go. But look, he's very much at the top of the point leaderboard. We then have Valiant Vish, who actually qualified through the local system last month after getting a lot of points from both Brisbane and Melbourne. And then Yusei Farrell actually qualified for the World Championships as well from his locals in New Zealand. But at the moment, that is the full list. That is the 3 Oceanic battles.
3. That's all we have at the moment. But we definitely are going to have a lot more after this regional and a lot more qualifying as well. So I'm so excited to see, like, we being able to stream this, Steve. This is the first Oceanic like regional that has ever been streamed. So it's to showcase this like fantastic talent. I'm so excited. Like it's just I like, my heart is so warm right now.
Yeah. I'm really glad that we're sort of able to do this here. And, you know, with these battlers like Rick Flareon, right? I mean, Rick Flareon is currently 5 championship points away from qualifying for the World Championships. Now, he could just go to a local.
He could just sneeze, let's be honest.
He's definitely sort of just on that cusp of being able to get there. But I think at this regional, he's definitely going to be pushing for as many champions as possible, because only those at the top of the championship point leaderboard are going to go home with a travel award to Honolulu, Hawaii as well. So definitely all to play for today, with plenty of other battlers sort of coming in as well, sort of hot on the heels of that 250 championship points. I know, for example, Clair is here battling away, and she's definitely getting pretty close after an incredible finish in the Melbourne Regional Championships, where she really just pushed all the way into that top 3 as well, in a really incredible showing, by the way.
Yeah, Claire played brilliantly through the Melbourne Regional in the top 4. And, you know, Claire has been around in the circuit for quite a long time. And I mean that she's got the experience. She's got the finesse to get there. So I'm really excited to see where she places today, because she could take it all the way. Absolutely.
And there's so many good battles here as well, you know, in addition to that. It is seriously a stacked Perth Regional Championship. And I think we'd be remiss to not mention the sort of, I guess, the 2 Perth heavy hitters. One of them did you see on stream there, being Rob Drogo, and also AV Rip.
Come on.
Avrip here as well. Those two, I mean, look, Debbie, you've been here at both of the last 2 Perth Regional Championships. Do you sort of want to go into what the Perth vibe, the Perth atmosphere for the past 2 years?
Well, Perth being one of the smallest regionals that is available within the Play Pokemon circuit, and being, you know, we've got 2022, we had Rob Drogo win, but the finalist was Avrip. And then 2023, the champion of that was Avrip, and then the finalist was Rob Drogo. So really, like, these Perth boys, these hometown boys, have been able to, you know, top 2. So I'm kind of hoping, like, you know, as a hometown girl, I'd love to see them be, like, you know, champion and finalists again, but they've got some really hard competition this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. There's all sort of world qualified battles here. I know Mikey Morgs is sort of in the building as well. Now, Debbie, I know that we've sort of, like, this has been a very rush intro. We've been here, we're sort of saying, hey, Perth is here. We jumped right into the action. We're actually going to pass it to our co-casters.
Yes.
Rise to Occasion and Fishy Legs 2. They're going to be taking us through the next couple of battles. I believe we have Mikey Morgs versus El Cabissimo as our next sort of on stream. A bit of a, you know, someone coming in from internationally compete, but those guys are going to be sort of eventually taking it away. Essentially, from here, we should be smoothed on out, but we do have a lot of battles sort of ready to go for the rest of the day. And again, I've seen some of the teams that are going to be coming up today, and it's not one that you're going to be wanting to miss, especially because, like, even for round 1, Debbie, I mean, the stakes were high. I mean, what was that very first round that we were watching on the side?
Oh, look, it was Avrip versus Mikey Morgs, both world competitors in round 1. Now, something to also note that Perth Regionals is not seeded as well. So it was very much luck of the draw. These 2, world competitors versing in round 1. So it was hard to see them verse straight up. But again, something great to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that said, we'll pass it over to our co-casters and we'll take it away. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
See you there.
Welcome to the Land Down Under, alongside Blair Austin, also known as Fishy Legs, with PvP Steve and Debbie Pebble on standby. What's up, guys? Chris Reisner here, and, you know, Fishy Legs, I am blessed that you Australians were nice enough to invite me down to cast this community stream with y'all in Perth, and how we feeling today? How we feeling ready for these amazing battles?
Oh, mate, I am super excited today. It's great to have you all the way from the USA co-casting with me. It's such an exciting event for us as an Australian community to have something to really showcase our great Aussie battlers. And mate, I just can't wait to get into the action, watch what's going to be going down today, and see some of my good friends, you know, competing at the highest level.
Yeah, I think Australia has some of the top players in the world. Lower population, of course, in the region, so maybe not as many players in terms of the totality involved in these tournaments, but we've seen in Worlds before how well some of these Australian battlers have done, perhaps superseding expectations. And Blair, I was recently in EUIC, and on the way home, I was looking for stuff to do. I was watching some Formula One on Netflix, and Perth is home to a world-renowned F1 racer. His name's Daniel Ricciardo. And he was talking about how in these races, anyone can win. And I found myself thinking a lot of overlap with Pokemon GO PvP. In these tournaments, there's so many talented players. Really, anybody can win. Are there any particular names you feel like in this tournament today we should be on the lookout for, people that could potentially go all the way?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a number of worlds qualified battlers competing today from previous seasons. So we've got people like Rick Flareon, who's competed the last 2 world championships. We've got Rob Drogo and Avrip, the local town Perth boys, who have both played in the last 2 world championships. And we're also seeing Mikey Morgs is competing, who had played at Yokohama last year, and he is just on the cusp of qualifying for this year on 245 points, I believe. So 5 points to go for Mikey Morgs. So keep an eye out for him. He's been training quite hard, I'm aware. And also a couple of other lesser-known trainers. We've got Gorn 1001, who's had a couple of top 4 placements in local events over the last couple of years. We've got 89 Flames fan, who's a local kid in Perth, but he's shown some great caliber in the GBL space. And also someone like They Love Jai, who is new on the scene. He's a lower level trainer. He doesn't have a lot of experience, but he's shown some great talent early on.
Absolutely. And as we approach our next matchup and those trainers get ready, I think we have some graphics, maybe some things we can look at as we approach our next battles. But we actually are going into our next match. And here we've got El Calvissimo against Fish on a Heater into this first match. We have an update that the graphics may be incorrect at the moment, so those will be fixed, but we're in the classic Lickitung versus Annihilate matchup, and at the moment we're going to see a potential bait here. Will this trainer call the bait? They will not. And now Lickitung going to be forced to the decision here. Annihilate going for the Night Slash. Will this be enough to knock out the Lickitung? Of course it is. And of course the Gligar is going to go for a massive farm down here, but not before the Annihilate breaches a Shadow Ball. What do you think here, Fish Legs? And we're going to see the Gligar get to the full farm down. I think we have some play here from both sides as Shadow Gligar is going to get off the dig here. Dig is going to connect onto Cresselia, puts it just over 50% health. And the Moonblast is going to be caught by the Skarmory. Nice reactions here. Transferring that damage, the not very effective Moonblast not going to do quite as much. Skarmory is unfortunately, though, going to get met by one of its hardest punishes in the game. Lantern comes in and is going to farm all the energy in the world here. Going to need more acres of land for all the energy on this farm, as Skarmory can only help but try and dish out some damage here. Brave Bird comes through. Such a powerful hitting move, but against that electric typing, it is resisted. And we are going to see all this energy unleashed onto the Gligar. Super effective damage against that ground typing. First shield comes up, unfortunately, though. More energy on the way. We're going to see an aerialized bait. El Calvo trying to find a way out of this dire situation, but we see another Surf already queued up. Gligar may be able to hang on. It's a bulkier Pokemon, but Surf's up, dude, and that's going to put it quite low. We see the Sparks quickly adding up. Dig coming through onto the Cresselia. And this looks to be a positive situation for our trainer here on the right-hand side. Psycho cut down and a game number 1 win. So, tough situation there for El Calvo. It looks like Mikey Morgs, our trainer on the right, able to get the win. We are trying to get our co-caster Blair Austin Fishy Legs back here, but a very dominant win there for Mikey Morgs. El Calvo, the trainer you saw on the left-hand side, actually has traveled all the way from North America to participate in this regional. I don't know if that was the main reason for his trip. Maybe he was on vacation or something in Australia and decided to participate while there instead. But Calvo is an exceptional battler. I'm sure a lot of North American trainers are familiar with him in the Boston area, part of that Northeast Battlers crew that is very strong. And he's going to try and take down some Australians while he is abroad. But Mikey Morgs, a force to be reckoned with, a trainer I actually had the pleasure of meeting last year at Worlds in Japan. The Australians, like we talked about, have a lot of talent. They have a lot of big names. And as the trainers are getting ready for their next battle, we will see if any adjustments can be made by both sides. Anytime you get a Lantern locked into on a Skarmory, it's not the most ideal situation in the world. I think that's easy to say. And I think we'll try to find out if Calvo can adjust. Going down game 1, of course, it's a mental game. Are you going to adjust? Are you going to anticipate that your opponent adjusts? And what will transpire in that regard? So Calvo will have his work cut out for him against Mr. Mikey Morgs. And Calvo, not a former Worlds competitor, so he's, of course, going to be grinding for those championship points. And here we are, game number 2. We're going to see the Lickitung into the Lantern. A bit of a more neutral matchup here, but of course Lickitung has access to that Power Whip, which can be threatening for Lantern. The Spark variant we saw in game 1, a little bit more common than that Water Gun variant, which you will occasionally see. Thunderbolt coming through. Bit of a nuanced matchup here. Depending on whether this Thunderbolt lands, can help secure the matchup for Lantern. And we're going to see the pivot into Cresselia, immediately met, though, by the Skarmory. And, you know, Mikey Morgs, probably not the biggest fan of this situation. Skarmory going to be able to withstand anything that this Cresselia can dish out. All moves are resisted damage. And we are poised to see a big overfarm here from Calvo. First move coming through, it's going to be that Sky Attack. Not going to hit quite as hard as a Brave Bird, but you do not want to debuff yourself so early on in this matchup. The sheer bulk of Cresselia can make what may seem like dominant matchups here a little bit less comfortable. Farming up, farming up. Another move, and it's going to be a Charge Attack priority. Now the question is, does this Cresselia withstand a Sky Attack here from the Skarmory? It's going to be awfully close. Sky Attack, it barely hangs on. Gets off a Parting Moonblast here. But Calvo knows this is not going to threaten to knock out. And we're actually going to see an undercharge from Mikey Morgs. He wants to give his Lantern a greater farm here. Lantern comes back, and Calvo not going to allow that farm. He's actually going to aggressively swap into Gligar. And now, you could look at this one of two different ways, right? You're giving up the switch advantage, which could be a problem for Calvo as this match plays out. However, you're not giving that massive farm to Lantern, which would have been a problem as well. Dig coming through. This is a massive decision for Mikey Morgs. Puts up the protection. Great call. And is going to allow him to keep the faster pace in this matchup right here. Surf coming through. Grabs the shield from Gligar. The shield starting to go down. Another dig is fired off. Might have been a Charge Attack priority there. And this will draw the final Protect Shield of this game. Mikey Morgs able to get the correct shield calls. Surf coming through. Gligar might barely hang on here, but super effective damage incoming. Gligar trying to reach another dig. Gonna have to settle for the aerial ace. This is not going to be nearly enough to knock out the Lantern. And all of a sudden, Mikey Morgs, in what looked to be a dire situation, might have some play here. Lickitung still quite healthy, has lots of energy. And how well is this Annihilate going to be able to withstand the Power Whip? Heavy hitting neutral damage coming through, puts it to just over 50%. And Lickitung try to desperately reach that next Power Whip, but not before a Night Slash is reached. Is this going to knock out Lickitung? Night Slash coming through. Can the bulky Lickitung hang on? No, it cannot. How much energy does the Skarmory have? It's almost at a move, but it's over farming. It feels like it needs energy, and it's not going to get off the move before a Night Slash is fired. Mikey Morgs, from losing the lead, losing the counter swap, finds a way to dance out of this and is able to secure the matchup 2-0, defending the homeland and sending North American challenger El Calvo down to the losers bracket. A sensational performance from Mikey Morgs, and we welcome back Fishy Legs. We lost you there, but from what we just saw, tell us a little bit about Mikey Morgs. You know him personally, and a little bit more about him as a battler, able to secure that 2-0 win against El Calvo.
Yeah, Mikey is a close mate of mine. We are based in the same region on the Sunshine Coast of Australia. So, we do a lot of battles together. He's someone who I have a great rivalry with when it comes to that competitive scene as well. And Mikey is a bit of an underrated name, but he's someone who has qualified for Worlds before through the Sydney Regional last year. And he really loves to run those strong meta picks with a good bulk to just really whittle away at his opponents. He's great with his move timing. He's been working on that lately, I know, and so I'm really happy to see him do well here. Even though he's down the losers bracket, I think he's got a good chance to make it through to all the way.
Yeah, I tell people from my experience at Japan, I had a lot of fun hanging out with you, Mikey, and the other Aussies, just a fun group of people to hang around. And I was certainly impressed by his play just there. Calvo is a very solid battler from North America, and Mikey able to win in pretty dominant 2-0 fashion to help advance him further on into this bracket. As we approach some more battles here, I think we might do a caster swap once again. So, correction, we're going to keep this here, and if we have graphics to look at, I think there was some prep that we were going to look at. And I thought one cool thing about this stream here for the Perth Regional tonight, before we are going to see the Orlando Regional tomorrow, depending on where you are in the world tomorrow, is we might get a sneak preview at the meta. So I'm intrigued to see what we're going to see a lot of here. Of course, the Skarmory Gligar meta is currently upon us. And I think the EUIC usage as well, which just happened a week ago, could be an interesting thing to look at as we approach more tournaments this weekend. And Fishy Legs, we take a look at the current meta. Is there anything among these 12 Pokemon here that kind of sticks out to you from the top usage at EUIC?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the Mandibuzz is in a really nice spot at the moment to have quite a dominant presence. You're looking at Pokemon such as the Gligar, the Annihilate, Cresselia, Lickitung, even the Whiscash. You've got really dominant matchups and you've got plenty of play. Plus the bulk of the Mandibuzz makes it so hard to get rid of. And we saw that Emmy Weedle winning EUIC, running the Skeledirge, running the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but with the caveat of Shadow Claw. Mandibuzz can do a lot of work against those two strong picks, and even into the Lantern, right? You're bulky enough, you can take a Thunderbolt and still doing those neutral Dark Pulses back. So I think Mandibuzz has plenty to play off today.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And I've seen some mixed opinions on the current meta. Some love it, some maybe aren't as big of fans of it. But one thing I notice is in previous iterations of the meta, whether it was that Noctowl, Trevenant, Walrein type meta or others, or maybe the Metacham being super common, there was times where you would see certain Pokemon at 60, maybe 70+% in usage rate. And to have no Pokemon over 50% is quite interesting to me. Gligar right now with that top spot is just so strong. And I think if you are going to plan to compete in these regionals, you probably either need to have Gligar on your team or make sure you have a strong answer to that Gligar.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Gligar is probably the king. Well, maybe not quite the king, but is super strong in those neutral matchups in this current meta. It has capacity to play against even
Yeah, I
Pokemon like
think
Skarmory. If you're running that Shadow
Gligar,
Gligar, those
if you
Ds
look
do add
at
up after a
all the
couple.
top
And
Pokemon
the
here as
Skarmory gets
well. Yeah, I think if you look at all the top Pokemon here as well, Gligar has play against pretty much everything except for maybe that Skarmory and Azumarill, which can handle it quite nicely. But Annihilate, of course, positive matchup. If it's a Spark Lantern, I would consider that more favorable for the Gligar, although Lantern certainly has play. And then Charge Bug, of course, very dominant. The other matchups that exist there, a little bit more neutral. But Gligar just so strong at the moment. If we want to take a look at the caster picks there, we could switch on over to that. I think we had some thoughts on what we might see, and we have Steve and Debbie's picks as well. I'll start with Steve's picks, Blair, and then we can go on to yours. But Bastiodon, I don't love to see that here. I don't love to see the I think there's too many Bastiodons on the screen personally, but Bastiodon as well as Azumarill, Guzzlord, and of course the signature Wailmer for Mr. PvP Steve. And I think once again, go ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Steve loves his Wailmer. I think he ran into top 12 or even top 8 at a local event with his Wailmer recently. But going for some of those more meta picks like the Azumarill and the Guzzlord is that Guzzlord is such an interesting play at the moment.
I don't know what's more impressive, Blair, winning a regional or getting top 8 with a Wailmer on your team. I know Tomahawk UK attempted to run Wailmer at a regional, and it didn't suit him too well. I think he was cooking a little bit too hard in the kitchen. But what could PvP Steve be the best Wailmer player in the world? I'm not sure.
I would say so. I think he is.
And I decided to go with my caster picks, Dewgong, Shadow Magnezone, inspired by Paulasha and just how insane she was able to play that Shadow Magnezone at the European International Championships. That was a whole lot of fun to watch. Onion Frank, a terrific battler from the States, went on a very nice run and then ran into that Shadow Magnezone. And I think it put in so much work game one. It was almost like he might have called it quits. Like, I don't know what to do against this thing, and let a wild charge go through against this Poliwrath. I was watching that game live when it happened, and the crowd was just going crazy. As well as the Shadow Feraligatr, very strong, very oppressive Pokemon right now. I think a lot of Pokemon are oppressive with their fast move damage. Shadow Feraligatr, more oppressive with its spammy charge move, getting to those Hydro Cannons in just 5 Shadow Claws apiece. And then Shadow Sableye. I think Stone Collection, a terrific European battler, has kind of made this his signature pick. And I was talking to him about it and just feels extremely safe in the current meta.
Yeah, the Shadow Sableye is an interesting pick. We saw Rob Drogo using it earlier today, It's definitely one of those Pokemon that has a lot of really good dominant wins, and then still has those neutral options with the foul play and the power gem, so it can hit against those flyers. Whereas the purified version running return doesn't have that super effective damage there from that rock typing. But you're trading that sort of bulk for that a more aggressive extra damage from that shadow bonus that you get.
And I'm going to need to hear your thoughts on Debbie Pebble's picks, because I'm not sure what to say about one Pokemon that's on there in particular.
You're not a fan of Wigglytuff? What do you mean? No, that Shadow Bayleaf is a signature of a couple of the local Aussie battlers that we have. The Shadow Bayleaf has made a couple of appearances at the last 2 regional events, and it's running Razor Leaf, and it actually has Ancient Power as well. So if you get to an Ancient Power and you get that boost, that's all of a sudden quite a scary Pokemon to face. And then in conjunction, Debbie's running chosen the Clodsire, which is super bulky, has really interesting play at the moment against things like the Lanturns, the Fighters, and the flying types as well. If it is running Stone Edge, of course. If it's running Sludge Bomb, then it's slightly different in the way that it plays and has a bit more flexibility into those grass types. Debbie loves her fairies. We know that about her. Wigglytuff has some pretty good matchups into the things that use ghost fast attacks, and has really oppressive charm damage, and then just that solid Bastiodon. So it's what we might look to be a bit of a fast move pressure team that she's put together there for her picks. But I think we'll see a lot of these Pokemon running around today.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think a very well-known member of the community,
picks at the
Mr.
bottom there,
PV Poke. Excuse me. I think, if I'm not mistaken, a very well-known member of the community, Mr. PV Poke, ran a Bayleaf in a tournament before and was able to surprise a Talonflame or something with an Ancient Power. I could be making this up, but I feel like that did happen, and he was able to make a positive showcase with that Ancient Power. Might have been in the closed team sheet days, but Shadow Bayleaf, certainly a really fun Pokemon that if we get to somehow see on stream, I would be in awe. If not, that's all right as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fun, spicy little Pokemon that we love to see from the Australian scene here. And then myself, I have reached out with the Mandibuzz. I mentioned that earlier. I think it's got a lot of good play into the meta. And then watching the way that Emmy Weedle ran this Skeledirge to his EUIC success, it just seems like when it's up energy, how do you stop that thing? It's crazy with that Shadow Ball damage, the Incinerate, fast move pressure. It seems like such a tricky Pokemon to play around if you're not prepared for it in your team. And then also the Vigoroth, super neutral at the moment. There's plenty of targets for the Vig. Things like Lickitung, the Steel types, even Dugong. You've got plenty of play into those guys. And that Rock Slide just helps it with that great coverage against the Flyers. And Dugong, at the moment, I think Dugong's got a lot of play into the Dragons, the Gligars that are hanging around. And it's bulky enough that it can put pressure on things like the Annihilate without taking too much of a loss there in that matchup. It can debuff it with the Icy Wind and come out and give something else a good opportunity to farm down it if it loses a matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. That's why I included Dugong on my caster picks as well. Good friend of mine, Mountain Dugong, I'm sure would love to see that representation there. And as we approach the next battles coming up, I think we can maybe send it back to our caster screen. And I am looking at the bracket here off to my left, and I see a big name down in the Australia community, Rick Flareon. When I first was looking at these brackets of these Australian regionals and I saw the name Rick Flareon, the first thing that stood out to me was the in-game name. I thought that was terrific, a good laugh. But
Absolutely.
He's not just a laugh. He can back it up. He's a terrific battler as well.
Yeah, Rick Flareon is a good mate of mine. He is consistently shown in the Australian scene that he is one of the best battlers in Australia. He's had multiple top cuts in regional events. He's played at the last 2 World Championships with great success, making big runs into day 2. And Rick is just one of those players who makes very few mistakes, is super consistent, and is always sort of on top of his game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Rick on stream shortly. The trainers, I've been told, are locking in teams. They're just choosing what they're going to run at the moment. So the next battles will be coming up very quickly. I'm not as familiar, though, with Rick Flareon's opponent here, Fishy Legs, as we get into the first game. And we're going to see a Shadow Swampert lead against Annihilate. Bit of a awkward matchup, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. Both Pokemon have really spammy fast moves with this Hydro Cannon and the Night Slash, but the counter damage really adds up on that Shadow Swampert. We see now that Gorn is going for the Night Slash. Rick knows it's just the Night Slash, doesn't need to shield this just yet, but he's down in the red already.
Yeah, and we noticed the Annihilate won the charge attack priority. I believe this is, depending on how these Pokemon are trained, this charge attack priority could go either way. And we're going to see a catching the resisted Hydro Cannon onto the Lantern, which is going to absorb this so much better than that Annihilate otherwise would have. And without a hard response, going to be forced to come in with his own Lantern to participate in the mirror match here.
Yeah, great play there by Gorn 1001. We see him now reaching for that Thunderbolt. Does get shielded by Rick Flareon at the last second, as he's also building up heaps of energy here, going for his own Thunderbolt. Rick does have the advantage in this matchup in that there was that chip from that Hydro Cannon. Even though it's resistant, it's put this Lantern in a position where Rick can quite comfortably now look to start farming this Lantern all the way down. Oh, and Gorn doesn't even get to the second Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I was trying to reach that Thunderbolt. Could have opted for the Surf, but perhaps a little bit greedy. Didn't go for that little chip damage. Wanted to commit to that Thunderbolt. And now all of a sudden, all this energy loaded for the Lantern on this shiny Altaria. Looking mighty, flying in the sky with that gold coloration. But now this Lantern is going to try and get to a second Thunderbolt. Altaria might be forced to throw energy. Not going to throw energy. And, oh my gosh, just going to let it go.
Oh, wow. And we see that the Thunderbolt now connecting. And Altaria is out of there.
And now Altaria on the side of Rick Flareon in a favorable match here. This is a big call, though. Do you shield the potential Shadow Ball, or do you call the bait? He's going to try and call it unsuccessfully, and Shadow Ball is going to put this Altaria quite low. But here's the thing. I think that was the best play as he gets the full farm down, and just one Dragon Breath will take precedence over the charge attack. Rick Flareon is going to be able to secure game number 1 against Gone 1001. And Fishy Legs, I noticed something there in that end game. Some players might be thinking, this could be a potential Shadow Ball. It's going to do a lot of damage. I might shield this. I think the no shield there was a brilliant call, because one potential lose con in that situation is you get baited by the Night Slash, you get a boost, and then the Shadow Ball does indeed knock out. So I think a really heads up play there in the end game from Rick Flareon.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That was a really smart play by Rick Flareon. He knows his Pokemon super well. He knew that he could take that damage and still be able to farm down that Annihilate with the Dragon Breath. And he didn't need that much health in the back because that Altaria was only just hanging on by a sliver of HP. So a great read there from Rick Flareon. Knows his matchups well. He knew that this Annihilate isn't running the Ice Punch variation, so he could take that damage quite comfortably.
Yeah, a nice dynamic game there. Caught the Hydro Cannon early, but although catching can be extremely critical and can be the difference in games, sometimes it can make it also a little bit easier on your opponent because it allows them to line things up the way that they want to. And Rick Flareon was able to do so to secure that game and then just wiggle his way to a nice end game scenario and find the win condition. Shadow Swampert, we saw in the lead. I am particularly a huge fan of Shadow Swampert. I was actually telling you before the cast how I enjoyed it in my UIC team, even though we don't want to talk about that run. But Shadow Swampert, do you have any thoughts on it in the current meta with Whiscash being so popular? What could be like a potential pro to Swampert over the very common Whiscash?
Yeah, the Swampert is an interesting pick. You're getting to those water type attacks a little bit quicker, and those hydro cannons, with that shadow bonus, are just so oppressive. And I think you've got matchups like the Gligar where you're outpacing it to the hydro cannon, as opposed to with the Whiscash, you've got Skull that takes a few more mud shots to get to that water type attack, and you can fall behind a little bit in that matchup. So there's a little bit of a couple niche scenarios there where the Swampert can pick up a couple of wins that the Whiscash might be lagging behind on. But we can see now the trainers are getting away into game number 2. We have Altaria on the side of Rick Flareon into that Skarmory. This is a great lead here for Gorm 1001. As we see, Lantern coming in and counter swap by the mirror.
Oh man, yeah, that's an aggressive play, just swapping your Lantern directly into a Skarmory. And now we're going to see the mirror without a hard check. No Cresselia this game for Rick Flareon. Without a hard check, he's going to have to go in with his own Lantern. So I don't know if he's going to be able to secure switch advantage. But here's the thing. He doesn't necessarily need... Well, yeah, he doesn't necessarily need switch advantage because it's the same backline. So either way, someone's going to have a Skarmory lined up against Altaria or vice versa.
You're right. Both trainers here running the double flyer line with that sort of ABA style where you've got one in the front and one in the back. Very interestingly, they've brought the sort of pretty much exact same team, just in reverse with their different leads and the Lantern on the safe spot.
Yeah, and I don't know if Rick Flareon senses that. We do see Gone willing to go down his shield, fighting for that switch advantage. And we're going to see a parting Thunderbolt here. Is a shield going to come up on the center? No. Rick Flareon senses once the Lantern is out of the picture, he knows just how valuable his Skarmory is. And we're going to see the pivot into his own Skarmory. Now Gone is going to have to make a decision here. Do you go for that hard-hitting Brave Bird and pivot? Or do you maybe bait it with a Sky? He's going for the Sky Attack bait. Fishy Legs, this could be a big decision here from Rick Flareon.
Well, we see Rick has put up that Protect Shield, sensing that he needs to hang on to this Skarmory's HP, knowing that it could be that Brave Bird and swap out tactic. So he's now loading up his own move coming through that is going to go unprotected by Gaunt. It is just the Sky Attack. It doesn't do a great deal of damage, and this matchup is one of those ones where you have to be really careful about when you want to throw that Brave Bird because you don't want to take too much debuff damage.
Yeah, extremely awkward matchup. We do see the Brave Bird connect, and what should be a very positive matchup for Skarmory, all of a sudden, not as comfortable. It's getting so low. The Dragon Breaths are adding up. We see the Sky Attack, and we do see a shield, a nice bait from Rick Flareon. He should be able to reach the Brave Bird here, which will inflict some massive damage to this Altaria. Brave Bird coming through, and a boom before the pivot. It's his own Altaria.
Wow, now Rick Flareon is seizing the momentum. He's got Protect Shield remaining. He's going to be able to Dragon Breath down this Altaria after this Moonblast comes through. Really have enough energy to then throw Skarmory in back. We see him just over enough energy for a Sky Attack. Skarmory doesn't have a move stored yet, and the Moonblast is coming through. Is this going to be enough to KO?
It's going to be awfully close. Moonblast connects, just barely doesn't knock out, but Skarmory cannot reach a move. And Rick Flareon, in quite convincing fashion, able to secure the 2-0 victory there against Gone 1001. Really impressive stuff as per usual from Rick Flareon. And early on in this tournament, Fishy Legs, it seems like the former Worlds competitors are utilizing that experience to help advance them further and further on in this competition.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, Gorm 1001 is no slouch. He's not new to this competitive scene at all. He's been playing in the Australian regional scene since the beginning in St Kilda 2 years ago. So he's been at that high level. And there's just such a difference when you get to go to that world scene and you're playing against those other competitors. That experience really tells when you're coming down to those big game day situations.
Impressive stuff so far as these players look to capture the Perth Regional Championship. We are going to toss it back at the moment to our co-casters, PvP Steve and Miss Debbie Pebble. Casters, take it away.
We're back. Welcome back, Debbie.
Welcome.
We're up. I think we were returning. We just saw Ric Flair winning a second game on stream. Essentially,
he's on a streak. I mean, I'm repping the Flareon for a reason because
true.
I think that he can go all the way.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the favourites in this tournament. And sort of in the background, we've sort of been taking a look at the bracket, sort of seeing where all of the other trainers are sort of coming up through this tournament. And Debbie, a lot of the heavy hitters have actually been knocked down into the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen that Avrip is now in the losers bracket. We also see that Rob Drogo is in the losers bracket. So my dream of having those two in the final has been squashed at this moment in time. However, there's some other hard hitters down there as well.
Oh, no, that's absolutely true. We're seeing battlers like Rocket Clair is currently battling through the losers bracket. I know Mikey Morgs is also still running through the losers bracket. I mean, the losers bracket is stacked.
Yeah. It is a tough battle to get all the way back into winners. So I think, it's a long road ahead for these guys.
Yeah, and look, with that said, it's sort of a little bit similar to the Melbourne Regional Championship. Now, while there wasn't a stream for Melbourne, both of us were actually on the ground able to see what was going on. And Melbourne felt like it was a tournament where a lot of the heavy favourites sort of went out a little bit early. And sort of, I think someone like Valiant Vish, for example, one of the best battlers in Australia, he actually lost in round one. And so there were lots of new names that were sort of popping up. And I think because Australia, as a region, the Oceanic region, doesn't have that many regionals, like we have 3 this season, there's like very few opportunities to sort of see sort of who these names are, who good battlers, that they may not be big, they may not be posting a lot on social media, but in the background, they are battling intensely and they are really, really powerful. And so in Melbourne, what we saw was that a lot of these names that I certainly wasn't familiar with were coming up and performing really well and sort of making a name for themselves, getting some championship points along the way as well. And I feel like we're sort of teetering towards that exact same thing here in Perth, because if we sort of look at who is currently in the winners bracket, obviously we have Ric Flareon still coming through, but we also have the 2 names that we're actually going to be seeing next, Lalu Loha and also versus Z-Tab, 2 trainers who are coming in. I think Lalu Loha, first regional tournament, and Z-Tab has only played once before, last year, I think.
Yeah, Z-Tab's played before. He's also been within the Perth local circuit as well. So I believe he was originally from over east, over in Sydney, and flew over to Perth. And now that we have these local tournaments that are available now since the start of March, that all these players can actually start getting extra championship points to qualify for Worlds. And Z-Tab is one of those that is participating in these local cups and local challenges within Perth as well. So it's great to see him competing and doing so well. Again, we claim him as local now, just because he's moved over. We'll take him on.
Fair enough.
It's a West versus East thing. Let's go.
If that's going on, I mean, if they were going to say, I know who's in the losers bracket and who's in the winners bracket.
Okay, yep.
New South Wales.
Just this guy.
What can I say? But also in the winners bracket, we do have another new name that I believe has never participated in a play Pokemon tournament before, the Bandit Bartic, which I love the name, by the way. Is there a pattern perhaps with having just a name and then followed by a Pokemon?
Look, I'm a big fan of alliteration, so Bandit, Bartic, let's go with it. And Bartic, what it has? Charm. So let's roll. Let's roll.
That's true. I know when Rise and Fishy Legs before we're going through the casters bracket, you did have Wigglytuff on that team of 4, and to be honest, it's not a mean pick. I think it's a legitimate pick.
Oh, look, I think it used to be a mean pick, but now it's more of maybe even a fringe pick, but now it's legit. Let's bring on the Wigglytuff. Where is the Wigglytuff? Where is the Wigglytuffs?
Yeah, look, we aren't seeing any yet. I know I did just win the very first regional. Inadequance over in the European region was able to take out the Utrecht special event with the Giratina Origin Wigglytuff team, which is definitely a fun one to see. But I feel like with that potential of sort of having Isowind, the ability to debuff your opponent and sort of try and get some momentum going can really put your opponent in a tricky position. And so I feel like Wigglytuff is an option. Should actually, famous for tangents here. But we also have Fish on a Heater and They Love Jai currently competing through. Fish on a Heater, the OCIC runner-up from last February.
That's great.
Definitely a strong battle in his own right, a world's qualified competitor from last season, who's also, I believe, been crushing the local scene in South Australia.
South Australian Adelaide, absolutely. So it's great to see that Fish has flown over as well from Adelaide all the way to Perth to compete. And Fish on a Heater did compete last year as well, and he came third. So, you know, someone definitely to like not rule out. I mean, like he's got the history for it as well. I mean, like, you know, the fact that he was a finalist for OCIC, our like last international that we ran, and then also you know, just cleaning up over in South Australia. So yeah, I would love to see him just rack up some points, and you know, he could definitely within hitting range if he does really well today.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not going to be easy for him because he's currently facing They Love Jai, and I think this is winners round 3, who is a Perth local who I believe this is their first Play Pokemon tournament, but also definitely crushing it over here.
Yeah, They Love Jai is a local and has been participating also in local cups and challenges as well. And yeah, he tender age of 17, so you know he's got a long way to go, but has always been consistent in his plays and a heavy hitter over in Perth.
Yeah. Look, I had a chance to meet him this morning. Seems like a lovely guy. I mean, everyone that hit today has been really, really
Well,
lovely.
it should.
I mean, how can you be mean to us? I mean, come on, seriously. But no, there's like again, these are lots of names, sort of the last remaining names in the winners bracket that this is their first tournament in the Play Pokemon sort of regional championship series. So really going to be fun as we sort of go through. I believe that our next matchup is actually going to be that Lalu Lohar versus Zetab. So we're actually going to get to see things sort of in action, I guess. And now we can just sort of, I guess, pull up the teams on our end just so we can sort of start to go through. But I believe we've got Lalu Lohar is going to be running the Cresselia, Skeledirge, Lantern, Vigoroth, Gligar, and Altaria. Now, Skeledirge is something that I really wanted to talk about, Debbie, because after we just had EUIC, right, in this last weekend, Emmy Weedle, the Senior Division World Champion, Regional Champion as well, was able to get his triple crown in getting the international championship win as well.
Tick.
Oh yeah, just joining his co-world champion Itzaxon in having those 3 accolades all stacked against each other. But he was running Skeledirge to great effect. I have never seen Skeledirge play that good. I mean, it just seemed like he was so good at peeling off shields from his opponent, getting so much energy on his Skeledirge and throwing those charge moves back to back to back to back to back. It felt like, I mean, you know, you only need a couple of Incinerates to get to those disarming voices. You get those disarming voices onto all. There's so many things that Skeledirge can sort of counter in this meta. I think when Rise and Fishy Legs earlier were talking about the sort of trends of the EUIC, where we saw Mandibuzz sort of rising up in usage. We see things like Shadow Poliwrath is sort of being used here, and it's also used in EUIC. Also a Pokemon that's getting quite a bit of usage. We're seeing Annihilate also hit quite hard by the disarming voice. It feels like in the hands of a really strong pilot, Skeledirge is a pretty powerful one.
Look, I think I just enjoy that it sings.
Oh, like when you have the in-game noise coming through?
Yes. So obviously with the players, they can't hear the noise, but from our end, we can hear the noise. And yeah, I just love it. It's just like the kazoo noise that comes out, and I just laugh every time that I hear it, even though I'm just like, oh, I'm getting attacked. But you know, the kazoo noise, just like, oh, it's this chef's kiss.
Oh yeah, look, I think if you had a tier list of every move in-game sound, disarming voice would probably be sort of near the top of my list.
Yeah.
I can't think of one better, to be honest. Now, if we're talking animations, there's things like, you know, Giratina's Shadow Force, which comes in from the skies. That is probably my favorite in that department. And, you know, I think that's a slept-on part of the Pokemon Go PvP experience. Something that Niantic sort of keeps doing is sort of like they have to animate every new move, and I personally appreciate it. I don't think that gets enough love.
Well, we're giving it love today. How about that?
Oh. That's for you, Niantic. But with that said, you know, Skeledirge, definitely powerful Pokemon.
Yes.
You've got the Incinerate, you've got the Disarming Voice, you've got the Shadow Ball as well. We also have on Z-Tub's team, they're running, now they've got some relatively, you know, meta picks. They've got the Lickitung, they're running the Skarmory, the Charjabug, they're also running the Whiscash, and then running Clodsire, certainly a favourite of yours, but also Mantine coming out in force. Now, what are your thoughts on Mantine?
Well, Mantine did get that buff recently with a Water Pulse. Oh no, not buff, but like the move. So I think that's still a little bit of an unknown. So possibly that players that have been, you know, in the circuits for a while may not be used to that, or not knowing where to judge on water pulse. So it's an interesting one to pick. Not something that's very common with that water flying type as well. So it's really interesting because like most teams would bring some sort of flyer, and Mantine's definitely not one of the top 3 that you would really see. So really interesting pick from Z-Tub. But again, going back to that though, before that, Clodsire, my heart. Clodsire, I love Clodsire because it is friend shaped. Look at it, like it is huggable, and it's just takes on so much damage. It is a tank, and I like it because it's adorable.
The number one reason to like a Pokemon.
Absolutely. Tanky, adorable, tick from Debbie.
All the boxes. And like one that's like meta enough as well. It's one you can really get your hands on.
I suppose, fine. It has to be meta enough.
I mean, it doesn't have to be, you know. We've certainly run our fair share of non-meta mons in our tournaments. But you mentioned Mantine sort of not being one of the top flyers.
No.
Not one of the top 3, not even one of the top 4. You know, you've got that Gligar instead of the number 1 usage in pretty much every tournament. You've got things like the Skarmory, the Altaria, and Mandibuzz coming up in EUIC as well. Mantine, I feel like it isn't that much in the conversation. Like I know in this last meta update, as you said, Water Pulse did get a buff. I've been seeing a lot of Mantines not actually running Water Pulse. They are still sort of sticking to the Aerial Ace and the Bubble Beam, Ice Beam as well, especially with these sort of Altarias and other flyers that have coming into the picture. Mantine is an interesting one, but something that came out of EUIC, I think, was there were a lot of teams that were running double flyer or even triple flyer.
Yes, there were so many flyers out there. Definitely some EU spice through that region, through the last tournament that just occurred. And yeah, just really, really interesting through there. So I think when these regionals happen, a lot of people watch them and were like, oh, what do I bring to counter that? Thinking if that, you know, the meta has shifted slightly or not. So it's really interesting to see that very dominant in that flyer range, I suppose, for team picks.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And there's a little bit of variety in there as well, you know, and that's, I guess, the wonder of Pokemon.
Yes.
I suppose we've got things like you can run an Altaria, but you've got that Dragon type, you've got the Oppressive Dragon Breath, but you have a double weakness to Ice. You can go for the Skarmory, something that was a little bit different to other flyers and that has the Steel Wing fast move. It can really be good against some Pokemon, but what happened multiple times at EUIC is you saw a Skarmory get lined up to a Shadow Poliwrath. It was not doing very well. So you're really relying on your charge move action, and that's really all you can try and manage to do. But, you know, and then you can go for something like a Mandibuzz.
Yes.
Mandibuzz, a very, very bulky Pokemon. You are going to be a little bit weak to things like the Disarming Voices that come through from Skeledirge. But at the same time, you do have that Dark type charge move damage that you can do super effective damage to the Skeledirge. But something that I think we especially saw from M.E. Weedle was his ability to know exactly how many hits his Pokemon could take, right? It's so many battles, he would just come to this Pokemon with a tiny little sliver of HP left, and just M.E. Weedle sitting there patiently going like, you know, I'm all good. He wasn't stressed. He was like, I know I'm going to survive this. I'm going to get the move off.
Played brilliantly. I think it was just shows his prowess, all the history, and just you know, world champion level. That's it. Like, it's just purely it, and the fact that confident in his plays and confident in his Pokemon, and like you said, it's all like, you know, what Pokemon, like knowing your team and knowing your friends, which is your team.
Yeah, no, exactly right. I mean, we saw in that last battle, there were a lot of best buddy ribbons flying around as well. You know, taking the It's Accent strategy, I think, which is certainly a strategy that I've been adopting as well. In the background, I've been sort of running up all of these best buddy ribbons. It looks like we might be sort of getting ready to get into the battles, actually. We're going to be jumping into Z-Tub versus Lalu. We've got Z-Tub on the left, and we've got Lalu on the right with the Altaria into the Skarmory. It's a battle of the flyers, then.
Oh, it's flyer on flyer at the moment in this first matchup through here. And we can see Lalu switching out into their Lantern, where Z-Tub's bringing out the friend, brought out the Clodsire through here.
Yeah, it's officially time. Clodsire going to be coming in and doing quite a bit of damage to this Lantern with the Earthquake. This is definitely going to be a situation where the Surfs are going to be adding up that big damage, just really slowly but surely weakening that Clodsire again and again, as Clodsire is going to be coming in with a big, heavy hit of an Earthquake. Lalu going in for the first shield, and now can comfortably sort of farm a bit more energy. throw a few more surfs before the threat of another earthquake comes through. But with a Clodsire, that comes pretty quick.
It does come pretty quickly. Now, Lalu going for another surf, but we know how tanky this Clodsire is, and so Z-Tub opting not to shield. It is into the red, but can make it to that earthquake through here. Now, Lalu going for the second shield, protecting that lantern. So after this, Lalu has no shields on the field.
Yeah, look, Lalu wants to stay away from that Altaria. The Skarmory matchup wants to try and really switch advantage, especially when you have a Pokemon like Skeleturge running around. You want to avoid certain Pokemon, but we now have Clodsire burning the first shield on the Lantern Surf. Lantern does have a fair bit of energy here, so we see the charge attack priority coming through here. The Surf going to come through and force Z-Tub to burn his shield, but in return, Z-Tub will be able to throw this Earthquake and try and KO this Lantern.
Absolutely, Z-Tub using both shields here and going for the Earthquake here, and it will knock out this Lantern. So being in the advantage in the driver's seat now, and just now Lalu bring out the Skeleturge.
Oh no, it's the Emmy Weedle time to shine. He's going to farm up a ton of energy with that 2 Incinerate. 10 turns of action, and here comes the Lickitung. Lickitung may not be taking super effective damage from these disarming voices, but it is seriously going to add up, Debbie. And Lickitung needs to go for the powers. You can't be throwing the resistant body slams.
Not at all, and there's no shields in play now, so it's just going to just be charge attack versus charge attack, and just all these hard-hitting moves. This lead is bulky, but it will take a hit.
Oh, absolutely. And look, the disarming voice definitely will be taking on at the chin here. Lickitung going to stay around, and the question becomes, who swaps out to the flyer first? And Lalu going for it, but unfortunately, Z-Tub making the correct count, knowing that he's going to be able to get 4 licks in before throwing that power whip. Comes in and will weaken this down, but Skeleturge hangs on, farming up to the disarming voice before swapping into the Altaria. There's the swap. It's back to the lead matchup. We're back in time with the Skarmory into Altaria.
It looks really pretty familiar through this portion through here. Flyer versus flyer yet again. Z-Tub now going for the sky attack on the Altaria here. The Altaria does have a Moonblast and have the flying move ready to go as well. And it does take the hit into the yellow with the Altaria.
Yeah, look, this is a situation where Skarmory throws the Sky Attack because they want. Oh no, they're actually going to go for another Sky Attack. Lalu going a little bit greedy here. Going to take the Sky Attack on the chin for the Altaria. Again, we do have the energy on the Skeleturge. Altaria barely hanging on. Not even Moonblast. This is an insane play from the Altaria. I don't think this is going to KO the Skarmory. I think it's going to hang on. But the question becomes, can the Skeleturge come in and give 1 Incinerate of damage before the Skarmory can get to a charge move?
Oh, we'll see, Steve. We'll see how it goes through here. Can it make it through?
Oh no, the Skeleturge going down. Z-Tub barely eking out that win, and really it's just impressive done. Like, I was really just sitting here kind of like, okay, that Skeleturge, it only needs to get this 1 Incinerate through, right? And then you'll have that energy ready to throw onto the Pokemon in the back. But regardless, look, really a nice win from Z-Tub. And as much as I really love the Skeleturge, I felt driver's seat at some point. I was like, oh, they're like, are we in this Emmy Weedle scenario? We're going to get this energy and run with it, but Z-Tub able to stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, Z-Tub. So Skeleturge is such a. It definitely needs a good. It's a very difficult Pokemon for me personally with those Incinerates. So I think having that so little HP and knowing that those like fast attacks would take it out. So I think that's the ending result there.
No, exactly right. But still really well played. And I really liked earlier on in the battle where we saw that, farming up to 2 surfs, throwing on charge attack priority, forcing that earthquake, so forcing the shield out of Z-Tub. Like, really good play from both all the way through, I felt. And I just sort of, going into game number 2, I'm just sort of sitting here wondering, like, I feel like the Skeleturge formula can be there.
Yes.
Like, I'm convinced the world champ difference has really just changed my mind, and now I see Skeleturge as the ultimate Pokemon. If I can go back and change my casters picks, I'm putting Skeleturge on that thing. Because
is Welmer versus Skeleturge.
Okay, well, I know who wins that one. I actually played in a local tournament where I had my own Whalmer against another trainer here, Bamboss's Skeleturge. First time I've ever brought Whalmer into a play Pokemon battle. And was able to win that one out. So
poor Bamboss there. Shout out to Bamboss. Yeah, I suppose, the big whale wins in that department. So maybe you won't change your caster picks. Who knows?
Okay, maybe not. But regardless, in these hands, it's definitely a sort of a Pokemon that can do quite well. And I'm really interested to see going into this game too what sort of pivots we might end up seeing, because on Z-Tub's team there is that Mantine there.
Yes. Yeah, I'm hoping he brings it out. Just a bit of spice, something a bit different as well. I think it's pretty safe to actually bring in at game 2. But we'll see how it goes and see what he does to try and close it out through these. He's on 1-0 at the moment, so heading into game 2, it's a bit of a challenge because you're like, well, game 1, do I go with the same strategy what I did with game 1, or do I pivot a little bit and just try and predict what they will bring?
Okay, well, it looks like, no, we're not going quick into game 2 quite yet. Looks like they're resending that battle invite, but we will be in there pretty soon. I will say Z-Tab is sort of on the defense in some sense. He has the win, but he's defending his sort of Perth accomplishment. I believe last season he was top 16 at the Perth 2023 Regional Championships. And sort of defending that honour from a challenger, I guess, someone coming in for their first Play Pokemon tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Z-Tab's definitely got Perth history. However, it's all about game day. Even though you've got history, even though you have experience, sometimes if it all depends on the now. So we have seen time and time again challengers that have come up with something with not a long history. However, might even have that special spark where they're unknown. Therefore, you don't know what to expect. You can't read them. It's not sick play for, say, the world invitees that we have had in this tournament. You might read their plays. You're like, that a certain player likes a certain Pokemon and likes to play in a certain way. So when you have a challenger come across, it is a bit of a challenge.
No, exactly right. And I feel like, you've got to remember, Ric Flair had his first tournament one time. Valiant Vish once had his first Play Pokemon tournament. These guys are huge now. Everyone knows how talented they are. Their regional, championships, the titles they hold, the accolades that would come up on the screen when they're on that World Championship stage. But they had a first tournament at some point. And for a lot of people, as we're seeing, this is that. This is their first Play Pokemon regional championship. And they're performing really well.
Yeah, and that's credit to them as well. Working hard in the background, whether it's through GBL, whether it's through PvP against friends. I think that all starts from the grassroots level, and also the great thing about Pokemon Go is that you have to play against someone. You have to play against a friend. You have to interact with GBL to actually interact.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it looks like we are getting into game number 2 here. Again, Z-Tab with the 1 game advantage, swapping into the Clodsire lead against the Big Rock. Now, Debbie, this is an interesting one because there's not really any super effective damage being thrown around. I mean, the counters are resisted by the poison typing on the Clodsire, and Big Rock is just going to lean into it. Body slams.
Yeah, absolutely. Through here. So now we're going for that first body slam. And you know what? Comfortably not, we don't need to shield this Clodsire. This Clodsire will take it comfortably and still rolling in its mud.
Oh, absolutely. But if you look at the back lineup, there is that Whiscash sort of lying in the wings that is going to be really powerful for Z-Tab if you can win switch advantage here on the Skeleturge. The Altaria is a Pokemon that I feel like, Z-Tab's best counter is this Clodsire.
Yeah.
Oh, wow! wait, okay, what is going on, Debbie? We've just seen the Altaria swap into the Stone Edge from the Clodsire.
No shield.
Is this an attempted catch on the Earthquake? Oh, no. This is disaster. A lot of drag threat damage here. The Clodsire's going to outpace the Stone Edge.
Gets to the second Stone Age here, and Lalu has the chance to shield here, whether to keep this Altaria or whether to let it go. And deciding to let it go, going, oh no, actually going for the shield.
Okay, and Lickitung now going to come in here trying to soak up that energy that Altaria has generated through those Dragon Breaths. Gets all the way up to that Moonblast. There is always that 1 in 10 chance for the debuff coming through from the Moonblast. We've seen it time and time again. Are we going to get it here on the Lickitung? Not quite.
No, not this time round, but now we see this Lickitung going for the body slam on this Altaria here. I don't think it will take this Altaria out, but it will get very and this Altaria is trying to get to another Sky Attack, but not going to get there. Z-Tab's Lickitung taking it all the way down, but here comes the Skeleturge. And this is an interesting spot, Debbie, because there is 1 shield on that Skeleturge decided, there are 2 on the Lickitung. Absolutely. Going for the Power Whip here, although, as mentioned, not super effective, but more of a hard-hitting move than Body Slam. And then Lalu deciding not to shield here, farming up a little bit more and trying to farm down this Lickitung.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tight one. We see Lickitung throwing the Body Slam here. This is resisted damage into the Skeleturge. This is Ghost typing, but trying to get any little bit of damage off before going into the back line. We have a double ground lineup. Both going to be doing super effective damage here against the Skeleturge, but interestingly bringing in the Clodsire, actually just going to let it come through. Going to try and soak up the damage from this Skeleturge and leave it all for this Whiscash to clean up in the back. Can we get all the way through?
Oh, we'll have to see. It is a Shadow Whiscash. So it's going to be pretty hard hitting is that extra 20%. But Z-Tub does have 2 shields here, using the first shield for this shadow ball, and now just banking it all on this Whiscash.
Yeah, look, the kickoff is coming in with energy in the tank. They both have 1 shield, so they need to burn it. This Whiscash are deciding to finally burn that last shield on the body slam, and now it is going to be a bit of a race. Can we get the charge moves in time? Can Vigoroth get to enough body slams to take this Shadow Whiscash out? I'm not sure, because this Vigoroth going to burn that last shield. But again, Debbie, there is that Skeleturge hanging out in the back for a potential catch if the Switch Homers can go down enough. But it looks like it might be charge attack priority. The body slam coming from the Shadow Whiscash. I feel like the Mudbomb's about to come through.
Oh, it's going to be a tight one through here, and we can see now that it's going straight for that Mud Bomb through onto this Vigoroth, and this Vigoroth is just, look, it's on barely any health there.
Yeah, look, this double brand strategy apparently just too much for Lalu to take on, but now the Skeleturge is coming in, and it just takes a couple more mud shots, and that is Z-Tub taking out winners round 3 and progressing on into what I think is the winners semi-finals, going up against Flareon in the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see that, something like Whiscash has been around. This Mudfish is not going away, is it? And the fact that it was even Shadow, really hard hit. And at the end, against the Skeleturge, I don't know about that Skeleturge, Steve. I know you were hyping it up before, but unconvinced.
Look. I think, when you've got a team that consists of 2 Skeleturge counters, you're definitely a little bit of a rougher time. Z-Tub really played quite well, maneuvering through the Whiscash and the Clodsire, and actually also had the Lickitung. It was actually sort of a triple Skeleturge counter team.
There we go.
Look, unfortunately, definitely worked really well in their favor, and also had a lot of bulk on their side, so they were able to soak a lot of that damage. As you sort of said at the start of the battle, Clodsire is just sitting there ready to soak up all of that energy that was being charged up from Lohar's side.
Yeah, it is a big sponge, let's be honest. It did so well. I think having those double ground types into his team, just really, he read the team well. And credit to Z-Tub, 2-0 in this match.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll be progressing on into the winners bracket there. It looks like we're actually seeing progression on the bracket as a whole, actually. So obviously, Z-Tub going to be going ahead to take on Flareon. And on the other side of the winners bracket, we have the Bandit Bartic going to be taking on They Love Jai. They Love Jai, who in the last round was able to knock out OCIC runner-up Fish on a Heater, knocking him down into the losers bracket.
Locals, yes.
Yeah, look, I know that Rob Drogo and Avrip are down in the losers, but Perth seems to be doing pretty well, Debbie.
Yeah, look, we still have Z-Tub against we're claiming Z-Tub, and then we've got They Love Jai. So, I'm pretty happy from a local standpoint, but yeah, really, really tough battles ahead, and the winners round is going to be really entertaining to watch.
Absolutely. And look, I think that we're coming down to the winners finals, coming towards the grand finals. It's sort of like, it's all sort of happening with the losers bracket sort of progressing in the background. We actually have, at the moment, Bragio is currently taking on Rocket Clair. We've got Gone 1001 taking on Avrip.
Yeah,
that is going to be a battle for the ages.
Absolutely.
Avrip sort of trying to defend his ability to get a back-to-back Perth Regional Championship while taking on Gone 1001, who was actually over in EUIC, but is also one of those battlers who I feel like has always been on the cusp. He hasn't sort of got a regional championship title game, but he's always been so incredibly close. I think he was top 4 at the Melbourne 2022 regionals. He was doing incredibly well all the way through the 2023 season as well. And knocked out a few people in the EUIC championship as well. So I think it is definitely a scenario that, as much as Avrip is probably going in as the favourite as that Perth defender,
yes,
I feel like it could go either way.
It could definitely go either way through there. What I'm interested in is the battle, in losers round 4, that we have actually Fish on a Heater versus Mikey Morgs as well. So again, the finalists for OCIC and Mikey Morgs, they're both world contenders. It's all happening losers round, all right? So yeah, really interesting to see how that plays out. And then finally at the end, we have Flamestan versus Shinlina. Now, Shinlina isn't a local, Steve.
Yeah, no, Shinlina is actually flown in from the APAC region, sort of coming in into Oceania to try and sort of this is something we saw a lot in EUIC.
Yes.
A lot of discussion was sort of around the North American battlers sort of coming in to try and take up
these
those
invaders.
Yeah, exactly right. And it wasn't just North America. Obviously, we sent our own. We sent Gone.
Yeah, our sacrifice.
It's like, go get him Gone. We'll be over here. And he's really going back to back. This is weekend to weekend.
Yeah.
straight.
And doing incredibly well as well.
Absolutely. And, we'll see how it does play out with Avrip. We have, unfortunately, lost Rob Drogo. Shin Lena actually took him out in the last losers round 3.
Yeah, there we go. So Rob Drogo has been eliminated from the Perth Regional at this point in time. And, played really well, did go quite far in the losers round. So, again, credit to Rob as well.
Yeah, no, definitely really, we know he's a strong competitor.
Yeah.
Rob Drogo. He only played in those 2 regional championships and sort of won them both for Perth. He came and competed in OCIC as well and did relatively well there too. But I think that Rob Drogo, look, he's still got the Perth region. He's got the locals.
Yes.
He can try and farm up those championship points.
Yes.
So, as much as this is the final regional championship for the Oceanic region, it isn't the end of the line for any of these battles.
No. I guess that also means that the dream of Bastiodon winning a regional again. Oh, sorry, Caleb Peng. It might not happen here. We tried our best for you.
Look, and as you were sort of saying a little bit earlier, this is the only regional in the world that Bastiodon has ever been able to come through and take that first place prize. We've seen it come second so many times across the world.
Yes.
Caleb Peng famously 3 times he's brought that Basti come second place. Potentially ended the streak at EUIC. Still made it to day 2 and did incredibly well with Bastiodon in his team. His team being the only team with Bastiodon on it in day 2, but it was brought by 2 people. So, definitely someone who is skilled with the Basti. Unfortunately for Rob Drogo, it didn't work out for him today, even with all of the flyers that are running around.
Yes.
But look, regardless, Bastiodon, it'll live to see another day, and it's still winning a lot of locals here in the Oceanic region.
It is definitely a local pick, perhaps. So going back to the casters pick earlier, where I had that Shadow Bayleaf, and I think it's definitely something that is quintessential Australian. It's something that you probably won't see in NA, in NA or in EU. It's definitely something that you see around here more as a. Look, I think. We like to spice things up over here. The Scovilles are pretty high in the Oceania region. So a bit of Shadow Bayleaf action. It's a laugh, but it's also not a laugh at the same time.
No, you're absolutely right. But it looks like we do have the next competitors that we are going to see on stream. We are going to see Bandit, Bartic take on They Love Jai. Again, both of these battlers coming in for their first ever regional championship. And these guys are in the final 4 battlers in the winners bracket, in the winners semis.
Crazy.
So, we don't know what to expect.
No, we don't. Could go either way.
Absolutely. So let's take a little bit of a look at the teams here. We have Bandit Bartic, who's going to be running the Charger Bug, the Annihilate, the Skarmory, the Shadow Feraligatr. Oh my gosh, Debbie, I want to talk about that Shadow Feraligatr. We have the Lickitung, the Shadow Whiscash for Bandit Bartic. On They Love Jai's side, he's got the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, definitely a pick of yours. We've got the Cresselia, the Vigoroth, the Mandibuzz, the Registeel, and the Whiscash as well. Now, you are someone who has run that Shadow Alolan Ninetales in a regional before.
Yeah, right? The charge moves that I ran on there were a bit fringe, would be the right word.
What were you running?
I ran Weather Ball.
Yeah, that's one of the charge moves. You do have 2 charge move slots.
Yeah, I ran Frustration. It was just after a Rocket event, and I really wanted to run a Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and didn't make it. So it came into Perth Regional. So claiming top 12 in Perth Regionals last year with Frustration. So that's a challenge out there to anyone that wants to beat that top 12 with Frustration.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a pretty solid, a tough bar to beat, I would suggest. So, if someone can get to that top 8 with Frustration, you win the Debbie Pebble Award.
Yeah.
Trying to do really well with that. Definitely, great performance, by the way.
Thank you.
But I have a feeling that They Love Jai is probably not running it.
Look, I think not. We can double check the team sheet, but I'm pretty confident that he is not.
Yeah. Look, regardless though, I do want to talk about this Shadow Feraligatr.
All right, let's go.
Look, this is a Pokemon that when the meta stood up, everyone was like, "Oh, that Shadow Feraligatr, that could be that's going to be a really strong pick." And rocketed up the leaderboards on the community site pvpoke.com. It's amazing, by the way.
Yes.
I feel like it just didn't meet that hype. Everyone was like, it's going to be everywhere. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, there's a little...
Yeah, I see you on every now and then.
Yeah, but at EUIC, I feel like, I think it was Scaffo, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I feel like Scaffo was piloting a Shadow Feraligatr and it really sort of proved this could be a really strong Pokemon. Now, he was running Crunch instead of Ice Beam. I think initially movesets were Shadow Claw, Hydro Cannon, Ice Beam. He pivoted to use Crunch instead, which I think in this particular meta, we are seeing a lot of Cresselia usage.
Yes.
I think, and also, making sure you aren't being walled by Pokemon like Lantern. So if you only have resisted moves up against a Lantern, you can really get stuck, and that Lantern can run away with a lot of energy. Definitely nice to sort of have that security blanket, but also the chance for the debuff.
Yes.
And I feel like it just charged up charge moves so quickly. It was a little bit like Skeleturge in that it was getting these charge moves off so incredibly fast. It was difficult for opponents to keep up with.
It's very oppressive. I think once even just battling, some Shadow for Alligators, it's so hard to be up against. And we're into the first match through here. So Banded Bartic is bringing out their Annihilate, and They Love Jai bringing out the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, that is a rough one for the Annihilate. We're expecting to not see this stick around for too long. We are running the Night/Shadow Ball moveset, so farm up a little bit of energy and then swapping into the countering Flyer, I should say, with Mandibuzz trying to throw out a little bit of damage, a bit of neutral Dark Pulse damage before presumably we see a swap into the Vigoroth here. Now, I like this play, Debbie, because Skarmory is a Pokemon that doesn't hard counter Vigoroth. Vigoroth may be sort of a pseudo fighter, but it doesn't have the fighting type, and so it doesn't take as much damage from these Sky attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sky attack is now going through now that the Vigoroth is in the yellow, but it's farming up so much energy here, Steve.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a scary position to be in. We actually see Vigoroth. That looks like two Rock Slides sort of ready back to back, and Banded Bartic actually going to let it come through.
Yeah, I think he wants to just get out of this situation, but that Vigoroth has so much energy now, so whatever comes in can be pretty much a charge attack can go through straight away.
Yeah, now look, this is actually going to be a little bit scary for Bandit Bartic because look what is in the back. He brings the Annihilate in here and we'll be able to take this Rock Slide on the chin, but They Love Jai is just going to be able to bring in that Mandibuzz, and what's in the back? But Cresselia ready to take on Bandit Bartic's Whiscash. This is looking really dire for Bandit Bartic.
Yeah, absolutely through here. They Love Jai taking a moment to think here and now bring its Mandibuzz back into the field.
Yeah, Mandibuzz definitely charging up some energy here, but keeping all that energy on the Annihilate before swapping into the Shadow Whiscash, and this is just not what Bandit Bartic wants to see. I feel like they're probably looking at their phone, just a single tear rolling down their face at this point because this is going to be dire, but they're going to try and do anything they can. They're going for the Scald debuff. Jai lets it come through. No debuff. 50% debuff.
No debuff here. They're both locked into this this matchup through here. So They Love Jai going straight for the Grass Knot, and Bandit Bartic has to shield.
I mean, look how much damage. I feel like this isn't over. Look how much damage that Scald is doing to the Cresselia. If you can try and just keep this momentum up, we actually do see They Love Jai shielding up here. There is the potential for the debuff to come through. We've seen one coin flip go wrong, and another no debuff.
Look, maybe sometimes it feels like not 50%, even though it is 50% through here. Banded Bartic now going for a second shield, really protecting this Whiscash.
Yeah, really wants to just try and do whatever they can. They know that Annihilate has got so much work to do, and it just really doesn't have anything to throw against that Mandibuzz. Bartic recognizing the Whiscash's importance against that Mandibuzz, and we actually see the swap it into the Mandibuzz. This is so interesting, Debbie, because I feel like Bartic is probably cheering because they're like, okay, I have all of that energy on my Annihilate in the back. I can just unleash that into the Cresselia if I can just weaken down this Mandibuzz enough.
Yeah, absolutely. They Love Jai now bringing that in, and Annihilate winning CMP through there and going for the Shadow Ball against this Mandibuzz. Now, it won't be super effective, but still will hit hard.
Yeah, look, we do have same type attack bonus, which will do a little bit more damage for Annihilate here, and actually not too bad against that bulky dark type Mandibuzz, but this Aerial Ace is going to hurt, bringing Annihilate right down to the red. Even the Snarls, they are super effective, but not doing too much damage, and Bartic recognizing that he probably wasn't going to be able to get up to a Shadow Ball, throwing the Night Slash, just trying to do anything against this Mandibuzz so the Whiscash can try and clean up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we can see this Mandibuzz is quickly using his fast attacks down, and really now this Whiscash has got a real uphill battle here.
Oh yeah, there is not much of this Whiscash is going to be able to do. Looking down the barrel of this Dark Pulse, going to come through and KO this Whiscash, and They Love Jai going to be up 1-0 in the winners semi-finals. And Debbie, I'll be honest, that felt pretty dominant.
It felt very one-sided, let's put it that way.
Look, from the beginning, it was a very sort of like a hard one lead, right? It was the Mandibuzz into the Annihilate. And again, this Annihilate not running Ice Punch. So unfortunately, nothing we can do there. It just has to, he got a little bit of energy and then decked out. It's like, I'm going to need this later.
Yes.
Maybe there's a Cresselia in the back. Maybe there's something I can use all this energy on. Mandibuzz was going to be it. So we then saw the swap out. But, Jai loves the team. Sorry, they love Jai. Recent in-game name change. Was able to sort of come in and just stay one step ahead of the game the entire way through and really just, I felt like they were never not in control.
Absolutely. I think Jai definitely knows his team and definitely played to his strengths. I think having those like bulky monsters just absorb a lot of energy, and having something like Mandibuzz is just, straight into game 2 here. And we can see they love Jai bringing the Whiscash and the Shadow for Alligators on the field, Steve.
Yeah, this is definitely a nice one to see and is definitely going to start to be oppressive. But we actually see that Bartic is running Ice Beam on there for Alligator. So he's going to be presumably just throwing Hydro Cannons in this matchup up against the Whiscash. Whiscash going to get a shield out of Bartic here with the very first Mud Bomb. We can sort of see in the back that it's going to be a bit of an interesting scenario as this game goes on. And they love Jai actually opting to let the first Hydro Cannon come through.
It will still hurt, and plus that shadow damage as well onto this Whiscash. The Whiscash is into the red. And now Bandit Bartic going for the swap and into the Skarmory.
This is an aggressive play, really just trying to stay on top of the game, bringing in the Skarmory, knowing that Bartic will be able to take a Scald to the chin, take it pretty well. We unfortunately do finally see the debuff coming through for the Skarmory, and now this Whiscash going to go for another Scald, going to try and debuff again.
Oh, look, I think the luck is definitely playing on Jai's side at the moment, and now this Skarmory is double debuffed. What do you do here, Steve?
I mean, look, that's almost better for Bartic, I feel like, because they just got extra farm on that Whiscash on the KO. But now coming in to just unleash all of this energy onto Jai's Vigoroth. Here comes the big Brave Bird. Boom, taking it down to about half health. But now just going to get KO'd. And I guess all of that farm, not that beneficial in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Now on to Bandit Bartic's side. Bringing out that Feraligatr, going straight for that Hydro Cannon. Does Jai shield? He opts to shield, protecting this Vigoroth here.
Yeah, look, we can actually see in the back, it is going to be a Mandibuzz versus Charjabug. So Bartic needs to keep this going. Needs to make sure that this matchup goes their way. The Vigoroth going to try and throw these body slams, but Bartic has the shield ready to deploy and is now going to actually swap out into the Charjabug, has the energy on that for Alligator. But now They Love Jai is sitting there going like, well, I'm certainly not going to swap into my Mandibuzz.
Absolutely. The final Mon has been revealed here, so Jai is going, okay, well, that Mandibuzz really not a great situation. Opting here and such big damage onto that Charjabug. That Charjabug is now into the red, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, now that Charjabug is so low, this Mandibuzz can actually come in and it is so bulky that They Love Jai is letting the discharge come through. And look at that. It takes it so well. It can almost even take another one, taking into account these fast move damage as well. But They Love Jai, I feel like they're in a position where they can quite comfortably actually let this come through.
Yeah.
Try and farm up a little bit of energy, throw the Aerial Ace here that I think will KO the Charjabug, and now just has to deal with that for Alligator. But again, Debbie, it's got energy.
It does have energy through there. We know Mandibuzz is bulky, but you know what? We still have that Vigoroth in the back.
Oh my gosh, this is getting really low here. And for Alligator not going for a move. Brandon Bartic went for the full farm down, but was a little bit too greedy, and They Love Jai able to get the Dark Pulse off here. I think this is going to be after KO.
Oh,
no.
There we go. Oh my goodness me, Steve. That was, it just goes to show that for Alligator that we were really hanging on about, maybe not a good choice.
Look, I feel like, it was a bit of a blunder. I feel like the energy was there. It was like, okay, I just need to, they were confident. They were like, okay, I can farm down.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it was just sort of that one fast move off on the counts, and I didn't throw the move and ended up paying for it, essentially.
Yeah.
And They Love Jai sort of able to get that second win, pushing them all the way into the winners' finals now.
Absolutely.
Again, both of these battlers, it's their very first regional tournament. So incredible efforts from both players.
Yeah, and having that Vigoroth, Jai still having that Vigoroth in the back, maybe hoping to just fast attack down there so then it could push its next charge move after that, but unfortunately just didn't get there at the end.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was sort of sitting here sort of tried out in that game. I was kind of like, look, there's a full health Charjabug. There's a Mandibuzz in the back. This isn't really where Jai wants to be, but Jai sort of kept their cool. And something that's really important in Pokemon GO PvP, we sort of look at these players, I keep going back to Dunebug97 because I feel like he's one of the best at it, sort of locating where his win cons are hard and going straight for it.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like, by that same token, and that's often used to talk about when things are difficult. It's like, I need to try and find the win con here.
Yeah.
But it's also about seeing opportunity and seizing it. And as soon as Bartic sort of had left that opportunity open for Jai to come in and sort of get that charge move off, force their way through, Jai was like,
I got this.
I got this.
Yeah.
The door is opened and I'm going to seize the day. And absolutely did that and has now secured themselves a spot in that winners finals. But again,
incredible
winners. So not the end of the line.
No.
We're going to see Bartic going through the losers bracket as well in battles to come. Now, I think we are going to throw to a real quick beat right back screen, but we will be back real soon. So don't go anywhere because we're just getting started. And the winners finals are coming up. It's all heating up here in Perth.
All right. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Perth Regional Championship here in 2024. Chris Reisner joining you alongside Blair Austin, also known as Fishy Legs. We've seen some terrific battles thus far, and more are in store. Also, Blair, we have seen some trainers qualify for Worlds already based off their championship point situation, one of whom is coming up shortly in our next match, and that is none other than Rick Flareon.
Absolutely. Rick Flareon has now made his way through to the top end of this tournament and has earned himself enough points to get across the line for his Worlds qualification, and is going to be battling out against Zitab for a spot in the winners final. We also have Avrip down in the losers bracket, who has made it into the top 6 now, so he has also secured his points for the World Championship in Honolulu.
Yes, 2 former Worlds competitors will be going there again, hopefully in Hawaii this coming year. And we see the next match, Rick Flareon versus Zitab. This will be a best of 3 winner looking to face off against They Love Jai in a best of 5 in the winners finals. And the way these double elimination tournaments work in Go, getting to that winner's side of the grand finals is just such a massive advantage compared to going down to the loser's side of the bracket. So a very big match here, Rick Flareon versus Zitab. Of course, even if you lose one, there's a little bit of margin of error. You still have that chance to fight your way through the loser's bracket. But staying on that winner's side can be ever so valuable. And I don't know about you, Blair, but I personally like playing a best of 5 and being in that situation compared to having to fight through more best of 3s.
Yeah, you're right. In the best of 5 situation, you've got a little bit more wriggle room. You can afford to spend a game learning some strategies from your opponent, figuring out what they're bringing, and then make adjustments in time. Whereas in that best of 3 scenario, really, you've only got 2 chances, and then you're either through or you're out down to the losers bracket. So that best of 5 scenario gives you a little bit more time to plan, prepare, think, and come up with strategies to outsmart your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw They Love Jai with a really commanding performance against Bandit Bartic. I was kind of hoping we would see a Bartic on screen. That would have been a lot of fun, but to no avail. I don't know how successful that could have been. So maybe it's a good thing we didn't see it. We also see in the losers bracket, Mikey Morgs against 89 CGY Flames fan. That should be an exceptional battle. Avrip is still awaiting his next opponent. He is going to face the winner of Lalu Loha and Rocket Clair. So as these battles start to shape up, some really high-level matches are awaiting. The anticipation is high, but for now, we are just awaiting Rick Flareon and Zitab. And I don't think we've gotten to see Zitab on stream yet, so their team, right, still maybe a little bit of a mystery, which we should be unveiled shortly.
Yeah, and throwing it back to Mikey Morgs, actually, having secured his win against Fish Onahita, knocking out OCIC runner-up, he has now actually qualified for Worlds at Honolulu as well, getting him across the line, and we'll be going up against 89 Flames fan, a Perth local, a younger trainer who's really up and coming at the moment. So those two battling out will be an absolute great game. It's a shame we don't get to see that one on stream, but I'm sure those battlers will have a great time duking it out in the losers bracket to try and push for their place in the losers final.
Yes, you were telling me about Flames fan being a younger trainer. And in this game, in this young history we have in the play Pokemon circuit of Pokemon Go, we've seen some incredibly talented young trainers have so much success. Of course, Wadaj last season, it was basically his season, winning in the Hartford Regional Championship, winning NAIC back-to-back, and then third place in Worlds. We've seen young trainers like Hot Pocket, and most recently, Weedle winning EUIC at the young age of 16 years old. When I was 16, I don't know what I was doing. I forget at this point, but he's already an international champion and a world champion, and maybe Flames fan, part of that next generation, trying to follow in the footsteps of the Wadages, the Weedles of the world.
Yeah, him and They Love Jai as well, who is only 17, still in that younger age group, and clearly showing that they are trainers to be reckoned with. So I'm excited to see how these two true battlers fare today. I would actually love to see a possibility where they battle each other for a bit of a bit of competition of the young and upcoming trainers to see who's really going to come out on top there. But They Love Jai definitely showing that he's one of the top trainers here today to look out for, and sitting pretty in that winners final slot already.
That would certainly be a fun battle to watch. And we talk about sometimes it's a young person's game. Also, Dunebug, I think, definitely maybe the leader in the argument right now for best player in the world, how he's been playing this season. He's about 26 years old, I believe. So it shows the wide variety of ages and demographics. And that's one thing I love about this game is there's something for everybody. You meet people from all walks of life, all places of the world, and they all compete, trying to be the very best. And we see a lot of fun, spirit, and competition in the process. So just to recap, Rick Flareon versus Ztarb is the matchup we are waiting on, the winner of which will face They Love Jai in the winners finals. So it looks like here is a visual representation. We got the bracket up. Just like we talked about, Rick Flareon, Ztarb looking to face They Love Jai. And then we scroll down at the losers bracket. Avrip still awaiting his opponent. Bandit Bartic will have a little bit of time to chill out before their next battle. And Mikey Morgs and Flames fan at the bottom there at the losers bracket looking to advance further on. But we have already seen multiple players qualify for their World Championship invite in Honolulu, Hawaii in this tournament. And we will see who can potentially win the whole thing, securing that auto invite as well. And Fishy Legs, at the start of the season, I know Oceania had a bit of a tough points requirement, and we have seen the introduction of locals now as a way to get more championship points for these other regions. And can you speak a little bit to that as we get ready for our next match, as how that scene has sort of developed around you, maybe personally, and how it's helped others you've seen qualify from your region?
Sure. We were able to start competing in those local tournaments as of the 1st of March. So we've had them up and running for about a month now. I've seen heaps of tournaments exploding up across the country, battlers attending from Sydney, Perth, Brisbane. We've had a couple here on the Sunshine Coast, just north of Brisbane as well. I've been down and competed in a cup with Mikey Morgs. He did unfortunately clean me up in a 3-0 in the final, but here we are getting into Ztarb versus Rick Flareon. We see Rick with the Vigoroth into that Clodsire. This is a favourable matchup for the Clodsire, and we see Rick going into a hard counter of that Skarmory.
Oh man, the immediate pivot into the Skarmory, and unfortunately for Ztarb, no obvious answer. So going to be forced to stay in the classic chip and dip potential strategy. Yep, going to Stone Edge, dip in a Skarmory, and now this energy really has nowhere to go in this mirror match of the steel types.
And you see that Rick Flareon is opting to go for that Sky attack first here before throwing that Brave Bird and giving himself a defense debuff and just chipping away, trying to preserve that defense for as long as he can before going for that hard-hitting move. Both trainers building up immense amounts of energies. Z-Tarb at 100, throwing Sky Attack now, and it goes unshielded by Rick Flareon.
And I think this Skarmory is going to be able to hang on just barely to the Sky Attack, gets off the Brave Bird. And you know what? If this Skarmory can handle one more Steel Wing, it should get off a Sky Attack as well. And this is such an awkward matchup. Gets off the Sky Attack just before going down. And despite chipping early, we're going to see Z-Tarb forced to commit a shield to get rid of that Skarmory. However, it does have energy ready to go. Will it get off a move against a potential Vigoroth here? Yeah, it already has the move. Of course it's going to get it off. Brave Bird coming through. Big decision. And no shield. Brave Bird coming through. Massive damage to the Vigoroth as it gets the counter down.
Rick Flareon's putting it all on the line here with his Gligar. We see the Clodsire coming back in. Rick is staying in. Switches into his Gligar now. And it's met by the Mantine. Usually this is a favourable matchup for the Mantine because it has that super effective Ice Beam damage available, but Rick Flareon does still have shield advantage being in that 2 shield scenario. He's going to start throwing these aerial aces and chipping away at this Mantine. Is it going to be bulky enough to take enough aerial aces to get to 2 Ice Beams? But we see now the bait coming through.
I think we are about to witness the power of Shadow Gligar. The reason it has been on multiple championship winning teams. Up a shield, it's facing a Pokemon that has a move that can completely one-hit KO it from full health. Gligar doesn't care. Aerial Ace going to connect, and we are going to see Mantine get off a parting move. Going to have to shield this. Gligar will be able to get the wing attack down here, but the problem is it approaching Stone Edge range? Because this Clodsire has that coverage move of Stone Edge, can hit for some heavy neutral damage, and a big aerial ace bait here. Will we see the shield come up? And we will see the shield come up. Nice bait from Rick Flareon.
Yeah, Rick Flareon there, going for that bait. He's going to have to eat this Stone Edge now. Gligar, while it's a shadow, it still has enough bulk. Oh, I think it's going to survive this move, and it does. And those mud shots aren't adding up at all. It's going to be a race to the next charge move. It's seeing it's charge attack priority, and the Gligar wins, gets to the dig. Is this enough damage to knock out the bulky Clodsire?
Super effective dig. Connects. Clodsire hangs on. Gets to the Stone Edge. But there is still a Vigoroth hanging in the back. Clodsire is so low. The Vigoroth has the body slam loaded. And Rick Flareon able to prevail. Dancing around, landing the dig in the end game, and that stored body slam delivers the knockout to the Clodsire, putting Rick Flareon with a 1-0 advantage against Z-Tarb. And, you know, Shadow Gligar, I was talking to Dunebug at EUIC about what his MVP had been in that tournament. He told me none other than Shadow Gligar. It's a bit of a simple, it's not anything spicy or out of the ordinary, but the shadow damage bonus for this Pokemon, I think, just makes it all that more lethal with its ability to really spam off those aerial aces and also have access to that heavy hitting dig move.
Yeah, you're right. I think the regular variation of the Gligar, while it is super bulky and super neutral into a lot of matchups, just doesn't have quite that closing power that you really ask for when it comes to a Pokemon in this competitive scene. And with that shadow bonus, getting those aerial aces into a range where it can often 2 or 3 hit KO a Pokemon, whereas the regular might take 4 or 5 aerial aces to get something down. It makes such a big difference, and I think that trainers who have the capacity to utilize that Shadow Gligar really well are going to go a long way in a competitive scene with this current meta.
Yeah, that was an interesting game that we just witnessed. The Shadow Gligar, so devastating as a closer up a shield. One thing maybe Z-Tarb could have considered, and obviously it's much easier for us. We're watching it. We see the back lines. We can see everything that's going on. Being in the moment is so much more difficult. But I think one thing Z-Tarb could have considered would have been throwing the Stone Edge at the Gligar and then swapping. Because if they got that shield and then swapped the Mantine, it might have opened up a possibility to maybe bait the aerial ace and reach that ice beam, or maybe just gamble and go for that ice beam through a shield. So obviously a difficult scenario either way, but sometimes it might be a better option to throw that move to get a shield and then swap versus saving that energy for later.
Even possibly throwing that Stone Edge and then putting it in a range where you could just go straight Aerial Ace if you're the Mantine. You can build up to the Ice Beam, threaten that big move, and just go straight for those Aerial Aces and really apply that pressure, because that Shadow Gligar does take that little bit extra damage, and the wing attacks are neutral as well. So I think there was a couple of ways there that Zitab definitely could have put a bit of pressure onto Rick Flareon, but nonetheless, it was a tight battle, and it was going to be a game that came down to just really building up energy, conserving those shields. But getting into game number 2, we see the Mantine into the Lancer, and this is amazing for Rick Flareon.
Oh my goodness, Mantine has got to get out of there, and we see the pivot into Lickitung. Fortunately, there is no obvious response here. There is no Vigoroth to hard punish the Lickitung here. So we're going to see Rick Flareon elect to throw a Surf and then potentially dip into one of his back Pokemon, shifts with the Surf, dips into Altaria, and now we've got a bit of a desynced type situation with Lickitung in a neutral matchup against this flying Sky Dragon.
Yeah, and this is one of those matchups that's super neutral. Both Pokemon are very bulky, but the Lickitung has energy advantage, whereas Altaria has a bit of health advantage. So really, it is going to be not as clear-cut as it might seem. If Zitab decides to shield one of these moves, he might actually be able to get himself in a position to flip the switch. And that would be incredibly useful for Zitab, so he can avoid that lineup of the Lantern into his Mantine. And you do see the shield coming through, reaching for that second body slam. What does Rick Flareon choose to do? He's going to shield in return.
Yeah, willing to invest the Protect Shield to get off the body slam. Altaria will be able to outpace the next Sky attack, and Rick Flareon is not playing any games. He's going straight for the move, knows he needs to keep his alignment, just wants to get rid. We're going to see a shield invested, and this is going to be very interesting. Gets off the body slam. Does Rick Flareon invest his final Protect Shield? Because even if you do, I don't know if you get the Dragon Breath down first. He doesn't think so either. He's going to let it go, and all of a sudden, Zitab has flipped switch, but at the cost of a shield.
That's right. That's the power of Lickitung, right? It's so neutral. It has the capacity to really flip matches when it can. But now we see that the lineup of the Shadow Whiscash into the Lantern, and this is really all of a sudden quite a bad scenario for Rick Flareon. That mid-game change has really affected the outcome here.
Yeah, Swampert is just such a lethal closer. I know the famous caster 2-0 Butter says it's the best closer in the Open Great League, but walled against a Mantine, I think switch advantage. Oh, and we're actually going to see electing to throw the Scald here rather than keeping the energy. And this is a little bit concerning to me, Blair, because now you're kind of forced to stay in. You swap, but does this open up the possibility for that Lantern to try and come out as dominant matchup with energy? I don't know, because Mantine's still so healthy. We're going to see how Rick Flareon tries to manage this situation.
I think what I just witnessed from Rick Flareon there was he actually let his Swampert go without throwing a move, so he can fully farm down this Mantine and come out with maximum energy to throw into this Whiscash in the back line. That was an incredible play there from Rick Flareon, super up to speed with what is happening within the match. He knows that if he threw that energy, he's not going to get as much farm down on this Mantine, and here we see him building up, chipping with the Surf. He's going to take this Ice Beam, no problem, and then be able to unleash 2 Surfs into the Whiscash in back. What looked like a losing matchup, all of a sudden, is going to get really close.
He's got the double Surf. And Whiscash is not within one mud shot. And what looked to be a very dominant position for Zitab has suddenly flipped on its head. Lantern, double Surf, fires away. Lantern saying, "Surf's up, dude." About to wash away the Whiscash. And Mr. Whiscash is going to go down. Rick Flareon finds the win con and delivers a 2-0 victory over Zitab. And now Rick Flareon has a date with Jai in the winners finals. And Blair, I think that was a perfect example of just what we've been emphasizing, what I heard Steve emphasizing throughout this cast of these late game situations, finding those win conditions. And I think the immediate reaction, right? You see a Shadow Swampert swap and shields down. Your immediate reaction, oh my God, I can get a free Scald on this thing. It's going to do massive damage. But you needed that energy for the Lantern. And all of a sudden, that quick reaction, I think, really changed the outcome in the game. Maybe one that you would have liked to have back in that quick endgame scenario.
You're right, and I think that's where the experience comes through from trainers like Rick Flareon, who have been through the world circuit on a number of occasions now, who know when to hold their nerve, when not to throw that last charge move, and actually go, you know what, I need to play out to my win con here. There's no need for me to throw a Scald at this Swampert if he was in that scenario, because I've got the Mantine that hard walls it, and I can really make the most of that matchup and then save that energy for later in the game. The other thing that we can see here is that it's not just a game of alignment or RPS. We saw that while Rick had an amazing lead, he actually lost switch and it ended up getting his Lantern aligned to the Whiscash and the Swampert aligned to a Mantine, and still managed to come out with a winning game in that scenario.
Yeah, really major credit to both trainers there. Zetarb, with one of the worst leads imaginable, Mantine into Lantern, was able to maneuver his Lickitung in a way to flip the Altaria matchup and actually put himself in what looked to be a favorable position. Then Rick Flareon says not so fast, makes the quick swap into the Swampert, and maybe give credit to Rick Flareon luring Zetarb into firing that Scald at the Swampert, and then also recognizing the win condition of having two Surfs for the Whiscash. I don't know if a lot of trainers would have committed to that full farm down. I think some trainers might have overfarmed quite a bit, but still taken out the Mantine. No, recognized I need to come out with two Surfs, and that's exactly what he did. And that's why Rick Flareon now two-time Worlds qualifier.
That's right, and he's qualified for his third.
And yeah,
he's
exactly now.
He's going into the winners' final against They Love Jai for a best-of-5 scenario to determine who moves on to the grand final. This is going to be such an intense matchup between these two trainers. They are both really showing that they're on the top of their game today. We see the bracket updating. We don't have results yet from the losers bracket, but Rocket, Clair, and Avrip are lining up to see who will face Bandit Bartic, and Mikey Morgs and 89 Flames fan will be lining up against Zetarb, depending on the outcome of that matchup. While we are expecting the battles to be underway, Rise, how are you feeling if you're someone like Bandit Bartic at the moment, sort of waiting for your next match to come along?
Yeah, I think you're just kind of trying to stay composed, stay calm. Maybe I've even done some GBL battles while I have a lot of time to wait, just to kind of stay fresh and keep your mind in that PvP type aura. So having a lot of time to wait can be a bit tough because those nerves, it's natural, right? That human anxiety, you want to perform well and you just have to wait. Sometimes you want to just get out there and perform. So Bandit Bartic, hopefully they can find a way to keep themselves composed as they await their next opponent. And I think what I'm going to be really eager to see, what I think everybody watching this stream is eager to see, is that winners final against Rick Flareon and They Love Jai. Rick Flareon, probably the more well-known trainer, the more experienced, but They Love Jai has been cruising their way through this tournament. And I think part of the mentality, right? If you're Rick Flareon, maybe you feel a little bit of the pressure. Maybe you feel like you're expected to be here in a way in this Australia region, and They Love Jai kind of playing with house money, a newer name on the scene, at least to us outside the region. Maybe those in Australia are not surprised to see They Love Jai here, but those of us looking in on the outside, They Love Jai just kind of working their way to the winners finals, and really no pressure to get to that grand finals scenario.
And just news in, Rocket Clair has made it far enough through the tournament now where she will be collecting enough championship points to qualify herself for the World Championships in Honolulu for this year. So congratulations to Rocket Clair on that qualification. We have a number of trainers here today earning their spot to Hawaii.
Let's go. Can we get some support in the chat to Rocket Clair, congratulating her for her world's qualification? That is so awesome to see. We have also just learned there's going to be a bit of a break here in Perth. Well, I'm not here in Perth, but in Perth, there's going to be a bit of a break as we approach and await the next matchup. So we thank you guys all for tuning in with us. It's been a ton of fun so far. We're going to send it to a quick break, and we will return eventually for our next matchup. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Perth Regional Championships of 2024 alongside Fishy Legs 2. My name is Rise to Occasion, and we are in store for some fantastic matches ahead of us. I have an announcement, Blair. Do you know what that announcement is?
Yeah. Wow. I've got an inkling, but why don't you break it to us, Rise?
Every single match from this point forward will be on stream. And we have some of the Titans of Australia competing in the losers bracket. And then we will swing it back towards the winner's side in a little while for the winners finals. But the match that we are looking forward to next is going to be a matchup between Banded Bartic and just recently worlds qualified Rocket Clair. So make sure you guys stick with us, because that is the match. If you want to support Rocket Clair, the match that is coming up shortly. On the winner's side, of course, Rick Flareon and They Love Jai. And also Z-Tarb and Mikey Morgs will face off in that loser's side of the bracket. So as of now, 3 matchups in waiting for us, Fishy Legs.
Yeah, that's right. And we've got Bandit, Bartic, and Rocket Clair coming up first. And while I've not heard of Bandit Bartic before, so must be fairly new to the scene, we have heard about Rocket Clair, and she is one of Australia's stalwarts when it comes to PvP scene. She's been top 4 at Melbourne just this year. She's been in and around the scene multiple times, but we know that she's a great battler. We've seen Bandit Bartic on stream. He's a great battler. They are a great battler, sorry. So I'm really looking forward to this first matchup.
Yeah, Rocket Clair, a force to be reckoned with, dating back to grassroots formats. I remember seeing that name in certain formats, and has pulled off, when I've been following along Australian regionals, has pulled off some big wins over big time names. So certainly one of the best battlers in the region, and deserving to get that world's qualification spot. Will be exciting to see how she performs in Hawaii, if she can make the journey there. And Bandit Bartic, I feel like, Fishy Legs, I feel like every time we see these regional streams, every single time there's at least someone that maybe isn't as known in the community, or isn't a household name like some others, that just makes a big jump, a big name for themselves. And maybe Banded Bartic could be that person in this tournament.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We see it all the time in every regional event, even the bigger IC events, where someone comes through under the radar and just puts in a stellar performance and really throws everyone off guard. And sometimes it's really hard to play up against someone who's lesser known as well, because you're not sure what their skill level's at or what their play style is like. Whereas with someone like Rick Flareon, who I've battled countless times, like, I know his play style and I know what I need to do to give myself an advantage against Rick. But against someone like Bandit Bartic, I've got no idea. So sometimes it's an advantage, but for sure, if he decides to compete at another regional, they will have a target on their back after getting this far through a regional tournament.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I remember SS Thorn kind of coming out of nowhere with his Clefable this past season in Toronto. And now he's like a GBL leaderboarder. And I'm sure most people are aware of the powerhouse himself, SS Thorn. last year we have got Orlando regionals coming up this weekend as well. And last year, Zabergler won the Orlando regional. So that was a name I don't think many people knew. And just, I believe in his first regional ever, just went out and won the whole thing. So you never know who can emerge. And I think it's great that whenever we can spotlight trainers from all regions of the world and get those names, get those storylines for hopefully years and years to come in this Play Pokemon circuit. But for now, it's going to be Rocket, Clair, and Bandit Bartic, and we'll see who has who's going to be able to advance further on the loser side of the bracket.
While we are awaiting the battles to begin, why don't we take a look at some of the key Jungle Cup teams, because that is a meta that is currently hanging in and around the circuit. It's just switched over to Master League and Jungle Cup, but we see here a couple of great teams. What are you picking out here, Rise, as being fun to run for the Jungle Cup?
I'm a big Talonflame fan, so that boy Jay, just an absolutely insane battler, very active in Soph, the famous caster's Discord server. And yeah, he recently hit #1 on the GBL leaderboard. Talonflame is such a fun sweeper Pokemon. Also, I got to shout out one of my former locals, Ryan Swag. You may have heard of him. He loves no Pokemon more than Dedenne. So to see Spartan running Dedenne in the Jungle Cup, that is awesome. Look how adorable it is, along with the Shadow Quagsire. And oh my gosh, dude, when people are safe swapping Shadow Quagsire, it is so dangerous for my team. I do not like seeing the Shadow Quag save swap. I do not want to be shielding Aquatail baits and then getting Stone Edge.
That's right. It's an interesting shift of late that we've seen that Aquatail has actually been favored since the World of Wonders update and the Aquatail getting that attack buff. Quagsire now runs Aquatail and Stone Edge as its the preferred moveset, where previously we saw the Mud Bomb variant. So it's I still see a few Mud Bomb Aquatail or Mud Bomb Stone Edge Quagsires, but it's really turning into a sort of jack of all trades, the old Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Also, there is nothing more painful right now in the Jungle Cup. If you are using the common Vigoroth save swap, it's extremely safe. It's extremely effective against most counter swaps. However, Palossand, an absolute wall to Vigoroth with the resistance to both Body Slam counter and Rock Slide. So if you lose lead, you swap Vigoroth, they swap Palossand. I hate to say it's over, because it's not over till it's over, but in that particular situation, it might be over.
I think you're looking pretty happy if you're the Palossand in that matchup. And with this team that's been presented here from Ishikawa Boy and Yonkers, there's 3 good answers for that Vigoroth on that team, with the Clodsire and the Mantine as well. So if you're trying to counter the meta, perhaps looking at running something that counters Vigoroth is the way forward.
And it looks like, with that said, we are ready just about for our next match to take place. So here we go. Rocket Clair versus Bandit Bartic. And the leads we shall see: Skarmory into Annihilate. A fairly neutral league, would you say, Blair?
I agree 100%. This is a matchup that, while you're having a fighting type, you're not taking that super effective flying damage at the start of the matchup. But we see Clair is going straight for the Night Slash, trying to fish for that boost.
Yeah, I would preferably like to see maybe build up to the Shadow Ball, but we're seeing just going for that Night Slash straight away. And I mean, if you do get that boost, that would just be absolutely devastating for the opposition. We're going to see the shields come up for the Sky Attack here. And Clair is going to build up to the Shadow Ball and throw the Night Slash just before reaching it. Now, is this Skarmory, is there any way it can live this Night Slash and get off the move? No, it just goes down. Nice management from Clair, recognizing that Night Slash would do enough there.
Yeah, absolutely. Put that Night Slash in before having to spend another shield on her Annihilate. Is now going for another Night Slash into the Shadow Quagsire. Still boostless, but the Mud Bomb is going to come through. This is going to be enough damage to KO the Annihilate. If you're Rocket Clair, do you let it go? Yes, you do. We're going to let this Annihilate say goodnight. It's put in the work it needed to, and we're going to come in now with the Altaria to farm down this Wizcash. Bandit Bartic doesn't want that to happen.
Claire saying you did your job, Annihilate, letting it go down, and is in a favorable looking situation. Lickitung usually able to win the Charge Bug matchup. Right now, Lickitung down a shield, so I could see a scenario where Charge Bug does flip this. However, you've got the alignment you want. You've got that Altaria lurking in the back, aligned with that Whiscash. And although Scalds can add up over time, I think this great health advantage and this great alignment Claire's got to be saying, I'm in a pretty good position right now.
You're right. I mean, the Whiscash has very limited capacity to hit that Altaria with the resisted Mud Shots, the resisted Mud Bomb, and Scald. Even if you're getting debuffs, you still can't put out any damage, and the Altaria is so tanky in the back line. It's just going to be able to Dragon Breath through the rest of Bandit Bartic's team as the Charger Bug is getting quite low. We see another Body Slam coming through. Bandit Bartic putting up their final Protect Shield because they're trying to preserve all this energy that they've got on the Charger Bug and switching on a simultaneous switch. Clair not letting any advantage through.
Yeah, great anticipation. Bandit Bartic trying to fight for every inch here, knowing that they're in a tough situation. Scald going to connect and will get that debuff. However, Altaria looks content just going for a full farm down. Another Scald coming through. Rocket Clair with that shield remaining understands what's the most threatening to me. It's the discharge from the Charge Bug. Takes the Scald on the chin, comes out with a move. I expect them to throw it right away. And this is a charge attack priority, which will potentially be the final moments of the game here. Altaria looking to close out.
But in saying that, the Altaria has actually taken some significant chip damage here, but there is no shields left on the side of Bandit Bartic. This Charger Bug is out of here.
A knockout. Altaria swooping in for that sky attack and saying bye-bye to the Charger Bug. A 1-0 lead for Rocket Clair, and that was pretty convincing. I was skeptical, Fishy Legs, of going for that Night Slash immediately in the lead, but you know what? The way it played out, maybe Rocket Clair's like, I just want alignment, and ended up winning very convincingly in the end.
Yeah, you're right. And it looks like Claire knows that matchup quite well. She knew that 2 Night Slashes is going to get me across the line. This is all I need to go for. No need to worry about baiting. I'm just going to try and get as much opportunity to boost as I can, because once I get that 2-stage attack boost, this Annihilate's going to go to town. Unfortunately, we didn't see it in this game, but I could see the strategy coming into mind there from Rocket Clair.
And it makes a lot of sense, right? Because I think most players would want to build up the Shadow Ball to maybe get yourself a shield with the bait. But Claire's saying, I'm just going to go double Night Slash anyway, so I might as well throw it immediately to try and go for that boost. So I think it's always interesting to see the alternate decision-making and the alternate strategies that go into certain matchups. And Claire able to execute and annihilate the opponent. Is that a bit of a stretch? I don't think so.
Oh, that was very close to a stretch.
But with that 1-0 advantage, yeah, go ahead.
If you're Bandit Bartic, what are you doing now to adjust into that Game 2 scenario? You're only one game away from being eliminated from the tournament. This is time to knuckle down.
Yeah, I think you got to bring some more coverage for that Altaria. It seemed like the Altaria, because it was aligned against the Whiscash, but even against the Charger Bug as well, Altaria has quite a positive matchup there. Double Discharge doesn't do enough to knock out. The Dragon Breaths pretty much put you into Sky Attack range eventually. So that's one of those matchups that, although it's technically neutral on paper, very favorable for the Altaria. And here we go. Game number 2. Rocket Clair trying to advance into the losers bracket and catches another positive lead with that Annihilate into the shiny Lickitung.
This is one of those matchups, though. Both Pokemon are doing super effective damage to each other with their fast moves. And you see now Claire going for that Night Slash once again, trying to get that 2-stage attack boost. Lickitung just going to let it go, doesn't need to shield, but if a Power Whip lands on this Annihilate, it's going to do huge damage.
Yeah, this is such an awkward call, but Claire makes the right one, shielding up the Power Whip. You can now completely counter down before the Lickitung would reach another Power Whip. Is Claire going to commit to it? Yes, she is, on point with her counts. And now you are in a difficult position if you're Bandit Bartic, because whatever comes in is not going to want to eat a Shadow Ball. And oh my goodness, the bait is successful. Rocket Clair grabs a shield with the Night Slash.
Yeah, that shield coming down. Shields are even. Making it to that Shadow Ball. This is going to get the last shield, or that Feraligatr is out of there. We see Bandit Bartic using that last shield, reserving the Feraligatr, getting that energy advantage into that last Pokemon. What does Claire do here? Does she come in with the Lickitung or the Altaria?
That Annihilate did so much work, but Feraligatr does have energy. Lickitung is the one to greet the Feraligatr. Double Hydro Cannon already loaded for this Pokemon. First one does nearly half health, but Lickitung is gonna reach the Body Slam. Maybe a little bit overzealous by Bandit Bartic. Over farming, Body Slam coming through. Feraligatr doesn't hang on and doesn't get off the move.
That is so unfortunate there for Bandit Bartic. Just over farming slightly. Didn't quite get the counts right on that Body Slam coming through. But now Claire's in a bit of an awkward situation. She's got no neutral damage that she can apply to this Skarmory aside from the licks coming through from this Lickitung, and Lickitung's getting low. Does the Skarmory have enough in the tank to clean out the Lickitung and the Altaria in back?
Yeah, you see the sheer strength of Lickitung, able to even fight its way to do damage in negative matchups. Altaria comes in. This is, of course, a favorable matchup for Skarm, but you see how much the Skarm has already been chipped. Rocket Clair is going to use the shield safely because this was a charge attack priority, and the Sky Attack will be safely shielded. The Moonblast is incoming, and I don't think, despite the resistance, Skarmory will be able to withstand this Moonblast. Rocket Clair able to take a 2-0 sweep and advance herself into the next round.
That was a commanding win there from Rocket Clair. She was in control throughout the entire match, had the Pokemon aligned where she wanted them. She came in with that Lickitung into the Feraligatr, knowing that while the Hydro Cannons are neutral, she didn't want the potential for the Ice Beam to come through onto that Altaria, and she could just no-shield, throw some Body Slams, and start chipping away. So really smart plays there from Rocket Clair, and a really well-deserved win, moving on to round 7 of the losers bracket.
Yeah, nice plays from both sides. Bandit Bartic maybe wishes they threw that Hydro Cannon to chip the Lickitung. However, even if they get off that Hydro Cannon, I think Claire was still in a favorable spot, knowing that they would have had a shield advantage for that Skarmory in the back. So far, Blair, I feel like the big names have really delivered. We've seen amazing plays from Rick Flareon, from Mikey Morgs, from Rocket Clair now. And these top names in the Australia region really showing out and showing why they are the notable names in this region, in this tournament.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, we've got 3 world qualified trainers coming into the back end of this tournament now. So there's a reason that they're there, right? We know that these trainers are good. We know that these trainers know how to play the game, take advantage of bad matchups, or even make the best of the good matchups when they do have them presented to them. So these trainers, cream of the crop when it comes to Australian PvP, and I'm really excited that we get to show that on stream today. It's such a great opportunity. What are your thoughts, Chris, on how the meta sort of developed today? What are you seeing that's standing out for you?
We've seen some similar teams, right? We've seen the classic Skarm and Gligar core. We were talking before the tournament how almost every team seems to have Skarm, Gligar, Whiscash, but we have also seen some variety. We've seen the Shadow Feraligatr, and I think that is a Pokemon that people are aware of now. They have to respect it with their teams, but Shadow Feraligatr, we saw it on the EUIC stage. I personally remember Scaffo flipping the Lantern matchup against Zweilous, getting 2 crunch debuffs with that Shadow Feraligatr. So just an absolute menace of a Pokemon. We saw it right there opting for the Ice Beam, which I think makes sense as well for something like Altaria, which is becoming more and more common in the meta. But right now, you've got to account for Gligar, you've got to account for Skarm, and you've got to account for Whiscash. And if you're playing a team with, you've got all those 3 Pokemon, they've got all those 3 Pokemon, you got to find your way to wiggle out of these neutral matchups to try and get yourself an advantage.
Yeah, that's right. And we will be seeing shortly how Zital and Mikey Morgs try and wiggle their way around finding advantage on the battlefield. I recall that Mikey Morgs is actually running a triple flyer team of the Altaria, Skarmory, and Gligar. So interesting to see what Zital can do to sort of counteract that huge flying type threat that's coming through. If you don't have something like a Dugong on your team, it can be really quite tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Zitarp earlier have that play where they threw the Scald at the Swampert. Probably wish they would have had it back. But one beauty of this game is you oftentimes, when you make a mistake, have an immediate chance to get right back out there and try to get back on the winning side of things. So we are at that stage where there are not a ton of names left in this tournament. Rick Flareon and They Love Jai on the winner's side. Rocket Clair has advanced to losers round 7. That is the losers semis. And Z-Tarb and Mikey Morgs are due next. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe there are only 5 players remaining in this tournament.
Yeah, that's correct. We're down to the top 5. So really making our way through this tournament now. The battles are only just intensifying in quality. We're seeing so many great plays and so many smart decisions from trainers on the fly. You know, it's such it's a game of micromanagement and microseconds and making your just best decisions wherever you can. And some of these battlers have absolutely got that nailed to a T. Players like Rick Flareon and that They Love Jai, you know, they're showing why they're at the winners final of this tournament.
Yeah, we keep harping on it, but it really is the truth. I remember when Wadaj was on his insane run last season, I was asking him, like, dude, what do you think separates you? Because there are so many high-level players in this game. What separates you that's allowed you to just keep on winning and winning and winning? And that's exactly what he said. He thinks it's the ability in these close endgame scenarios to sniff out that win con. And I mean, at this high level, right? I think a lot of players, as this game develops, they know their typings, they know their energy counts, and they understand their matchups to varying degrees. Some players like Axon know their matchups inside out. Some maybe just have a loose idea of those matchups, but it really comes down to those end games. And when you're playing just a best 2 out of 3 for most of these matches, one simple game and one simple end game can really be the difference between winning and advancing in the tournament or going home.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And, you know, as someone who we've both had multiple opportunities to compete in these tournaments, and you grow and you learn so much throughout these regional tournaments, and it's such an amazing space to come together and learn off your fellow battlers as well. And, you know, you get to develop so much as a trainer and as a person when you get to compete in these local tournaments. And it's such a rewarding experience in my experience, at least, of, you know, I've met so many people at these tournaments, made great friends that I will have for life now. And it's, such an amazing experience that you don't only get to play a bit of competitive Pokemon, you get to have fun with your friends and you get to learn plenty about the game while you're doing it.
Very well said. And I think our next 2 pairs are currently locking in their teams. So we are almost underway for our next round matchup. As we mentioned, it's going to be Mikey Morgs taking on Z-Tarb for a chance to battle with Rocket Clair in the losers semis. Z-Tarb and Mikey Morgs will both be vying for a chance to play Rocket Clair. And Mikey Morgs went down relatively early. I mean, he had a bit of a tough draw early on in this tournament. And
I believe he lost round 1 against Avret and has been in the losers bracket since round 1 and has made an impressive run all the way through this losers bracket to currently losers round 6.
Yeah, and I always salute the trainers that have the mental fortitude when you know the format of the tournament, you know it's double elimination, you lose round 1, you've got to win twice the amount of matches. and he's able to settle down and say, you know what, just going to take it one match at a time and keep on trucking. And right now, Mikey Morgs has found himself with a chance to get into the top 4. So credit to him. Fishy Legs, have you ever been in that scenario? Have you ever dropped early on in a tournament and been able to climb your way far even after losing early?
Yeah, I remember my first Brisbane regional tournament. I got knocked out by Valiant Fish in round number 3 and met him again in the grand final. So that's a long trip, but we see the battle getting underway now. Altaria into Clodsire. This is going to be dependent on the moveset of the Clodsire as to who's favoured in this matchup. And we see it is the Mud Shot variation with Stone Edge. So Clodsire has a lot of play here with that super effective Stone Edge.
Yeah, I think we saw earlier this Stone Edge, despite being super effective, because it doesn't get that same type attack bonus, is a little bit underwhelming, and it does connect, but you're going to need 2 of them to knock out the Altaria because those mud shots don't do much. We see the aggressive pivot into the Skarmory, and without an obvious answer, Mikey Morgs will have to swap in the Annihilate as the counter swap.
Yeah, and Mikey, a bit slow to switch there. He's actually let the Skarmory build up to a Sky Attack already. So Mikey's going to have to come back here and start over farming. He has built past that Shadow Ball now. He is going to be throwing that move, and he goes straight for it. Does Zatab respect the bait move here, or does he? Oh. No shield, and it's not getting shielded. Is this enough to KO? Oh, it does.
It is. Big play by Mikey Morgs, opting to go for the Shadow Ball there. It connects, and now we are going to see Annihilate reach another Shadow Ball against the Mantine. Zetarp going to let it go again.
Wow.
does not want to use these shields unless he absolutely has to. And right now, I think there's a lot of ground to cover for his remaining 2 Pokemon.
You're 100% right. Zetab has got 2 chipped Pokemon now. He's still got 2 shields in play.
Ooh.
Altaria coming in, loses the charge attack priority in this match, and the Ice Beam is going to come through. This will do a heck of a lot of damage to an Altaria.
Oh, wow.
And it goes unshielded. Altaria
I can't believe that, actually. Had so much energy on the Altaria, elected to no shield, perhaps thought an Aerial Ace bait was imminent, but that was not the case. Straight for the Ice Beam once again. This is going to connect onto the Skarmory, and all of a sudden, maybe there is some play here. Clodsire normally does not want to see a Skarmory, but right now you are up a shield, and you've got some energy, so this game is back on.
Absolutely. The Sky Attack does get shielded. Finally, Zatab decides this is an appropriate time for me to start shooting moves, and I'm going to start throwing back with my Stone Edge. This is neutral damage against the Skarmory with that secondary steel typing, and Mikey Morgs once again letting it through. He is trying his best to preserve his shield now, but he's going to have to shield something, or his Skarmory is going down. Shield the Stone Edge.
This is straight Clodsire business. Double Sky Attack is loaded. First one coming through, huge call here, and does pull off the Protect Shield. Now a Brave Bird will threaten to knock out. However, that Mantine is still lurking. Brave Bird just in the nick of time, able to get off. Will this be enough to knock out the Clodsire? I think it will. So now it comes down to Mantine. Are the wing attacks going to be enough? Can it get the Aerial Ace? Yes, it does. An Aerial Ace, despite being resisted with that defense drop, should knock out the Skarmory from here. And Mantine overcomes the Steel type and secures a Game 1 win for Zetarb.
Wow, Zetarb really, while he did want to use those shields at the start, he made the most out of them at the end there, putting it all on the line with that Clodsire, and Mikey Morgs unfortunately didn't have enough in the tank to get it across the line, electing to let that Altaria go when he had so much energy. Perhaps shooting that Altaria, going down 2 shields, but getting rid of that Mantine might have been the play forward.
Zetarb knew something that we did not, and that was that Mantine could apparently overcome the Skarmory in the endgame. Mantine and Clodsire duo could overcome the Skarmory. And yeah, I was questioning. I thought shielding the Shadow Ball from Annihilate would have been pivotal because not a lot's going to do more damage than a heavy hitting Shadow Ball from that Ghost type Pokemon. But Zetarb was patient, saved the shields for the endgame, and was able to use that dynamic duo, that tag team of Clodsire and Mantine to overcome that Skarmory in the back.
Yeah, and Mikey Morgs is now on the back foot. He's going to have to win the next 2 games if he wants to advance on to the next round here. So he really has to start thinking, how can I adapt to what Zatab's running? We saw that ABB style of leading something with 2 of the similar typing in the back, the double flyer line of the Clodsire lead, protect himself against any sort of electric type weakness that he has in the back there. We didn't see the Lantern from Mikey this game. Does he now think, I might have to bring this thing in and try and dodge that Clodsire as best as I can?
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of 2-0s on stream today. So maybe just from a fan's perspective, we can see an equalizer here to set up a game 3. But here is game 2. And we see a Shadow Whiscash into the Skarmory. Personally, I really like this matchup as the Shadow Whiscash.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you are Mikey Morgs, you are happy to see this Whiscash here because that Lantern is in the back and there's a Mantine.
Yeah, that's a really good point because this Lantern avoiding the Whiscash is going to allow it to put in a lot of work against the remaining Pokemon. This is a big call here. Brave Bird is going to be shielded. And do we see Mikey Morgs make the pivot out or does he just let it go? This makes a ton of sense. Just going to let it go and actually opting for the Mud Bomb. Do you think this is enough with the debuff?
Oh, I don't think this... Oh, this is going to be close. But Mikey doesn't want to take the risk. Shields up. Going to get to the next Brave Bird on charge attack priority and Whiscash wins. Do you take this as the Skarmory? Oh, he's going for the second shield. He really wants to get alignment here.
That is brutal. I think might have been able to withstand the Mud Bomb as well to get this off. So Mikey, looking back, may have wished he let that one go. It would have been close, but Brave Bird is shielded. All shields are now down. I think now a Mud Bomb definitely will knock out the Skarmory. It's 4 times debuffed, and the resisted Mud Bomb should deliver the KO here.
This is now quite scary for Mikey Morgs because this Whiscash has got super effective damage into both of Mikey's backline Pokemon, and he's got no easy way of taking it out.
Oh,
and
no.
Losing charge attack priority as well. So that is an IV dependent matchup. Depending on how you've trained your Pokemon, they may have slightly higher or lower attacks, and these two often have a very similar attack stat. So we see that the Whiscash winning that charge attack priority gets that Gligar super low, and now Lantern coming in to try and spark down the Whiscash.
That shadow on shadow damage is so devastating, and now you've basically got a 2-on-1 fast break if you're Z-Tarb, and with that Mantine in the back, I don't think all hope is necessarily lost, but this Power Whip is gonna deal some devastating damage. Lickitung saying, watch me whip, and now Lantern all of a sudden is into the yellow as it looks to fire off some energy here.
The thing for Mikey Morgs now, though, is there going to be enough damage coming out of 2 Thunderbolts to KO Lickitung? And it doesn't look like it will be. So this is going to come down to the wire, but the Body Slam is coming through already. So this looks like it might be game over here for Mikey Morgs.
The Mantine in the back provided a little bit of suspense, but Zatarb saying, no, I'm not letting you get to that matchup. Lickitung is going to end things early, lick down the Gligar, and Mantine gets to take the game off as Zatarb pulls off the win against very notable trainer Mikey Morgs. Very impressive stuff, and able to win in pretty dominant fashion there. Didn't even have to reveal the third Pokemon. It's always nice when that happens, right?
That's absolutely right. When you get that win and you've not switched that last Pokemon and you're like, yes, I've had a good game there. And Zatarb really putting his name out, and amongst They Love Jai as 2 unknown trainers coming into this tournament and making their way into the top 4. We've got 2 well-known trainers and 2 lesser known. So this top 4 is really shaping up to be a battle of the more experienced, well-known trainers coming up against those new up-and-coming trainers.
Absolutely. That's a great point. The 4 trainers that remain, Rick Flareon, They Love Jai, Rocket Clair, and Mikey Morgs. Who will emerge victorious? We will see. But for now, we will swap to our fellow casters. Let's send it over to Debbie Pebble and PvP Steve as we approach our next matchup.
We're back.
We're whoa,
We're back.
Wait, what is this? Whoa. What a sizable surprise.
Must have just caught in the last event. But regardless, we are back going into the losers semis. I believe, with Rocket Clair versus Z-Tub. Thanks to Rise and Fishy Legs for sort of throwing it over. Now, these are two teams that we've seen battling through the tournament for quite a while. These guys have been performing incredibly well and are now in the top 4.
Absolutely. They're we know now that Rocket Clair has qualified for Honolulu, which is amazing. I'm so happy for her, given that it's Claire's been around the circuit for such a long time, and it just shows that her persistence over time has finally paid off. And now we have also Z-Tub. Z-Tub is a local. Like I said earlier, we're claiming him. He was originally over east, but he's come over to the west. We're claiming him now. And also been playing in the local circuits as well in cups and challenges. So seeing him go so far in the losers bracket, I'm so proud right now.
Oh, no, absolutely. And he's done incredibly well. Saw him sort of down there. I could just sense the smile coming off of his face. But now definitely going to be having a little bit. I have to move my mic up a sec. There we
go.
Live action here. Okay, but actually we've got an updated bracket here. We have Rocket Clair versus Z-Tub in the top 4 here. Now, Rocket Clair definitely has not had an easy ride here.
No, absolutely not. Rocket Clair has, like I said before, so much experience in PvP and has the experience. She also, managed to take out Averick. Averick being the previous Perth Regional Champion, and then making her way with Banded Bartic earlier 2-0. All these matches have been 2-0. It haven't been like a 2-1. There's no drops so far in that losers bracket with Rocket Clair. I think that's, when you're on a roll, you're on a roll.
Oh, yeah, and she is definitely on a roll and keeping up that momentum from the Melbourne Regional Championships as well. She was top 3 at Melbourne. She just has to win one more game to secure a place in the top 3 again here in Perth, and is definitely set to go for it. She's going to try to go all the way for that big championship point payout at the end, and of course, a whole lot of extra prize money as well.
Yeah, absolutely. In the Oceania region, we do have the top 2 championship point, leaderboard. The top 2 will be awarded a treble award, whereas the top, the 3rd place and 4th place will get a allowance of sorts. So, you want to keep going. You want to keep accumulating these championship points because, there's a bit of money involved.
Yeah, absolutely. But, it's not going to be an easy ride, Of course, Rocket Clair and Z-Tub are fighting it out. But we still have Rick Flareon and They Love Jai hanging out in the winners finals ready to play as well. We will be jumping into the Rocket Clair Z shortly, but just as a reminder, even though we have just seen the teams, we do have Rocket Clair running the Altaria, the Shadow Gligar as that double flyer core alongside the Lickitung, that Annihilate that was doing so well for her, the Lantern and the Registeel as well. Not a Pokemon that we're seeing too much.
No, not at the moment. The Registeel's definitely real bench pressure as well. So something, a particular Pokemon that just sits there, it's a bit intimidating. So do I work around it? Do I not work around it? Will they bring it out? Won't they bring it out? So Registeel was definitely one of those that is polarizing at times.
Yeah, but I think it's definitely a Pokemon that matches up relatively decently into Z-Tub's team, as we just saw with that man team. The Lickitung, the Skarmory, the Chargebug, the Whiscash, and Clodsire. Now, this is something we actually saw a little bit earlier in the tournament, where that sort of double Mudboy line, the Whiscash Clodsire combo, could be a really potent one. And I don't think the Z-Type is going to be shying away from potentially using it here when there is that Registeel lying around.
Absolutely. And, I am a big fan of the Clodsire. It was in my caster picks, and look what I found here. It's a Clodsire. Who knew?
Z-Type's Clodsire, apparently he needs it for the battlefield, Debbie.
Oh, off he goes.
It's like, send him on his way. Good luck on your journey, whether Z-Type uses you or not. But I think up against Rocket Clair, actually, Clodsire is quite a good pick. I think it's relatively strong against the Altaria. You've got decent play against the Lickitung. You've got play against the Gligar, the Annihilate, the Lantern, the Registeel. Like, it feels like it might be a prime team to really use this Clodsire against.
Yeah, I think it's a very safe pick for especially game 1. Something that can absorb a lot, and also, again, for me, cute factor, very high. But I think for Z-Type here, he's been using a lot of that Mantine. And I think that is something that is a bit like what we said, a bit more of a fringe, a bit more of a spice pick, and really adding to his benefit, I think has really helped him through to this point right now.
Oh, yeah. And it did incredibly well in that last battle for sure against Mikey Morgs. He definitely knows how to use it. And as we were talking about a little bit earlier in the stream, it's not one of the big flyer picks. There's so many picks that are sort of listed above it with the Skarmories, the Altarias, the Glykars, the Mandibuzz. Like, there's all of these flyers that are being used a little bit more than that. But, you know, Z-Tarb is sort of coming in here going, I know what to run. I don't need the #1 usage Gligar. I know what I'm doing. This is a team I'm comfortable with. And again, Z-Tarb sort of coming in. This is only his second ever regional championship tournament after 2023 Perth last year. And, you know, coming in with a little bit of a vengeance.
Yeah. I think Z-Tarb is one, as I said, like, is in the local circuit. And seeing him play as a judge in these tournaments, I know he plays really well. He knows his matchups. He writes notes. He knows. So I think he's very confident in going in. And although, you know, may not be such a notable name in the circuit, Perth people will know that he will do well. And again, I'm very happy to see him like achieve so much so far in the Perth Regional.
Yeah, and again, he's already in the top 4, right? He's performing so incredibly well. And this is one of those scenarios, again, I think Rise, a little bit earlier, he was sort of talking about the fact that the big names in Australia are making their sort of impact. They're really performing quite well, showing why they are some of the top names in Australia, the Rocket Clairs, the Rick Flareons. Is this sort of interwoven mix of sort of new battlers that are sort of getting that first big performance in, which again really harkens back to, I think, the Melbourne Regional Championship, where there's names that we're incredibly familiar with, like Rocket Clair, like Triple Crit, who both did incredibly well at that Melbourne Regional Championship. And I think sort of helped to elevate everyone knowing who they are. And I think that's certainly something that we're hoping that we can sort of accomplish through this stream. You know, showing you these battles, showing you that like, Z-Tarb is a force to be reckoned with. Now, I'm going to bring some bad news here because I don't think that Mantine has a lot of play here up against Rocket Clair. I mean, look, there's the Lantern, Registeel, 2 really difficult Pokemon for Z-Tarb to try and work around with that Mantine. It feels like if Z-Tarb sort of goes in that sort of direction, you're really asking for some sort of like rock, paper, scissors scenario, and you could get stuck in a really hard countered scenario. It could be a little bit dangerous.
It could be, but, you know, if it's still in that rock, papers, it could still be in your favor. Really depends, right? Although it is perhaps luck, but, you know, depends if luck is on your side. Depends if you get that, you know, with Whiscashes, depends if you get your 50% Scald debuff. Who knows? Like, it is, you know, let's see what happens. Like, I think either way, to read, I think at this point they've played so much, so they may be keeping to their favorites, or they might be like, oh, you know what, I'm going to change it up. So,
yeah, it's definitely sort of one of those scenarios where you've got to, I mean, look, I think that Yakko is someone who sort of does this quite well in that people sort of look at his teams and they go, it's unbalanced. It doesn't deal with this. You know, it doesn't deal with Lickitung. How can you deal with Lickitung if this entire team is weak to it? But he knows his team. He's got the strategy built. He knows how to pivot it, what teams to use, how to sort of prepare for those scenarios that look like they will be bad on paper, but really be able to just, I guess, understand what he can accomplish with the team.
Maneuver around with what he's got. I think great players are really good at pivoting. I think when they are in a tough situation, they will be like, well, this is tough. However, if this or this happens, if this lines up well, then there's still a chance. And great players know that window. And yes, these are some great players that definitely know those windows when they open.
No, absolutely. But with that said, I'm sort of looking at these two teams here, and I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, like these are 2 very good batters. Rocket Clair, Z-Tarb, they know what they're doing.
Yes.
If they're trying to avoid this sort of rock, paper, scissors scenario where they can get really hard counted, you know, you sort of lose out on the Mantine, maybe you go, you sort of have to lean into more of your sort of Lickitungs, your Skarmories. I feel like we're sort of still looking at a potential where even Skarmory, it's like a really scary bring, because I think that Clair has so much bench pressure with that Lantern, with that Registeel. There's just like, it's such a team to have to face. And, you know, and again, Claire has come through and beaten a lot of opponents to get here. She took down Avrip.
She did.
Just 2 rounds ago. Taking out, and, you know, probably one of the favourites to win this after coming in the top 2 of both of the last 2 Perth Regional Championships. And not only that, but coming in, you know, equal 9th place at the World Championships in Yokohama. So the best of all of the Aussies that went last year to Worlds. So I feel like Rocket Clair, and actually I think, I was thinking, I was like, hang on, did Z-Tarb lose to Avrip a little bit earlier? But no, that was actually Mikey Morgs earlier on in the tournament. But Rocket Clair sort of running the Altaria. Now, Altaria you have a Pokemon where it's like, I feel like because Z-Tub was running Ice Beam on that Mantine, I feel like that was one of his main counters towards Altaria. And when you sort of take that off the battlefield, if you go like, I'm not sure I can use this, what are you sort of left with? I mean, you sort of really have to lean into the Clodsire.
Absolutely, bring that Clod back. No, I think you would have to just hope for that as well. Although it's still it's definitely a better matchup, but it's not the best matchup either. So there's no clear answer for that as well. So I think it'll be interesting because what do you do? What do you do in Z-type situation when you read something like Claire's team?
Oh, well, I guess we're about to find out because we're jumping into one in the top 4 at the Perth Regional Championships, and we have the Lantern into the Mantine, and this is exactly why it is such a dangerous bring. How is Z-Type going to get out of this? We see a quick swap into the Shadow Whiscash, and here is the Lickitung to answer it.
Oh my goodness, yes, Steve. You're locked into this matchup here, where this Whiscash is going for the Skull, hoping for a Skull debuff, but really that Lickitung can just really farm up here.
Yeah, there is no there's the debuff, but it's not even going to matter if you can get that powered off. But Rocket Clair are actually going to be going for the Body Slam. Just going to pin this Whiscash down because it is the Shadow Whiscash. It is taking that little bit more damage, and it's at the point now that just the licks plus 1 more Body Slam will actually be enough to KO. So Claire actually, oh wow, opting to let the Scold come through here. Lickitung is going to barely hang on here with another debuff, and Claire has to make the call now not jump to another powered, so deciding to throw Body Slam and still getting the shield out of Z-Type.
Yeah, absolutely. Z-Type protecting their Whiscash here, and this Lickitung is really just on it, it's tether, really.
Yeah, this is an interesting play from Z-Type, throwing the Mud Bomb. I feel like you could have potentially tried for a full Mud Shot down, but regardless, we are going to still have some energy in the tank here. You can't imagine that Claire is going to bring that Lantern in. Claire is going to want to try and keep that Lantern on the Mantine if she can, but now going to bring in the Altaria against the Whiscash. Now that Whiscash is running Scald instead of Blizzard in the current meta, there is not too much that Altaria has to worry about here.
No, not at all. This Scald will connect, and we'll see if there's a debuff through here. No debuff at all. So managing to Dragon Breath down the Whiscash through here. We can see the Mantine is being brought out. Obviously, we have that Ice Beam available.
Yeah, this is actually this could be flipping the tide here, because now that Z-Type has been able to win switch advantage with that Whiscash, he's now got the Mantine onto the Altaria, and look at the back line. It is a Clodsire and a Lantern. If Z-Type can keep this up, there's the swap, and here's the Clodsire.
Here's Clod. We sent him to the field, and there it is. So now we have Lantern versus Clodsire. Claire now opting to go for a Surf here, where Z-Type deciding not to shield, because we all know now, I've said times, this Clodsire can take it.
Oh yeah, Clodsire's got some bulk, and it's also coming into this scenario with a shield disadvantage, and so he's going to have to take these surfs a little bit so that Z-Type can try and get the big Nuki Earthquakes through. We've basically seen this exact scenario play out earlier in the tournament, and so now we see Z-Type going for the Earthquake and Claire tapping straight onto that shield, knowing that she needs to get some more surf action.
Absolutely. Now that shields are even, both players have shields available, just one, however. Now Z-Type is able to go for that Earthquake, and Claire now using her last shield to protect that Lantern.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the why Clodsire I don't think it's going to be able to get to another Earthquake by the time this Lantern gets 2 surfs. But the switch time has only just come up, and there's the swap into the Stone Edge, going up to the Earthquake and now throwing the Ice Beam. This is a really heads-up play from Z-Type, because now this Ice Beam is going to land double super effective damage onto the Altaria. Altaria is not going to be able to take that Ice Beam at all. Here comes the Lantern, but now Lantern is going to get a full potential farm down going into that charge move that is just waiting in the back for Z-Type. This is looking really good for Z-Type.
It is looking very good for Z-Type here. We can see that there's a little damage with that Aero Ace coming through. And look, although... Oh!
Okay, we get the surf coming off here. The Clodsire shielding up that surf. Clodsire needs to get the Earthquake off here to take the Lantern out. And there's the tap, but no, the Lantern getting the surf off on the Clodsire. That's really unfortunate for Z-Type. We will see if there's a review. But regardless, I mean, that's just really heads-up plays from both players here. Yeah. I mean, look, I feel like when that game started, we were both looking at that like, oh, okay, this is not looking good for Z-Type at all. This is a disaster.
Yeah, it was definitely a roller coaster throughout that whole match. I don't think there was a clear winner throughout, when it first started. So, yeah, really interesting. And also, I think great play from both players, really farming up the energy to where it needs to be and shielding correctly where it counted.
Yeah. Again, we do have confirmation there is currently a review ongoing from that match because those charge attack buttons didn't appear. So while that's going on, though, I do want to say, like, I feel like that game really highlighted something that both of these do incredibly well, and something that I talked about earlier in the stream, and that is finding your win cons. It is just a case of, like, it can be so easy. I mean, look, I was sitting here going, like, you can't bring Manton here. Yeah, so you can't do that. It's too scary. The lantern. Exactly. It's like, someone call the
This
ambulance,
guy.
please. But, like, it was just a case where it was like, you know, took the gamble. The gamble didn't pay off. But then that Whiscash being able to get switch advantage just completely changed the tide of the battle.
It flipped the entire match.
It essentially made it so that, you know, the RPS, the rock, paper, scissors scenario that was working against Z-Tub, all of a sudden it was in Z-Tub's favour.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, as I said before, great players know that window, and he saw it and went for it.
Yeah, and look, I think Claire was probably sitting there going, you know, she got hit with 2 Scald debuffs in a row on that Lickitung.
Very unfortunate on that coin flip, but, you know, that's how the game works. Scald being 50% chance of it happening, you know, it does fall on that side. Sometimes often, sometimes not. Depends on your luck.
Yeah, look, I think we saw Z-Tub getting a little bit of worse luck a bit earlier in the tournament, and so now it's sort of, you know, coming all back around, and Z-Tub finally getting a dip of that good luck in the pool.
Oh, very karmic.
Exactly, it all evens out in the end. Law of big numbers. Eventually, it'll reach the 50% mark. Maybe, we'll see. But regardless, you know, he's definitely done really well there in sort of identifying, like, okay, the only way I win this battle is by getting switch advantage with this Whiscash. And we saw the sort of investment going in to make sure that happened. Claire just didn't want to put those protect shields behind the Lickitung. It was just like, look, it's really dicey now after these debuffs have come through. The body slams aren't quite doing the job. It's one of those things where hindsight can be a little bit 20/20, right?
Yes.
And it's, if you knew that those debuffs were coming, you knew that you needed to really get this Whiscash out of here. Then would have been sort of go for the power whips.
Absolutely.
Instead of going for the body slams.
Yeah, I think, and it's again, like with these pressure situations, you have to make these very split-second decisions. So sometimes they're going, do I, don't I? And then we're like, all right, well, I'm now debuffed again. What do I do from this point?
Yeah, no, exactly right. Which, you know, it is what it is. And it's one of those things, like, maybe she was sitting there going, like, you know, the only way this goes wrong is if the 2 Scald debuffs come through in a row. And unfortunately, sometimes that happens. 1 in 4 chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, you can do the math.
I think I know a thing or two about timing.
Very good. Wow.
I've been practicing for the stream. Debbie was like helping me do times tables a little bit earlier. Like, what is 6 nines? It's like, I don't know.
You're using the calculator app.
I was using the calculator app. But regardless of all of that, look, we do sort of, we'll wait and see what the result of, actually a rematch has been issued by the judge. So we will be going for a brand new game 1 there. Both players, I don't think they're locked into using the same leads or whatnot. I believe it's a completely fresh game, is my understanding. So we'll wait and sort of, those battles are going to get themselves locked back into the battle and jump back in for a brand new game 1. But again, the way this sort of works, obviously no one loves a review. Scenario, but when you're sort of in that scenario, it's an extra exercise in information gathering.
Absolutely.
It's like understanding sort of what your opponent is thinking. And I think Z-Tub has sort of showed his hand a little bit in, like, he's willing to go for the man team.
Yeah.
Look, Claire, to Claire's credit, I think she probably sat there and was like, I think the man team can come out here and, like, successfully call the lead.
I mean, like, it was a beautiful read from Claire to have that lead. And, you know, like you said, it's unfortunate that reviews do happen. However, you know, we'll see what comes into game 1, part 2, version 2, return of the something.
You know, like a boogaloo coming in here. Look, I think 2 things sort of came a little bit clear from that battle. Number 1, ground type, Whiscash, really strong, and you know, really a Pokemon that, like, Claire, the only grass type damage that Claire has is the Power Whip on the Lickitung, which is very much sort of the current meta flavor. I mean, it's the same on Z-Tub's side. The other damage is that Power Whip, and when you don't have any other hard check to a Pokemon that only has 1 super duper weakness, being that 4 times weakness to grass. it sort of leaves you a little bit vulnerable. Now, the move towards Shadow Whiscash as opposed to regular Whiscash definitely gives a bit more play, especially for things like Lickitung. I mean, as Claire was going for, she was going for the Body Slam plays instead of going for the Power Whips, which you sort of didn't. I feel like you didn't have that ability before when you're playing against regular Whiscash, just because you don't have that same bulk. That you're sort of running around with. And so it sort of opens more neutral play potential, which I think a lot of these really high-class battlers, and again, these two battlers are confirmed top 4 in the Perth Regional Championships.
There we go.
And, you know, talking to someone who was in the top 4 of the Perth Regional Championships back in 2022, I think, you know, she might know a thing or two.
Well, are they still being a Raconid these days?
Oh, yeah, the War Rain meta is coming back.
Oh, excellent. Good.
Okay, it looks like we're actually getting in here for game number 1. Again, going in fresh. We've got Z-Tub on the left with Rocket Clair on the right, and we are seeing that Clodsire into the Lickitung. Now, this is a much more neutral lead.
Very much more neutral lead, and very much battle of the bulk as well. So we'll be here for a while, unless, you know, we see who wants to switch out first, because they will gain so much energy from this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. And this is like, I'm looking at the back lines here, and this is definitely going to be a match that can go in so many different directions. You can see that the Mantine has been brought again, and Rocket Clair opting for the Registeel instead of the Lantern, which gives you a little bit more flexibility, some big Focus Blast damage against the Whiscash. We see Z-Tub going for the Earthquake, and Rocket Clair letting the Earthquake come through, using Lickitung exactly what it was designed for, and just as a big sponge. This is really just a sponge versus sponge battle.
It is. It very much is. And, like, you know, can absorb it so well. Now, look, Rocket Clair going for a little bit more chip damage with the Body Slam through here. It will connect to the Clodsire. And, yeah, again, like I said, they are farming up so much energy through here. Z-Tub able to go for another Earthquake through here, and Rocket Clair opting to shield.
Look, she went through non-shielding her Lickitung in the last game, now deciding to protect the Lickitung. We see a swap out into that Shadow Whiscash, but now Claire actually opting to swap into the the Altaria, sorry. And I like this play because, I mean, you're resisting both charge moves. The Mud Bomb resisted from your flying typing, the Scald resisted from your dragon typing, and with that Dragon Breath damage, even if a Scald debuff comes through here, which it doesn't, you still have that Dragon Breath oppression that it can really do so much damage to that Whiscash.
Absolutely, and that Lickitung is just banking on so much energy, and it had very close to a Power Whip as well in its tank. So we can see even from all those moves that this Altaria is still in the yellow.
Yeah, it's really hanging on here. The Mud Shot's doing absolutely nothing from that Whiscash. We can see the Sky Attack coming through here, no Protect Shield. Whiscash going to hang on after that big Scalding, and here comes one more, just for good measure. Claire actually opting to burn her last shield on the Altaria, wants to keep it healthy, potentially going to try and get a little bit of energy to throw onto whatever comes in the back here. Not quite up to a Dazzling Gleam. It does have a Sky Attack loaded, and here comes the Mantine coming straight into a Sky Attack.
Yeah, this Sky Attack will connect onto the Mantine here, but it has been debuffed, this charge move through here, and we can see it only does a little bit of damage. Now, we'll see how much this Mantine can do with its fast attack here, but it is just very much slow getting through there.
Wow.
Now, Z-Tub doing an interesting choice, opting for a Sky Attack there, Steve.
Yeah, no, really heads up play from Z-Tub, recognizing this Altaria is so low here. Oh my gosh, with the undercharge, keeping that one extra wing attack, and this is so necessary here. We see the swap out into the Clodsire, the Lickitung coming in. Z-Tub still has both of his Protect Shields ready to deploy here, and the Body Slams are really going to be coming through here. So Z-Tub needs to start using them now.
Absolutely, and even though we know that Clodsire is a spot, we're so low in health here, Steve, so we definitely need to start protecting it. We have, he's going for an Earthquake here, and I think it will do a lot through this. Oh, and the Lickitung hangs on.
Yeah, Lickitung barely sticking around, wants to get one more Body Slam off for good measure. Z-Tub sitting there going, do I use the Protect Shield? And he lets the Body Slam come through.
Yeah, absolutely through there. Look how much little health it is. It's all fast attacks moves from here. This Lickitung hangs on.
Oh, but now it is Mantine up against one of its worst enemies. This is almost the worst possible scenario for Z-Tub here, because one Zap Cannon is all that is going to be required to take out this Mantine, and so Rocket Clair just needs to. Oh, and actually Z-Tub, recognizing that the game was over, there was no winning from this one, lets the Zap Cannon come through, and that is going to be a game 1 win for Rocket Clair, taking down the Mantine.
Yeah, we can hear the beep, beep, beeps from over here with that Registeel. And, you know, we didn't think that the Registeel would be brought in. I think Claire reading the situation, being like, okay, well, we've already done like a practice match with the pseudo game 1, and changing her entire lineup to actually cater for the Registeel. So I think that was incredible read from Claire there.
Yeah, I mean, again, like Z-Tub is really leaning into the Mud Boys, right? Like, and you can debate in the chat, where we draw the Mud Boy line. But I think Whiscash and Clodsire both sort of mostly make the cut. But I feel like it's just such a powerful combo that again is really difficult to deal with, because I feel like Claire is sort of lacking those hard answers, and it really is coming down to this neutral play. Z-Tub really just seemed to design in his mind, like, I know what Pokemon I've got in the back. I have a guess. I can make an educated guess as to what Claire is running in the back, and I'm going to sort of make sure that this Pokemon ends up here. I know that Altaria is running around, and in that game we saw Z-Tub sort of able to get their Mantine on it for a little bit.
Yeah.
But Claire just coming back and going like, nah, I've got this under control.
Yeah.
Bring in whatever Pokemon I want here, and just like completely just left a wall in the back, a real closer coming in from that Registeel.
Yes, I think it was very, like I said, very excellent read from Claire. And I think even just unlike that first match, pseudo match, let's call it, it was a bit of like a this and that, like as in we didn't really know a clear winner. I think in this particular match you could see the prowess of Rocket Claire and how much that she could just like run that entire team and run that entire game.
Oh, absolutely. Claire definitely sort of knew what she was doing. And like that Registeel, just the calm, the patience going like, the main team sort of being around. I feel like as soon as Claire saw that, she was like, I know what I'm going to plan to do here. I know what I'm going to end up putting against that Mantine a little bit later.
Yeah.
But now sort of Z-Tub has to look at this situation. Both games so far, Claire has brought in one of the two electric types ready to counter that Mantine. And with Z-Tub sort of showing that he is willing to bring it, I feel like Claire almost can't avoid bringing that, because I mean, just look at the rest of her team, right? Like she's running the Altaria, the Lickitung, the Gligar, the Annihilate. It feels like you really need one of the Lantern or the Registeel to try and counter that Mantine, or else you're really just going to try and have to beat it by committee, right? You're going to have to try and get a few body slams off from Lickitung. You might need some Dragon Breath damage from the Altaria. It very much comes down to, I guess, actually, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 here. Claire up with the 1-0 lead, and we have the Battle of the Flyers. I feel like I'm back in 2019 in the PvP scene, because this is a battle of the ages. Skarmory is going to be resisting that Dragon Breath damage, but the Steel Wings not doing very much back to Altaria either.
Yeah, not at all. But we do see that Z-Tub's Skarmory is shiny, so maybe more damage, maybe perhaps not.
But catch into the Lickitung on the Sky Attack here. Lickitung very much acting as that sponge. We can see on Z-Tub's side they have again gone for the double mud strategy. You can see the ABB lineup here, but there's no Lantern in sight or a Registeel. Rocket Claire has completely left the counters at home. So I feel like Z-Tub is sort of prepared for a different scenario here. The Skarmory now getting the Brave Bird off onto the Lickitung, and what a big call.
What a big move. And now that Lickitung is all the way into the red, and it brings out the Clodsire. So we have this body slam that will connect again. And you know what do you do in this situation?
I mean, look, this is a scenario where Clodsire is so bulky that you can almost just go for a full push and try to go for a full farm down. You will survive, maybe not with too much health, but it may be, I mean, sort of it's a really tough scenario, because you don't want to have to go all the way for that farm down, but it's got such little health left that as soon as you go for a single Stone Edge, you're throwing so much energy away, and you're just not going to be able to farm that back up.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see from Z-Tub's side that his charge moves are all the way up to 100. So the energy is all the way there, that he's just trying to just fast attack down from this point.
Yeah, look, really recognizing the importance of switch advantage at this point. Still expecting a grow. There we go. Here comes the Gligar, actually. So here comes the Stone Edge is going to be thrown into the Shadow Gligar. And as much as Gligar has that ground typing, these Stone Edges really do start to add up, especially with so much energy on this Clodsire.
Absolutely. Almost back to back, but not quite. That with this Stone now also be launched through here. And Claire opting to shield and protect, because otherwise it would be very, very low in health.
Yeah, and look, this is now an opposite scenario. Claire getting the opportunity to farm the Clodsire all the way down, get a ton of energy, and here comes Whiscash. Gligar has got so much energy. This is looking pretty scary for Z-Tub. Holding onto both shields and actually letting the Aerial Ace come through. What a call.
Big call from Z-Tub there, and just holding onto those two shields and banking it all on that Shadow Whiscash. Another Aerial is about to go off through here, and finally opting to shield.
Yeah, at this point, the Whiscash getting so low, you really need to start burning those shields. Gonna throw the Scold into Claire's Gligar, but she lets it go. It's gonna be all onto Claire's Altaria in the back, and I feel like it's got a chance here. You've got full resistance on that Whiscash. Here comes the Skarmory. You've got some energy, and Claire actually opting to throw straight into, oh, actually Z-Tub burning the shield here on the Moonblast coming in from Altaria. We don't see that debuff come through, but Skarmory gonna be slightly outpaced by the looks of it to that next Sky Attack.
Yeah, absolutely through there. And we can see actually Claire going for the Moonblast here onto the Skarmory. Now, will this do enough though?
Yeah, I think this is going to... Oh, wait a minute. We have... Oh, no! The Dragon Breath comes through. And now it is all down to this Whiscash. But Whiscash is seeing 0 shields on their side. Altaria is still holding on to that one. This Scold going to get shield up by Rocket Claire. And I feel like Claire is going to get to this Sky Attack here, ready to KO the Whiscash. And I think this is all that is set for the top 4 at Perth Regional Championships.
Yeah, absolutely through there. Well, doesn't matter buff in this situation, that Sky Attack will connect to the Shadow Whiscash, and where Rocket Claire will take out this battle 2-0 in these losers final.
Losers
semi-finals.
Yes, look, really, really clinical plays from Rocket Claire. And look, this is, I think, to speak personally, I feel like this is sort of one of those scenarios where when you have a review, I feel like even if like Z-Tub was sort of set to win that first game, and we would still see a 2-1 result, which is always sort of nice to see. But regardless, both players playing incredibly well. And Claire just like solid identification. Like I feel like she really spooked Z-Tub in the sort of first 2 games we saw where she was like, willing to bring those big counters, ready to fight this Mantine tooth and nail, and just pushing Z-Tub to really lean into those double ground strategies.
Yep.
But when she's running a double flyer team, where do you have to go?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, Claire's just been on a roll in that losers bracket. So again, another 2-0 rolling into next losers final, and believe in top 3 now.
Yeah. Second regional in a row that Claire has found herself in the top 3. Again, she's already qualified for the World Championships because she's come so far into this tournament. But now she is just stacking championship points on top of championship points on top of championship point, or more prize money coming through as well. So she's doing incredibly so far.
Yeah, all adding up to that Honolulu trip because she's already qualified. So congratulations to Rocket Claire for winning that match.
Yeah, but we're now in a situation, Debbie. There's 3 battlers left, right? We have They Love Jai, we have Rick Flareon, and we have Rocket Claire. 2 of these battlers have qualified so far in this tournament, just from picking up those last few championship points that they needed. So Rick Flareon and Rocket Claire, they're going to be fighting against They Love Jai, who is going for that first place spot for the automatic qualification to the Honolulu World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. From this point onwards, I believe it's best of 5 as well. So, I think being, They Love Jai, they've been playing through all these battles in a best of 3, now into a best of 5 in their first regional as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he pulls through in a bit of a different scenario.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a very different scenario, and I think a much longer day than it tends to those local tournaments. So I believe that's the match that we're going to see next. We're going to jump up to the winners finals. Again, as you said, Debbie, we are going to have best of 5s, and so we're really getting to the end of this tournament here. We have the winners finals, Ric Flair versus They Love Jai. The loser will go ahead and play Rocket Claire in the losers finals, and then it's all up to the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's coming to the pointy end of this Perth regional, and it's so exciting to see. And again, like you said, we have Rick Flareon, we've got Rocket Claire, both already qualifying. Jai, let's get him on. Let's get him. Let's send him over. So I'd love to see him get as much championship points as possible, and being able to just get over to Honolulu.
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw this at the Melbourne Regional Championship Grand Finals as well, where we had Yakko versus Triple Crit. Yakko securing his World Championship invitation back at the Brisbane Regional Championships, and then Triple Crit just fighting, I believe, in his first tournament of the season to try and get that auto qualification. Successfully fended him off. But Triple Crit has done insanely well in the local circuit and has really racked up the points where he is just a little bit of a lean in the wind away from getting into that World Championship qualification.
He is a tall man as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe the wind will lean him.
Look, I don't think it's anything the 2 of us know about, but regardless, Triple Crit definitely a man who's incredibly talented, but also he'll probably qualify in the very near-term future for the World Championships.
He'll play with his eyes closed and still qualify. No, he'll do incredibly well. And again, we have so many that are just on the cusp. And it's incredible to see already 4 players. We haven't even finished the regional yet. We have 4 players that have already qualified for Worlds just by playing today, and I think that's so incredible.
I mean, here's the thing. Yesterday, only 3 players in the Oceanic region who qualified for the World Championships. That is over doubled just today. So this is the power of these regional championships. They provide you with so many good opportunities for these championship points. Not only that, a chance to see everyone, right?
Yes.
I mean, it brings everyone together into the one place from all around the country. I mean, the 2 of us probably live basically as far away as possible on the big map, but it brings us all together to sort of meet everyone, hang out, and just battle together, which is just so much fun. I've been having a great time so far. For the record, seeing all of these just legends fight out.
Absolutely, and I think it just shows that everyone's hard work finally pays off when it comes to these regionals. Now, obviously, some people will have a disappointing day. Not everyone can be a winner. There is only going to be one Perth Regional Champion for 2024. And I think it's just that, okay, well, we had 27 players today and only one can win. So you're bound to, the odds are against you. But the fact that we're now to the top 3 and all of these participants, this top 3, either of them can take it, really.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Literally anyone's game at this point, and I'm really excited to see how it is all going to unfold. I guess we can actually take a little bit of a look at the teams as we sort of head into it. We are going to have, we're going to have Rick Flareon versus They Love Jai, 2 teams that we haven't seen for quite a while because they are still both hanging out in the winners finals there. So we do have Rick Flareon's team, who is running the Altaria, the Gligar, the Shadow Gligar, and the Skarmory with that triple flyer strategy. We have the Lantern, we have the Vigoroth, and also running the Rick Flareon Classic, the Shadow Swampert.
Yeah, that's something that Rick has brought into a few tournaments before, especially in OCIC. I think it's the first time he could showcase it, I suppose through a stream, more of on a worldly sense, that people could view that. So I think, just an interest. Would you call that even a spice pick? I suppose Swampert, something that's been around, but don't really see in the meta anymore.
Yeah, look, it's definitely sort of been pushed out a little bit, but it looks like okay, we're actually ready to jump right into it. So we do have Rick Flareon with that team. We also do have They Love Jai running that Shadow Alolan Ninetales alongside the Cresselia, the Vigoroth, the Mandibuzz, the Registeel, and the Whiscash as well. So really, I feel like that Shadow Alolan Ninetales is looking pretty deadly up a Rick Flareon team. You've got good matchup against the Altaria, against the Shadow Gligar. It's pretty decent against the Lantern, the Vigoroth, the Shadow Swampert. The only thing you're scared of is that Skarmory.
Yeah, absolutely through there. And I know that Jai loves his Alolan Ninetales. Definitely a favorite pick of his. So I think maybe he'll bring it in. I had a chat with him earlier today. He was just I was thinking about bringing it, but yeah, I brought it anyway. So something that a bit of a favorite, something he's leaned into. We talk about how we, I suppose, connect with our Pokemon. So it's something that he's a bit of a favorite, something he's going to be relying on, something that's
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I was also talking to him a little bit earlier, and he was saying that Skarmory is definitely one of the sort of weaknesses in his team, but he's quite comfortable in sort of being able to take on. We're actually going to be jumping right into game number 1 in the winners finals. We've got They Love Jai with the Whiscash into the Vigoroth in the lead, and this is again to be a neutral matchup that can go a lot of different ways depending on what happens in this next 20 seconds.
Absolutely. Rick being you know what? I'm just going to put this body slam out of the way, and the Scald will go through right now through here. At least he potentially won't be debuffed. We'll see in a moment's time. Rick opting to shield, actually, the Vigoroth here.
Yeah, once the Vigoroth healthy, no debuff on the Vigoroth, which is huge for Rick Flareon here. They Love Jai now having to think, how am I going to get myself out of this? Because he's looking dire. The body slam coming through, and They Love Jai actually letting it go. This is a really interesting play. I feel like this is a scenario where you are just, oh my gosh, this is that ME Weedle nonsense. Knowing you're able to hang on with just a sliver, get a charge move off, and Ric Flair going to let that Scald come through, and no debuff again.
No debuff again, as you mentioned. Now we can see both Vigoroths now on the on the ground through here, and this body slam from Rick to fire off onto the other Vigoroth through. Oh, actually opting to switch out, bringing in his Skarmory through here.
Yeah, now this is looking a bit dire but again because we've got this Vigoroth, right? We have the 2 shields. We're throwing these rock slides to try and weaken the Skarmory down. But Ric Flair and Skarmory looks really good up against Jai's sort of remaining Mons. Like, you've got good play against that Vigoroth and you've got good play against Cresselia in the back. But by swapping into the Skarmory here, They Love Jai is able to put on a lot of damage into that Skarmory.
Yeah, a lot of pressure through here. They Love Jai opting to shield and protect their Vigoroth and able to get to that rock slide. Now, I suppose in Rick's situation, what do? Opting not to shield and not to protect this Skarmory.
Yeah, exactly right. This rock slide going to connect, not quite taking out that Skarmory, but gets 1 extra counter of damage on that on the Vigoroth. But now it is you're seeing that quick taps from They Love Jai going to the Cresselia. But in comes the Gligar, and look, this is one spot where this Future Sight is going to do a fair bit of damage, but the Gligar is going to be really getting these digs quite fast, Debbie, and they're going to add up really quickly onto this Cresselia.
Yeah, absolutely. They Love Jai opting to shield the Cresselia through there and getting a little bit more energy through there. Now selecting Future Sight, and it's really tough in this situation.
Oh!
Rick deciding to shield.
There's the big shield using up a lot of from that Cresselia, and now this Gligar is sort of poised to throw another dig. We see Ric Flareon counting, making sure that Jai can't get to another one before he gets this dig through. This is going to connect. It's not going to KO. Cresselia will be able to hang on. One more dig would seal the deal. The question is, does Rick go for a catch? And we actually see Cresselia going for the Grass Knot here. Looks like Jai is instead sort of pivoting to try and get the 2 Grass Knots off here. Only needs 1 more. It's a race to the charge attack, and Gligar going past it. We're going for the dig. Rick just scaring us, apparently, by not tapping the move.
My heart's racing through that one. My goodness, what timing that was through there. And now just that Vigoroth, just an easy fast attack move there. What a roller coaster that was, Steve.
I know. Ric Flareon, like it felt like he did have his positional skills ready to go. He knew what he was doing.
Yes.
But at the end there, it was just like, maybe it was just a little bit of an over tap. We all do it. It's been really, really unfortunate for, you're in that charge move race. If that Cresselia got to that Grass Knot, it could have been lights out for Ric Flair on game 1.
Yeah. I feel like it was almost like a game of chicken. Just like, okay, all right.
Maybe it's Ric Flair and flexing, right?
It's
like,
wouldn't put past him.
I can pass move off here, so I'm just going to keep
This one's on stream. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go.
No, exactly right. But still, Ric Flair pushing through. Now, again, this is a best of 5. So Rick still needs to win another 2 games to secure himself a spot in the grand finals here. And I mean, honestly, with these 2 teams, I feel like it's a scenario that it feels like it could be anyone's game. I mean, look, I sort of mentioned that Skarmory is definitely a Pokemon that's quite strong against They Love Jai's team, but it didn't do that much. I would suggest in that game, it sort of came out at maybe not like it's an inopportune time, because obviously it worked out for him, but sort of not one of the Pokemon that it sort of counters. You sort of saw that Ric Flair left his Gligar to do most of the Cresselia countering, as opposed to that Skarmory, which is sort of just like absorbing all of those charge moves all day, every day. But I mean, I think that tells you one thing, Debbie, and that is why Gligar is basically the number 1 usage Pokemon at the moment in the play circuit.
Absolutely. I think Gligar is definitely always in the top 2 in that, just under 50%-ish range. And it's just tried and true. I think Shadow Gligar is just one of those ones that Pokemon that is just so reliable.
Oh, and here we go. Game number 2. We see the Cresselia in the lead this time up against that Altaria. We aren't running Moonblast on Cresselia, so it's not as bad for Rick's Altaria.
Yeah, absolutely through here. And these Dragon Breaths are definitely adding up. We can see this Cresselia, although it is a very bulky Moonduck, it is actually chipping away through here. Now opting to go for the Future Sight, and it will connect to Rick's Altaria here.
That is a big hit into that Altaria. Definitely can't take another one of those. But Altaria just sitting on all of this energy, finally throwing the Moonblast into that Cresselia. This won't be quite enough to KO, but the question becomes, can Cresselia get to another Future Sight here?
And the attack fell!
Gosh, the 1 in 10!
The 1 in 10, what luck! Now, oh my goodness, I'm still in awe. I can't believe it.
And the Altaria gets to survive. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have had any big effects there, but that single-handedly let that Altaria get like another 1 Dragon Breath through, which is absolutely insane. You can see Jai mad tapping on that Whiscash, but here comes the Gligar, and you now see Ric Flair on. He's got the Lantern in the back. he's not swapping out here. He knows that this Gligar is going to have to deal with this Whiscash. But if you're Jai, you're sort of watching Rick Flareon, you're seeing him burn this shield on the Gligar, and you're sort of going, okay, if he's protecting this Gligar, what does he have in the back? What is he trying to protect by using this Gligar?
Yeah, absolutely. We did see the debuff go through there, and Rick now going for a dig and making sure he's getting all those bubbles. And They Love Jai opting to shield, probably seeing going, oh, well, he hasn't switched out, so maybe I'd need to stay in here for a little bit longer.
Yeah, look, really going to be putting, it's just big move after big move. Skull actually connecting to the Gligar. That is so much damage, and this is not good for Rick, because Rick, I mean, look, he's got a lot of energy, right? But he needs to get this Whiscash out of here. If it's that healthy when Lantern comes in, I don't know if there's much that Rick can do. So he's really doing well to weaken it down here, throws another Aerial Ace and forcing Jai, like, hey, do you want to protect this Whiscash? And Jai's actually letting it go, and he's going to leave all of this battle to what's in the back. But Debbie, this isn't good for Jai.
No, not at all. It now has the Mandibuzzers on the field, and Rick just opting to swap and brings out his Lantern. So this is not a favorable matchup, and it's also, they're stuck here.
Yeah, look, they are both switch locked in this position. Lantern into a flying type. Not a whole lot that Jai can do here, right? Like, he's going to try and do as many Dark Pulses as possible, get that same type attack bonus, neutral damage off onto the Lantern, but with no shield coming up here, the Thunderbolt is going to connect. It is going to do a lot of damage to the Mandibuzz, but it's one of these things where Mandibuzz is just so bulky, Debbie.
It is so bulky, and like a Thunderbolt, and it only is in the red, but still kind of healthy, actually.
Yeah, and look, as much as Mandibuzz is in a really poor position here, look how much damage it's done to this Lantern, right? It's almost taken it right down into the deep red, but now it is up to this Whiscash, which has got energy to take out Ric Flair inside. Ric Flair deciding to burn the shield here, knowing that They Love Jai is going to need to use another charge move to take this Whiscash out. It's actually getting really close here.
Absolutely, and They Love Jai opting to go for that last Mod Bomb that will probably take out this Lantern here. And then it all is really up to this Gligar, and just fast, I think it's a fast, we'll have to add up.
It's able to KO, doesn't get Psycho cut down, which means the Whiscash comes in, and is it a Mudshot down? What? Okay,
oh my goodness.
Able to keep a hold, keep that 1 HP in a dream alive, and keep Ric Flareon's dream of the grand finals alive by pushing through to a game 0. My
I am so flabbergasted in that match. Like, I probably can hear it. I just couldn't believe the things that were happening in game 2. I did not expect, but this is winner's final. Like, this is the caliber that we're like expecting here.
Hang on, I'm just thinking here, right? We saw earlier there was that 10% chance of a Moonblast, right?
Yes.
It debuffed the Altaria.
Yes.
Altaria sort of, as a result, got a little bit more damage through. Has this somehow resulted in the scenario where that Cresselia, like, if things played out a little bit differently, do we see it play out in a sense that, oh no, it came the other way. I was like, hang on, is that what caused that fast move down to actually occur? Was possible? Is that where the Cresselia's health went? But no, not in this case. It was indeed just, one of those scenarios where it's like, you got really lucky on this one. Would have been nice to use that luck in a different game.
Yes. And I think that's what was so surprising. It is a 10% chance, and the fact that it did come up and being like, could have been, but it didn't quite, so that's okay. But, it did happen.
Absolutely, and now Ric Flareon is going to be pushing for a 3-0 in the winners finals here. We can see the Starmie leading into the Cresselia. This is definitely a good lead for Rick, and we see an instant swap out into that Vigoroth coming in from They Love Jai. And there's not an obvious hard counter from Ric Flareon, so I think the obvious strategy here is to sort of do a bit of damage to this Vigoroth and maybe sort of swap out after a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. They Love Jai has opted to shield and protect their Vigoroth. Obviously, they've switch locked into this position through here. Now, Ric Flareon going for that Shadow Gligar and opting to switch that in.
Yeah, the Vigoroth is coming in here, ready to throw these body slam spams into that Shadow Gligar. It's definitely going to start to weaken it down. Shadow Gligar can definitely take a couple of hits along the road. Not too many, though. And when you're coming into a Vigoroth this loaded on energy, it's definitely a little bit scary for Ric Flareon, opting to shield up the body slam.
Yeah, and protecting that Shadow Gligar. We can see that Rick has opted for the dig, and we'll see if They Love Jai decides to protect or not. And decides to use their last shield there.
Yeah, look, this is a scenario where Vigoroth is definitely a very powerful Pokemon that looks really nice up against Rick's line. So I feel like as the longer that They Love Jai can sort of hold on to Vigoroth, the more body slams that he can throw, the better a position he is going to be in. But we can see the Gligar sort of sitting on the aerial ace now. There's no protect shields left on They Love Jai's side, which means this is going to go through and Vigoroth's time on the battlefield is over. It's going back to the Pokeball.
Yeah, absolutely. There actually is no shields in play at the moment with either of the opponents through here. So we can see now that the Gligar manages to get to this dig, and it will do a bit of damage to this Cresselia, but it won't definitely take it out at all.
No, that's right. But you know what happens when we're in these no shield scenarios is that charge move pressure becomes even more important. And this Cresselia sort of actually opting to throw the Grass Knot. Didn't want to farm up extra energy to throw into whatever might be in the back. Jai, again, mad tapping on the Whiscash. We want to see these Scolds coming through, right? Once you get one Scold, I think one Scold isn't quite enough to KO the Skarmory, so gonna have to get a little bit more damage than that. But on Ric Flareon's side, he's going like, okay, how do I get through this Whiscash? Do I just go straight for that big Brave Bird? And there it is again, the charge move pressure on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Going for that Brave Bird and just switching out so that debuff doesn't stay on to his Skarmory. Now opting to bring out his Vigoroth, and this will absorb that Scald.
Yeah, really well, in fact. And, Whiscash has energy, but so does the Vigoroth. And Vigoroth now going to get this body slam to KO the Whiscash, which means that not much left on Jai's side. He's got that. He's got the Cresselia sort of hanging out, ready to go, but needs to KO not only this Vigoroth, but also that Skarmory that is in the back. And that Skarmory is going to be a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Cresselia, although a very, very bulky Pokemon, it is going to be a very uphill battle from here.
Absolutely. Look, Cresselia is trying to do as much as it can. It's farming so much energy. It actually looks like They Love Jai farmed to 100 energy, recognizing that the game was actually lost here and just letting Ric Flareon KO here, which does mean that Ric Flareon will be taking out the winners finals and securing himself a spot in the final two.
In the grand final, oh my goodness me, doing a very clean 3-0 in a best of 5 as well. I think that, when we're talking about Rocket Clair earlier, I'm being on a roll, like going through the winners final in such a clean fashion. Oh, what confidence you would have.
Oh yeah, look, and Ric Flareon, definitely a man who has been through the circuit before, right? He's doing literally won one of the first 2 regional championships ever in the Oceanic region at the 2022 Melbourne Regional Championships before sort of having solid performance after solid performance after solid performance in the 2023 season, including knocking out one person in OCIC. But
Who could that be?
Yeah. It could be anyone, but it was a really, really strong battler, and I think really demonstrated that in these battles. And again, as you said, dominant fashion up against They Love Jai, who didn't play poorly by any means.
No, absolutely not. And I think all credit to Jai to get to this point. And again, he's not out yet. He goes into that losers bracket and will be up against Rocket Clair. So don't count him out just yet. Might make a comeback.
Yeah, no, exactly right. So it is all going to be down to that losers finals to see who is going to progress to the grand finals to meet Ric Flareon. Now, again, the way this works for those who sort of just tuning in, you saw an Oceanic stream was going on, you were like, oh, what's going on over here? It is the case where, whoever goes up to that grand finals to face Ric Flareon will be playing at essentially the disadvantage, where they have to win a best of 5 to reset the bracket, and only then will they be able to do another best of 5 to try and defeat Ric Flareon for a second time and force their way to become the champion of Perth 2024.
There's still some great battles to go ahead here, Steve, and I think although we're in the top 3 already, it's still so far it potentially could go, because we know for both Perth regionals in the past, they both have had bracket resets. So I feel like it's tradition. Why not make it a trifecta? Down, I expect a bracket reset again.
Yeah, look, and I think that's really been the case in pretty much every Oceanic regional that I can think of in the sort of recent history. I know that at the Melbourne Regional Championships, we actually saw, we had Yakko versus Triple Crit, and they were in the winners finals first. They played all 5 games. They got it to that sort of 3-2 scenario where Yakko was able to sort of get the win there. We then went down to the we went down to the losers bracket. Triple Crit was able to defeat Rocket Clair, then went into the grand finals up against Yakko, and again, they went the full 5 in the set 1, bracket reset, 3-2 to Triple Crit. They went into another set of 5 battles, they sunk 3-2 to Yakko, and that sort of just pushed it the full 15 battles. And these sort of scenarios really do tend to come out here. But okay, it looks like we are actually going to send to a quick break before we jump into the losers finals. But we will be coming back really shortly for, again, the top 3 at the Perth Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Stay tuned.
Where the Swan River meets the southwest coast, we return to Western Australia in the Perth Regional, where we have seen some epic battles. We have 2 players getting ready to go for the losers finals to see who will take on Flareon in the grand finals. Right here, rise to occasion alongside Fishy Legs 2. It's been a blast so far. And Fishy Legs, we're going to take a look at the bracket to see who remains and how they got to this point. Fishy Legs, if you want to take a look at Flareon, he has had to go through some tough battles, but he's done it in pretty convincing fashion.
We can see the bracket here, 2-0 against Zitab, 3-0 against They Love Jai in the winners final. Not even worrying about dropping any games on his way through to the grand final here and putting on an impressive display in those 3 games. But we can see, similarly, Clair on her way through the losers bracket, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. All right, so They Love Jai is going to have to put on his top performance here to try and stay in this competition and make it back to the grand finals to come up against Flareon again.
There may be nothing worse than the announcer jinx, but Flareon has not dropped a single battle in this entire tournament. I believe Harjeff is the only player in Play Pokemon history to sweep through an entire regional without losing a single game. Flareon has a chance to do that as well. But before that happens, we have an exciting losers finals matchup between They Love Jai and Clair. A bit of a newer name on the scene and an OG to the Pokemon GO PvP community.
And speaking of OG, we're seeing that Registeel is on both trainers' teams as well in this matchup. Something that I thought was not relevant in the meta anymore has now found its way to 2 teams in the top 3 of this regional event.
Yeah, Registeel, one of those staples since the early days, right? The early days when it was running Flash Cannon, Focus Blast, eventually got that move Zap Cannon added to its move pool, and they were like, wait, this is a little bit too good, so we're not going to give it 100%. We're going to give it 67%. But I haven't seen as much Registeel lately, and I'm under the opinion Registeel is a Pokemon that takes a lot of skill to use. People don't often say that for the more bulky Pokemon, but with very little fast move pressure, you can be in very clunky situations where you can't really farm something down. And Registeel takes a lot of nuance to use, and we're seeing a really skilled trainer have success with it today.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But you don't get this far into a tournament without being a really skilled battler. We've seen it all day. That They Love Jai and Clair have been performing super well at the peak of this tournament, and I'm really excited to see what these 2 trainers do to try and come out on top of this losers finals. This once again is a best of 5 heading into the potential grand final afterwards. So honestly, I just can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, only best of 5s remain from this point out. And I think Clair, searching for that elusive regional championship, she has had great performances before in Australian regionals, but winning one would mean the world, I'm sure. And of course, Jai, just kind of like we talked about earlier, one of those players making a name for themselves out of nowhere with a tournament like this, with this amazing viewing audience we have. I'm sure they will love Jai, and we're going to see if he loves the opening matchup. It's Alolan Ninetales into Gligar, but this is Charm, if I'm not mistaken. So this is more of a neutral matchup than a positive one.
It's neutral, but those Charms sure do a lot of damage. We see the Lantern coming in now, met by the Whiscash. This has taken a bit of a sour turn here for Clair.
Yeah, Clair pivoting out and met with a pretty rough counter in this Whiscash. Lantern will, of course, be able to fight back, but the way this stands at the moment, alignment is on Jai's side. He's at the double Mud Bomb. One won't be enough to knock out. He'll have to fire off both, but, I mean, there's a chance we'll see him farm up, electing to take a Surf, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Willing to take another Surf in return for farming up more energy here.
Which is a really smart play because those Scalds do so much damage to that Gligar, and it's already taken a lot of charm damage. So one Scald is going to be enough to knock out that Gligar once this Lantern is out of the road. And it puts Rocket Clair in a really awkward position because she's got Registeel in the back as well. So this Whiscash has so much energy to threaten the rest of this team.
This is what you see high-level players do, not just winning the matchup and coming out with lots of energy, but Claire wisely doesn't want to take the Scald. Going to throw that Aerial Ace instantly, not giving Jai a chance to pull that Protect Shield. In comes Ninetales, swapped in Reggie, and now we have Vigoroth against the Registeel.
Yeah, and this is such an interesting matchup, right? Because you've got that heavy fast move damage coming out from the Vigoroth, but you've got this charge move pressure coming out from the Registeel that's almost one-shot KO that Reggie, but both shields are in play. So it's a bit of a favourable matchup for that Vigoroth in this scenario.
And we are going to see that first shield come up. There could be a situation where Registeel does pull both shields here, but the Vigoroth leaves extremely healthy. And if that's the situation, I don't know if Gligar is going to be able to withstand the fast move pressure to close out this game. Shielding the body slam. Reggie wants to get off this focus blast, and we're going to see that final shield come up from Jai, but Jai should be able to get the full counter down here against the Registeel.
You see the switch clocks just not coming up in time for Rocket Clair to make that switch. You can see what's tapping on that screen to try and get out, but now she's going to have to shield this body slam. But I think the Lalu Ninetales have the Weather Ball stalled as well.
Yeah, I think so too. There is the Weather Ball loaded, and because there was no shield committed, one charm is all it's going to take to knock out the Gligar. And that is going to be a game one win for They Love Jai. And he will take the opening matchup here, giving himself some momentum in this best of 5 series. Fishy Legs, one interesting part about that game to me was we saw the Charm 9 into the Gligar, Rocket Clair electing to pivot out. What do you think the mindset was that she elected to pivot out rather than maybe stay in and try and get that shield advantage first?
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting play. I think what she was angling for was just getting a little bit of energy head start so that if something comes in, such as a Whiscash, she's got something to threaten that Whiscash with after the mid stage of the battle is concluded and we're heading towards that ending of the battle. And you'd see it worked out quite well. She got the Aerial Ace through onto the Whiscash, KOing her before the Scald came through. So I like that play, but I think another play, you're right, could have been to try and get a shield or chip that A9 before it was too threatening.
Yeah, and I can see the mindset behind not wanting to stay in long enough for them to throw a Weather Ball at your Gligar, because you have to shield that, of course. So building up energy and then swapping out makes sense. That energy from Gligar is so valuable. The problem is, I think, just kind of giving your opponent the alignment made Jai's life a little bit easier than otherwise it could have been before. So we'll see if Claire takes that game one and adjusts. Jai went with maybe like a lead Charm 9, try to win lead, win game type situation. Got that perfect alignment in the back. If some shields were committed early on, though, maybe the Registeel could have had a little bit more play against that Vigoroth, and that could be another matchup we see as game number 2 has arrived. They Love Jai up 1-0, and it's a terrific lead for Jai. Vigoroth into Lickitung.
This is a dominant lead for Vigoroth. It resists those licks and has that super effective counter going back through. Claire electing to bring in the Registeel, and it's met by the Whiscash. This is really bad news for this Registeel because these Mud Bombs come through so thick, so fast, and the Flash Cannon isn't enough to one-shot. So you really sort of get stuck in this matchup if you're the Registeel.
Yeah, this looks like a really difficult line for Rocket Clair to overcome. will need something to go her way if she's going to have a chance here. Depending on how well this Registeel is trained, I have seen Registeel that can actually live this second Mud Bomb here and get to the Focus Blast. This could be critical. This could give Rocket Clair some of the wiggle room to maybe overcome this terrible alignment, but no, it doesn't. Hang on.
Oh.
And now I think this is just doomsday in the making here in Game 2 for Rocket Clair.
Yeah, They Love Jai has got the alignment that he wants. You can see that there's the Shadow and Alolan Ninetales in the back, and that is such a dominant matchup into the Altaria, and the Vigoroth has a commanding matchup into the Lickitung. This is really hard now for Rocket Clair. Both shields are in play. I mean, honestly, for Jai, he's pretty happy.
Yeah, I think Jai is going to like the spot he's in at the moment. You could say he would love the spot he's in, as Altaria will go for the full farm down, and oftentimes when you lose lead, you lose switch, you're thinking, okay, maybe my Bond core breaks their back, but no, there's the perfect hard counter line, Alolan Ninetales, right where it wants to be, and it will be able to withstand the Sky Attack, Lickitung swaps, Vigoroth counter swaps, and Vigoroth just such a menacing foe for this Lickitung to see.
Yeah, and it really explains why Vigoroth has taken such a huge rise in the meta with all the Lickitung that have been present and having such a commanding matchup. This Vigoroth now over-farming heaps before the next Body Slam comes through, electing to start to throw his own Body Slam now. Rocket Clair goes, nah, I'm not going to shield this one. I kind of need to build up a bit more energy first and see what I can do, but honestly, it's looking like it might be game over.
Yes, looking like They Love Jai will be able to take a 2-0 lead in this matchup, but this is where if you're Rocket Clair, you take a deep breath, you reset, maybe you're writing notes down, you're thinking, okay, how did Jai adjust for game number 2 and how can I overcome this? We have seen multiple times in Play Pokemon history a trainer go down 2-0 in the losers finals and come back. I remember Elam, ILQM, a terrific trainer from the States, doing it to Dunebug. I remember myself going up 2-0 against Dunebug and him coming back. So Rocket Clair looks like she's going to go down 2-0 here. Alolan Ninetales will get the charm to knock out, but let's not count out Rocket Clair just yet. They Love Jai with a 2-0 lead, 1 win away from returning to the grand finals.
That's the beauty of the best of 5 matchup, right? You can use those 2 first games to gather that information, collect any sorts of ideas, inspirations you can see coming from the play style of your opponent. We've seen the Alolan Ninetales twice now, so Rocket Clair's thinking, well, I have to bring something that's going to be fairly neutral, or at least beat that Alolan Ninetales. Or do you take the risk and then go, if I can align something like my Annihilate to that Vigoroth, then I'm in such a good spot. And does it become then a match of alignment as opposed to a match of, energy management and shield management and all those sorts of things? So there's all these sorts of mind games at play coming into this game number 3.
Right. I don't think we've seen her bring the Annihilate in this series yet, correct? And you may attribute that, of course, to that Alolan Charm Ninetales staring at you in the face. But Annihilate could be a very menacing opponent for that Vigoroth, which we just saw put in so much work in those first 2 battles. So that's something Rocket Clair, I'm sure, is considering and will need to try and turn the tide here. But it starts with 1 game at a time to try and get some of that momentum back in her favor.
That's right. And you can't do that without taking a risk, in my opinion. Like, at this point, you're down 2-0. If you don't mix it up, if you don't try something new, you're just going to go down to the same tactics that have just happened the last 2 games. So whether it's not the Annihilate, but something different, just trying her best to maybe throw They Love Jai off guard and make him double guess some of his choices or shielding options, and then forcing those errors and wiggling into that room where you can start to put yourself in a winning position.
Yeah, and one silver lining if you're Claire, that game 2, I think that's one of those games where there's really nothing you could have done based off of alignment, realistically. And sometimes those games will happen. You just got to reset and try and give yourself a chance. And this is the lead that Clair needed. Altaria into the Whiscash.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Taking a risk, leading that Altaria despite seeing Shadow Alola Ninetales in the lead previous games. We now see the
and we're going to see
off sweep.
Yeah, we see the body slam connect onto Altaria, and Sky Attack will pull a Protect Shield from the Vigoroth. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rocket Clair pivot into the Gligar here, and that's exactly what she's going for. Wanted to make sure that she maintains alignment, and I think that's actually a brilliant play by Rocket Clair. If she had immediately swapped Gligar, I'm not convinced Gligar could have kept alignment against that Vigoroth and gets outpaced. So Clair, one step ahead, making sure she tries to retain Switch, but Jai has other plans. He's going to commit a shield here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jai is going down 2 shields to try and do his best to flip this, flip the Switch advantage here. Going through with another body slam. Gligar is just going to safely shield this up and return with an Aerial Ace to solidify that Switch matchup. And we can see the Registeel aligned to the can get aligned to that Alola Ninetales in the back. That's exactly what Rocket Clair wants.
And both shields have now been expended by Rocket Clair. Aerial Ace will knock out the Vigoroth, and I think Rocket Clair is in a really good spot here. Gligar has a little bit of residual energy, so Alola Ninetales is going to enter the battlefield, and now that she sees the third Pokemon, Rocket Clair probably takes a little bit of a sigh because she has a Pokemon that goes beep beep in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Jai already tapping to get into that Whiscash because he knows what's coming. And then the Registeel switches out immediately for that Altaria. And now, once again, Rocket Clair maintaining that great alignment here. Skull coming through isn't going to do much damage. Debuff or not, it's not really going to matter here because the Altaria has such a dominant matchup.
Yeah, the only way I could see Jai getting out of this is if you get rid of this Altaria with a little bit of health remaining, but I don't think another Scald is actually going to be enough. I think Jai needs a Scald plus a Mud Bomb just to get rid of this Altaria.
Yeah, I think you're right. And this Skull coming through now is going to give us a bit of an indication as where how much more damage he needs. And you're right, it is surviving just on a barely slither of red HP, and the Mud Bomb is coming through. So this is giving Jai an opportunity.
This suddenly spells a little bit of trouble for Rocket Clair. This Whiscash has enough health where it's not going to get locked on down, at least not very easily. Here's a Mud Bomb coming through. Mud Bomb going to chip away at the Registeel. And that initial desync in the Switch clock that caused some chip damage to the Altaria, could this pose some potential win con? We see a Focus Blast coming through, but here's the thing. Whiscash is going to reach a Mud Bomb. This is going to come down to whether Registeel can get to this Focus Blast or not.
Oh, and that Whiscash is on such low HP. Will the lock on down be enough here if it can survive this Mud Bomb? The Mud Bomb is coming through now, fully charged up from They Love Jai. Connection to the Registeel. Registeel hangs on, going for the move, and they get there. Look at Clair clutching that game up on 1 HP and an absolute dream.
Yeah, well, who was worried, right? Who was worried? That was that was a very close one. I thought Clair was in a great spot, but Jai, what a phenomenal job dancing around, even in a situation where it looked like Clair had the alignment, Clair was going to win. I think it was that initial Vigoroth swap into the Altaria, that chip damage, that little bit of desync in the Switch timer created some potential win cons. And if that Registeel, excuse me, was trained maybe where it wasn't quite as bulky, I think that could have been a miraculous game that flipped in Jai's favor.
And that's where it comes down to, as you alluded to earlier, that Registeel being such a high skill Pokemon, there's opportunity there against the Alola Ninetales to do what we call an undercharge charge attack, where you don't swipe all of the bubbles and let the charge attack do a little bit less so you can actually farm up more energy to then threaten that Whiscash.
Yeah, I
But
think
now we're getting into a game number 4. They Love Jai has not yet secured his spot in the grand final, and Rocket Clair has still another chance to wiggle her way back into that top matchup.
And does that win just spark a little bit of doubt? I mean, Jai had to be feeling super confident after that 2-0 start to the set. Then Rocket Clair comes back, wins game number 3. Suddenly, the momentum starts to shift a little bit. Can Jai close it out? Can Rocket Clair come back? We shall see. But so far this series, we've seen some really polarizing leads that are hard won one way or the other. Maybe we'll see a little bit more neutral play in the remainder of the series, and we will see which trainer can prevail.
If you're Jai in this moment where you're looking at, I just need one more win, do you go back to what you ran in the first game? You go, all right, I know what worked. I know how I can win this battle. Or do you go, all right, Claire has clicked onto what I'm doing. It's time to change it up. Maybe I leave A9 on the bench, bring something new to try and counter what's been coming.
I don't know, but here we go. They Love Jai up 2-1 against Rocket Clair. In the lead, we see the Annihilate make the appearance against the Whiscash. And this is a neutral lead, ladies and gentlemen. Who will win?
Finally, a neutral lead in this series. We see here that Claire, as she has done all day, going for that Night Slash right off the bat, potentially getting herself in a position where she could boost the attack stat of her Annihilate with that 10% chance. Doesn't get it this time. Scald now coming through with the possibility to actually lower the attack.
Heads or tails? Heads or tails?
Tails.
Oh, you called it right. It was tails. And it's going to get the attack drop. And it is going to make this job a little bit more difficult for Rocket Clair. Night Slash coming through. They Love Jai letting it go and knows he can take it rather easily. Claire going to shield up the Mud Bomb. Really wants to win alignment in this lead matchup, it appears.
Well, you can see in the back that neither of those two Pokemon, the Regisaur or the Lantern, want to see that Whiscash. We see another CMP event, charge attack priority. Whiscash is going to shield, wanting to get this move off.
Yeah, interesting play by Jai. He also wants to fight for switch advantage here. And one concern as Claire decides to let it go. One concern for Jai is I don't think that Ninetales is going to love either matchup in the back. So Vigoroth might really have to put the team on its back as Lantern comes in going for a spark down here. Does Jai make the read? He does. He makes the read, comes in with the Alolan Ninetales.
And despite making the read, it's still a situation where if the shields come down, Focus Blast into Vigoroth can do an awful lot of damage. We see now though, the Surf is coming through and it does not get shielded by Jai. He's building up energy. He's going to go for a Weather Boulder. Just keep chipping away at this Lantern.
Ooh. And we see the shield come up from Rocket Clair. I wonder if this could spell any trouble for her as Charm Alolan Ninetales is going to have to go down to this Surf and going to save the shield for Vigoroth. This is what Jai needed to do to try and lift himself to victory, because now this Vigoroth can get to triple body slam before the Reggie can get off both of its Focus Blast. So this is going to be extremely close in this endgame.
If you're Rocket Clair here, do you go for the Zap Cannon bait despite being more energy to try and fish for that attack debuff to maybe survive another move? But no, going straight for that Focus Blast, it will draw the final shield of this match. Vigoroth shielding up now and is getting ahead on energy. That Focus Blast does take an awful long time to charge up.
Yeah, I think the Zap Cannon was definitely an option there. Now the Vigoroth has double body slam. Registeel trying to get the Zap Cannon. It barely hangs on to the body slam, but the second one is a charge attack priority. And Vigoroth is going to get off the body slam, winning the charge attack priority and sending They Love Jai to the grand finals. It's not over yet, though. We see Lantern get to the Thunderbolt. Can Vigoroth withstand it? I think it can.
From this range, I think Vigoroth will be able to hang on. and he's so close to that body slam now. Here it comes. This is going to end the Lantern, and it's going to send him through to the grand finals, where he's going to come up against Rick Flareon for the second time.
What a match between these two trainers. They Love Jai secures a seat in the grand finals. He'll have a rematch with Rick Flareon. And what an impressive run as well for Rocket Clair, finishing third place at the Perth Regional, securing her seat at the 2024 Pokemon GO World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. In the chat, if we get some support for Rocket Clair and her run today. But right now, the storyline is They Love Jai, a newer name on the circuit, and he's got a chance to make some noise against the mighty Rick Flareon.
Absolutely. Rocket Clair, back-to-back third place finishes at regional events in Australia. An impressive showing from her today. But They Love Jai, just showing that sometimes you got to take a risk and bring some alignment-focused Pokemon like the Charmalola Ninetales. And, you know, when that's something that you love to run and you run it well, that makes such a difference. Coming back to the bracket now, we see Rick Flareon lined up against They Love Jai in the grand finals. Rice, how is They Love Jai going to get himself an opportunity to win this set?
You know, I think PvP Steve mentioned how dangerous the Alolan Ninetales looked against Rick Flareon's team. However, he managed it very well. They Love Jai, one nice decision he made in that final game we just saw. I think charm users, Blair, have a reputation, if you will, for investing their shields in their charm user, but he made the right read. He did not invest his shield in that charm user. He saved it for the Vigoroth, and he needed that shield for the Vigoroth to overcome the Registeel in the back. So great reads and great shield management from They Love Jai, and he's going to have to keep that shield management, I think, going as the key if he wants to beat Rick Flareon. And remember, for those watching in these grand finals, since Rick Flareon is on the winner's side of the bracket, he just has to beat They Love Jai in one best of 5 to become your Perth Regional Champion. They Love Jai, however, not only has to beat Rick Flareon once, he has to do it twice if he wants to be the champion, as he is coming from the loser's side of the bracket.
Yeah, that's right. It's a massive advantage to be on the winner's side of the bracket, especially when it comes down to the grand final. It always feels nice to make your way through the winner's bracket while the tournament is ongoing, but the huge advantage comes through at this final stage of the tournament. So, we're coming down to this grand final, Rise. What do you think is going to be the... We talked about, you know, the shield management of the Charmalola Ninetales, but, you know, what are some of the key skills that we're going to have to see from our trainers here when it comes down to these grand finals?
You know, he's going up against a well-seasoned battler that's been in these types of situations before. So that boy Jai might have to, like you've been preaching in this last series, might have to take some risks, maybe run some unorthodox lines, maybe gamble being ABA weak to something in these types of scenarios. I think it sounds simple, right? It sounds obvious, but one key to success in competitive Pokemon Go is having a plan, not getting stumped in the lead by something and thinking, what do I do? But having a plan going into each battle of, okay, if I see this, I'm going to do this. And if that boy Jai can just take a deep breath, settle down, I think with what we've seen from him this tournament, he stands a chance without a doubt to potentially take down Rick Flareon.
Yeah, you're right. I think one of the key skills that Rick Flareon has, though, however, is he's an incredibly calm person. When he's in these moments, he is cool, calm, and collected, and he just goes about his business. He takes his notes down, and he reads into his team, and he just focuses solely on that. He has an unshakable focus when it comes to these battles. So I think that's something that you gain from experience, right? It's not something that a fresh player is going to come into a grand final situation and go, oh, I'm pretty calm here, like, you know, do this for breakfast sort of thing. Whereas Rick Flareon's got that wealth of experience where he can go, all right, I know what I need to do. I'm going to knuckle down. I'm going to play my strategies. I'm going to line the Pokemon up where I want them and play clean battles.
Which is quite ironic, right? Because the namesake of his in-game name is not known for being quiet and mellow. But Rick Flareon himself, I agree with you. When I was able to meet you guys at Japan this past year, just a very calm, cool, and collected personality. And he will try to channel that here in the grand finals. Once again, has yet to drop a single game. I'll say it quiet because I don't want to jinx it, but has yet to drop a single game in the entire tournament.
I can't believe you've said that twice on stream now. Like, poor Rick is, if he loses this battle, he knows who to blame at least. That's for sure.
Yeah, in American sports and baseball, it is absolutely frowned upon for an announcer to say like someone's currently pitching a perfect game or throwing a no-hitter. So maybe that's the rule I need to learn from if I'm ever in this situation in the future. But it would be amazing to see that transpire. I think we all appreciate whenever there's such a dominant run like that. But we also appreciate an underdog story. And They Love
That's
Jai
right.
is trying to make that happen. And a young trainer that is establishing a name for himself here in the Perth Regional.
Yeah, 100%. And look, he's going to be a household name in the Australian community, especially the PvP scene after this tournament, making his presence known across the country with an astonishing performance at this Perth Regional. He's made it all the way to the grand final despite not having competed in a regional tournament before. So super impressive run, really, when you think about it, to get all this way. And he did it in the winners bracket all the way up until the winners final. So not only was he able to get here, but he did it in a very commanding fashion, only losing to Rick Flareon so far.
Yeah, and here we are in the third season of Pokemon Go being added to the Play Pokemon circuit, and we've seen grand finals go all sorts of ways. We've seen grand finals that are 3-0 sweeps. We've seen grand finals where someone comes from the losers bracket, goes 3-0, 3-0. We've also seen grand finals go to 10 games before a winner is decided. I remember the World Championships from season 1. A lot of people forget Godon Hada and Dancing Rob.
Yeah.
Both of those two sets went to a game 5, and it took 10 games to decide the world champion. So you really never know what's gonna happen in these grand finals.
Yeah, and it looks like our trainers are getting underway very shortly. And it's one of those things, right? If you're playing so many sets of battles throughout the day, fatigue really starts to kick in. Those micro decisions, they start to get slower. You make mistakes. So it's really a matter of endurance when it comes to this such a long tournament. And if it does go to a game 10 situation, that is just a whole nother level of brain power that just gets sapped throughout each and every battle.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. As this is a single day tournament, all the battles have gone on today. And here we are in the grand finals. They Love Jai taking on Rick Flareon. It's going to be a Skarmory versus a Vigoroth here to start this series.
Yeah, and we see that They Love Jai has brought the Alolan Charm Ninetales in the back. So Rick Flareon has that hard counter in the Skarmory, but it's here against the Vigoroth in a somewhat neutral matchup. He's going to absorb this Rock Slide, and he's looking to throw a Sky Attack in return, potentially baiting the Brave Bird, but no, and They Love Jai has called it. He's just going to let the Sky Attack go through.
A bold no-shield call, and we see Rick Flareon make the aggressive swap into his own Vigoroth. And you know what? If you look at They Love Jai's team, Rick Flareon's Vigoroth, awfully safe. What's the best counter? Probably the Cresselia, and even that isn't a hard counter in my opinion. It's more of a soft counter, as we're going to see Vigoroth farm down, come out with lots of energy, and now has double Body Slam ready to fire against the Whiscash.
And this is where the Vigoroth is so overwhelming, right? It gets those Body Slams so quickly. They have the same type attack bonus, and they do so much damage. This Whiscash already is going to be below half HP. They Love Jai not using those shields, wanting to save them for that Alolan Charm and Ninetales in the back, but sending a Mud Bomb to get rid of this Vigoroth. He said, I've had enough of this guy. Get him out of here.
Yeah, exactly. And You know, unless this Whiscash can get rid of the Skarmory somehow, but a nice read by Ric Flair and comes in with the Gligar, of course, going to shield up the Scald. And now this energy from the Gligar is going to pose some problems for this Ninetales, as it will take Ninetales a while to get to a charge move. Aerial Ace firing off. You got to shield something. If you're there, like, no, he's going to let it go. But now, Fishy Legs, I think the Steel Wings are going to be a problem if he decides to go that route. But no, actually going to stay in for now. Interesting play from Ric Flair and firing off the Aerial Ace and getting a shield.
That's right, he has finally got a shield off They Love Jai. We see the Skarmory coming in now. This is 4 times super effective Steel Wings, and they do a lot of damage. Weather Ball coming through doesn't get shielded by that Ric Flareon. He knows his Skarmory can survive this and will be able to farm it down.
Yeah, I like the no shield.
Low HP.
The only awkward thing would be a potential mud shot down here, but you do get off a parting move, getting the final shield. No, They Love Jai recognizing that Gligar would have gotten to a move anyway, so going to let the Whiscash go, concede game number 1 as Ric Flareon takes the early lead. And, you know, I think They Love Jai played that about as well as he could have, but Ric Flareon just too strong right now and just such good form, able to secure that end game.
That's right. And I think one of the key things when you're playing against someone running Charm is that you actually have to use your shields, right? Because eventually those charms are going to be too much to deal with. And so often trainers will get stuck trying to save their shields for a matchup in the back, but then they get caught out because they've got low health and they've got a 2 shield Alolan Ninetales to deal with. So I like that Rick spent those shields early, knew where to invest his Pokemon, and actually stayed in with the Gligar despite being a negative matchup to try and pressure that Alolan Ninetales as well. So really smart plays there from Rick.
Yeah, well said. And if you're They Love Jai, you might have to think about I know he loves the Pokemon, so it might be a painful reality, but you might have to think about leaving the Alolan Ninetales on the bench. I don't think it had the most play in that last game. Of course, there are situations, right? If it's 2 shield versus 2 shield against Gligar, that's really nice. Or if shields are down, the opposite, and you can Weather Ball a Gligar, that's nice. But when shields are still in play, the Gligar gets an energy head start, that's just not very comfortable for the Ninetales. So, of course, Skarmory we know is bad. Vigoroth, the spamminess of it allows it to just significantly outpace the Ninetales. If you're They Love Jai, you might have to consider benching it. We'll see what happens. Game number 2. And it's going to be, what do I know? Ninetales into Altaria and catches a terrific lead.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is commanding. We see the immediate switch out into the Swampert. Swampert doesn't love this matchup either. Vigoroth is now coming in, but the Vigoroth is behind on energy. So this Hydro Cannon is going to be really threatening against this Vigoroth.
Yeah, Vigoroth not going to appreciate this one bit, but it can withstand one Hydro Cannon. You see the massive damage from such a quick move, but now we're going to see Ric Flareon investing shields. He understands if he wants to win this game, he might have to flip this matchup right here. I think if They Love Jai is willing to invest both shields, he should be able to maintain alignment, but Ric Flareon could potentially get a shield advantage here.
Yeah, but when it comes down to it, even if you have shield advantage, that Altaria doesn't want to see that Alolan Ninetales. We see the Body Slam coming through. It does get shielded, so Ric Flareon could get himself into a position where it is 0 shields down, and then the Vigoroth can come out to play in the back for Ric Flareon.
And not allowing the farm down, gonna aggressively pivot into the Vigoroth. Excuse me, not before this Vigoroth gets to a parting Body Slam before going down. And, you know, I think that chip damage is really all you're going to need if you're They Love Jai. That's actually a big Body Slam because I think it's going to put this Vigoroth within Scald range, or at least close to Scald range.
Yeah, you're right. And it's going to put a lot of pressure now onto Ric Flareon because he just doesn't have a lot of places to go in that back matchup of Altaria and Alolan Ninetales. I keep saying it, but it's a scary matchup to be in. Even if you get energy advantage, the Moonblast isn't enough to one-hit KO the Alolan Ninetales, and the Swampert is so low now that I don't think it's got enough room to get to a Hydro Cannon.
And you know what, Blair? One really clever play there of getting off that body slam and letting the Vigoroth go down. He didn't switch lock himself. So he didn't put himself in a situation as the Weather Ball knocks out. He didn't put himself in a situation where the Whiscash was going to get farmed down and the Altaria could maybe get to 2 Miracle Sky attacks to win the game. No, he let it go down. He didn't switch lock himself. And a clever play there from Jai to now even up the series 1-1. And unfortunately, hand Rick Flareon his first battle loss of the tournament.
I'm sure he'll have you to thank for that too, Rise.
I accept.
Coming back to They Love Jai's play there. It's an often underrated skill of battling in PvP to be patient, right? Because it's such a fast-paced game. Things happen at a split second, but there's crucial times where you have to hold your nerve and not make rash decisions. And that's exactly what They Love Jai did. He let the Vigoroth go down. He knows just because you swapped doesn't mean I have to swap straight away. I'm happy to let this go, get my body slam off, and then I can maintain the alignment that I want.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I think the patience is a very underrated feature we see from top trainers. Weedle exhibited that better than anyone I've ever seen at EUIC recently. And here we are in game number 3, Mandibuzz versus Vigoroth. I would say a relatively neutral lead, but maybe a bit favorable for the Vigoroth with that Rock Slide.
Yeah, that Rock Slide does do super effective damage. We see it coming through now, and They Love Jai is going straight for that shield. And interestingly enough, there is no Alolan Ninetales. So we see those shields coming up straight away. He's not saving them anymore.
Yeah, no Alolan Ninetales in this one. But I think switch advantage is still going to be pivotal to who comes out on top of this game number 3. We see Cresselia lurking in the back, making that first appearance of the set. And it does not want to see that Skarmory in the back as the Rock Slide connects. And Mandibuzz will try to get off the Dark Pulse, and it's caught. It's caught by the Skarmory.
The Skarmory has come in, catching this Dark Pulse. This is still neutral damage, but it doesn't do as much as it would do to the Vigoroth. And now the Skarmory is met by the Whiscash. It's a matchup we've seen day in and day out here at the Perth Regional Championships. The Scald coming through. Rick Flareon elects not to shield. He knows he can take this damage without too much hassle. Does he get the attack drop? He does! And now we see the move coming through after a debuff. This is worst case scenario here for Rick Flareon.
Sky Attack not doing that much damage after the Scald debuff. And we're going to see Rick Flareon try to reach that Brave Bird, but it's a charge attack priority. Just beautiful counting by They Love Jai. Scald firing off here. And this will be enough to knock out if it connects. So all that energy from Skarmory is not able to be utilized.
Yes, Skarmory goes down with the Brave Bird. That's not something you want to see. But now the Gligar is coming in, able to withstand those mud shots quite comfortably. They're doing very resistant damage, but the Skull coming through does deserve respect from the shield. Another attack drop. And we see the pivot into the Mandibuzz.
I think might have been trying to catch the dig there, and we see Gligar preserve all that energy while clearing the debuff, as Vigoroth should be able to hang on here, barely hangs on, and does not reach the body slam. So all of a sudden, this looks like a really awkward situation, going over 100 energy, maybe a slight miscalculation from Rick Flareon, but does get off the Aerial Ace here, and this will knock out the Mandibuzz. Lots of energy on Gligar. It's Gligar against the world.
Yeah, and we see now They Love Jai making a smart decision to come back in with the Whiscash, because you have that threatening Scald that you can get that last shield off of Rick Flareon. He does decide to shoot his Whiscash. The Scald is now coming through, and you're going to have to respect this if you're Rick Flareon. But the worst thing is if you get the debuff, you can't clear it anymore because the rest of your team is being knocked out already.
Oh, he avoids the debuff, though. He avoids the debuff. I think a debuff there would have decided the game on the spot. But Gligar able to avoid the debuff. And now I wonder if there's any sort of opening here for the Gligar. If you are They Love Jai, you probably have to make a decision here. Is it more efficient to go for what? For one future sight or double grass knot. The dig fires off, not going to be able to put it below 50% health.
This is a very close game here. We see the grass knot coming through, so it looks like They Love Jai is electing to go for the 2 grass knots as opposed to the 1 future sight. Possibly not going to be able to KO with just the 1. And then he comes in with the 2nd grass knot. This is going to get rid of the Gligar, and this is going to be a 2-1 lead for They Love Jai.
Wow, impressive stuff from They Love Jai, delivering the grass knot, the knockout blow to the Gligar. And I think Cresselia even would have barely hung on to a dig from that range if we saw the Gligar get to it. So all of a sudden, after going down 0-1, after getting swept 3-0 in their previous meeting, They Love Jai has a chance to reset the bracket here, up 2-1 against Rick Flareon.
That's 100% right. The wheels are starting to fall off for Rick Flareon here. He's not got a couple of games now, 2 games in a row where things have not gone his way. And look, if you're Rick Flareon, you're starting to doubt yourself. You're starting to think, what happens here if I make another mistake? It goes to bracket reset, and then I'm in a much more serious position. Whereas previously, when you're 1-1, you're like, okay, I've lost a game, but we're still in this. But now the tides have turned. The momentum is in They Love Jai's side. As we see the Registeel coming into the Skarmory, this is another commanding lead for They Love Jai.
A very quick lock-in for these trainers. The immediate pivot into Vigoroth, and They Love Jai is expecting it. He swapped that Cresselia almost immediately, and now we're going to see if he's able to secure the switch advantage. Vigoroth, definitely not its favorite matchup here against Cresselia, but if you're willing to invest in both shields, the pure spamminess of Body Slam can make this uncomfortable for Cresselia. In a big decision here, Rick Flareon successfully shielding up the harder-hitting future sight.
Rick Flareon not even giving himself a second to think there. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He's going, I'm shielding this future sight. I'm going to fight for switch here because I am in a shocking matchup if my Skarmory gets stuck on that Registeel. There's another Body Slam coming through. The Cresselia is under half health, and it is continuing to farm up, and the next Body Slam comes through, and it's going unshielded. This Cresselia is going to put in a lot of work here if it wants a flip switch.
Yeah, I think this is a smart play here from They Love Jai, going for the double grass knot, since this will do more than one future sight. Getting off double grass knot here, it's going to put this Vigoroth awfully low. Does Rick Flareon have enough faith that he can withstand it? Oh no, he doesn't. He puts up this shield, doesn't want to risk it, knows he needs to flip switch advantage to give himself a chance. But here's the thing, Fishy Legs, that Whiscash up shields, and I mean the Registeel as well, looks really dangerous.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is a very dangerous position now. Registeel not shooting that Body Slam, knows it's resisted damage, it can hang on quite comfortably. The next Body Slam coming through, once again, doesn't deserve a shield, and the Focus Blast is already ready to be fired off. We see They Love Jai building up just a slight little bit more energy, going for that Focus Blast now. This will get rid of the Vigoroth, but this Gligar and Skarmory backline are going to have to deal with 2 shields and a Whiscash, and that's not going to be an easy task.
Oh man, we are about to see many Scalds being fired off from this Whiscash here as the first move comes through. Now, this is just an Aerial Ace. Rick Flareon wanted to make sure he got off this move first and is going to dip immediately into the Skarmory. So, because this is not a Shadow Whiscash, the Scald's not going to deal quite as much damage. So, we'll need more than 2 Scalds of damage to knock out this Skarmory here.
Yeah, you're right. The first Scald coming through doesn't get the attack drop either. So now, Rick Flareon going for the Sky attack. It does get shielded by They Love Jai, so he's deciding to spend his first shield. Despite it being the bait, it doesn't matter. He just needs to preserve this Whiscash at this point. He's up to 2 Scalds. He's firing off the first one. I think back-to-back Scalds are going to be enough to get rid of this Skarmory.
A good look at just the power of Whiscash with that ability to generate energy so quickly. Wins the charge attack priority here and is going to be able to knock out the Skarmory. However, the Gligar is still very healthy. Is there any way Gligar can pull off a miracle? It should be able to live a Scald, but it's not going to enjoy this damage.
No, that's right. This skull coming through is going to do a lot of super effective damage. Puts the Gligar down into the deep red health. Now comes the Registeel, but the problem is it still has a shield despite being a negative matchup for Reggie. And now the Focus Blast is coming through, and this is game over for Rick Flareon. And They Love Jai has officially reset the bracket. We're going into the second best of 5.
Wow, unbelievable. After not dropping a single battle all tournament, Rick Flareon finally faces some adversity. Things were a little bit too smooth sailing, maybe, and They Love Jai able to reset the bracket. And, you know, Blair, something I was saying in EUIC is when you get a rematch against a player that previously beat you, you could argue that you are actually the one with the upper hand, because although they might have the psychological advantage that they won the previous matchup, you're the one that's able to make the adjustment. You're the one that maybe understands what went wrong for you and how you can change it. And I think the set we just witnessed was a great example of that from They Love Jai. He got swept 3-0 against Rick Flareon, gets his rematch, and wins 3 games in a row after dropping that first one.
Yeah, that's right. And that just goes to show the mental fortitude as well of They Love Jai. He's being able to take that loss and go, all right, I just got pretty well handed in that winners final. I come back, I've beaten Rocket Clair, I'm back in the game, momentum is in my favor, and I'm ready to bring this game all the way to that bracket reset. And he's going to push Rick Flareon all the way here. And I don't think either of these trainers are going to let this happen easily, right? It's going to be tooth and nail all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I'm extremely impressed with his play, as we've seen in these past couple of sets. They Love Jai, like you just said, the mental fortitude to get swept 3-0 and not be phased, have to play right away. These battles have all come one after the other. You get swept 3-0, they say, all right, here's your next opponent, and you put that last set behind you. And he has been doing so well, has been able to win 3 games here in a row against Rick Flareon. And now we have a true best of 5 to decide who will be the Perth Regional Champion.
That's right. And I'm sure both trainers are very nervous at this point in time, right? It's coming right down to the wire who is going to come out on top. And you just have to calm those nerves. You have to put those thoughts aside and go, all right, I need to lock in. I need to knuckle down. I need to make sure I've got my plan sorted. I know what I'm doing and I can make those plays well. Because if you get too caught up in the moment, you don't pay enough attention, you miss a count, you miss something, and then all of a sudden you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, and credit to Jai for not bringing the Ninetales in those last 2 games, was willing to make that adjustment, which did pay off. And here we are, grand finals reset, winner take all, and we see a neutral lead, Cresselia against Shadow Gligar here to start things off.
Rick Flareon has brought 3 flyers to this battle, and we see the Gligar in the lead now, building up so much energy, going for the dig. It is charge attack priority. They Love Jai has clicked on the grass knot. Not going to shield this dig. Knows he can hang on. This Moongoose is very tanky.
Yeah, I think it depends on the Shadow Gligar, but if it's not the best trained, sometimes double grass knot is all you really need to knock out with the Psycho Cuts added up. So it looks like Gligar should barely hang on, but actually Rick Flareon is going to invest his shield here, wants to preserve a little bit of health on his Gligar.
Yeah, he's preserving that health. He knows he can keep farming up more energy before the next grass knot comes through. He does so now, throw the dig as They Love Jai gets to the next grass knot. They Love Jai putting up a shield in return, wants to preserve this Cresselia a little bit longer, gets the grass knot off, and now Rick has a decision to make. Does he shield or does he let his Gligar go? He's going to shield.
He invests the shield. He has that sixth sense as a high-level trainer of what he needs to do here, and if he can secure this lead matchup, perhaps a little bit of a mistake. Let's see, Aerial Ace coming through. No, They Love Jai is going to let it go. Rick Flareon will win the lead matchup at expense of an extra shield. And let's see what he does here. He pivots into the Skarmory and ends up luring out the Whiscash.
Yeah, that's right. The Whiscash is out now. The Skull coming through on charge attack priority. This Skull will go unshielded as Rick Flareon has already spent his shields. But we see the Altaria in the back. It does have a commanding position against the Whiscash, but it has to watch out for the rock slides from the Vigoroth. So it's not game over by any means.
Yeah, I think Rick Flareon might have been better served just staying in and chipping away with that Gligar. However, it's easier said from our perspective because what Rick Flareon might have been thinking is if there's a Registeel in back, he's got to preserve his Gligar to handle that Registeel with this triple flyer line. Unfortunately, it's the Whiscash, which is going to enjoy this matchup, but maybe Skarmory can chip this enough where the remaining 2 Pokemon from Rick Flareon can deal with that Vigoroth.
And they love Giant electing to not shield that Brave Bird. And he's going to go for a big one-shot down. Oh, he switches in to get that energy advantage on his Vigoroth. And there's still energy on the Whiscash in back. And he has shields. What does Rick Flareon do? He comes in, gets the Aerial Ace off before the Body Slam comes through. And They Love Giant is putting up his final shield.
Wow, and it looked like Jai actually had an opportunity to have thrown that Body Slam and win Chart Attack Priority if he wanted to. So maybe a bit of a miscalculation there. A rare one from Jai. He's been playing out of his mind. Body Slam connects, and in comes Altaria. We see Vigoroth has access to the super effective Rock Slide. However, Altaria is a bulky dragon. It can take 1. I don't think it can take 2, however.
No, I don't think it will manage to hold on for 2 Rock Slides. But will Rick be able to get to a Sky Attack to KO this Vigoroth before the next one comes through? We see he's reaching for the Body Slam now. He's just going to elect to chip it down and will leave the Whiscash to finish the job.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Settles for the Body Slam, understanding that he has a move banked on the Whiscash. So this is going to come down to whether Whiscash gets off this move. If Whiscash can simply win and live 1 Dragon Breath, it's going to win the game. Whiscash doesn't get off. Yes, it does. It gets off the Mud Bomb.
Oh,
it had the Skull that goes for the Mud Bomb. I think it's still enough, though. Can Altaria hang on? Can Altaria hang on? No, it cannot. Oh, and how often do you see a Mud Bomb knock out a flyer to win the game? Unbelievable scenes to start this second set.
They Love Jai has gone from losing 0-3 to Rick Flareon to now styling on him and hitting him with a Mud Bomb on his flyer to win a game. How the turns have... how the tables have turned.
How the tables have turned, how the turns have tabled. I think that's a Michael Scott quote, I believe.
Yep.
But I think it looks like the players are resetting their phones. It looked like maybe there was some choppiness they didn't like. So they're going to take a quick moment for that and reset. But as it stands now, a 1-0 lead for Jai here in the grand finals reset. And, the narrative has suddenly flipped on its head, right? The narrative was Rick Flareon. Maybe it was me painting the narrative, but the narrative was Rick Flareon hadn't dropped a single battle all tournament. Now he's lost 4 of the last 5 against Jai, and is going to try and cook together something to try and swing the momentum back into his favor.
Not only is it 4 of the last 5, it's 4 in a row. That is a huge difference when it comes to momentum, right? If you're Jai, you're getting confident now. You're going, okay, I've won 4 games in a row. I can keep doing this. I know what I need to do to win. And Rick is starting to panic. It's crunch time. He's only got 2 opportunities left, really. If Jai wins 2 more games, he's won it all. So Rick is going to have to really start to think, how can I turn this back into my favor? How can I replicate that winners finals and come back with that 3-0 sweep? It's going to be close to what he needs here.
Yeah, he's got to try and devise together some lines, maybe try and devise a strategy to lure something out and set something up in the back. And it's easy, right, when you lose 4 games in a row to think, oh, he's got me figured out. There's nothing I can do. What's hard is taking a deep breath and saying, all right, let's figure this out. We've 3-0'd him before. How do we figure this out and find a way to get back into this set, cut off momentum, and give ourselves a chance to become Perth Regional Champion? But They Love Jai. I mean, what a showing. and instantly this kid is going to be remembered for this performance here with people watching on this Perth Regional stream. And here we go, man. Game number 2 here in the grand finals reset. Cresselia into Gligar once again. We've seen this matchup a couple times. We'll see if it plays out any differently this time around.
Yeah, we see also that the Registeel is in the back this time for They Love Jai, and the Vigoroth has come over the Skarmory for Rick Flareon. So very similar lines, just one Pokemon switched up from each trainer. The Dig is now coming through from Rick Flareon. Once again, They Love Jai knows he can take that quite comfortably. Over farming, waits a turn so that the move doesn't get caught and throws the Grass Knot.
Yeah, I think he went slightly over 100 energy there, so maybe could have thrown just a hair earlier. Waits a turn again before firing off the Grass Knot. And check out the change in game plan from Rick Flareon. Before, he double shielded because he wanted to give himself switch advantage and maintain the health on his Gligar. Now, he's going to play out the zero shield scenario, knocks it out, and I think this is going to be very favorable for Rick Flareon's backline.
Yeah, Rick doesn't panic, lets his Gligar go down. And now it's a matter of what do I line against here. But he comes in with his own Vigoroth, behind on energy. And that Altaria is going to get locked up against that Registeel if he's not careful.
Yeah, and I know for the viewing audience, it can be so easy to say, what is he thinking? Why not come in with the Altaria? But he is making a read of what the back Pokemon is. We've seen Jai bring the Whiscash in almost every single game, and I think Rick Flareon has to account for that and think it might be the Whiscash in the back, and now all of a sudden, this does not look so good for Rick Flareon. Body Slam coming through from the Vigoroth, going to put Rick Flareon's Vigoroth very low.
This Vigoroth is on its last legs. It gets off another Body Slam. This will KO the Vigoroth on They Love Jai's side. He's going to put it all on the back of this Registeel. He's made a call. I think I can win off the back of my Reggie. In comes Altaria, and this is looking like an uphill battle for this Altaria.
Yeah, I think this looks really good for Jai, of course, but it's not over till it's over. And a Zap Cannon not getting a debuff could be a way out of here, but okay, no debuff on the Zap Cannon and going directly for the Moonblast, but They Love Jai heads up play, shielding the Moonblast, which will do a little bit more damage. I think Jai, of course...
Do we see the attack drop from the Moonblast? No,
we don't.
See the Moonblast drop. Second Zap Cannon coming through now. This one can't get shielded anymore. No shields left in play. The Zap Cannon will do a large amount of neutral damage. You can see that Altaria down to the yellow, and it does get the attack drop. This is only getting worse for the Altaria. Moonblast number 2 coming in. I don't even think the Registeel is going to get into the red health at this point.
Fishy legs, there's no way we see a catch, do we? This would be one of the most improbable catches I've ever seen. The patience, the overfarm, keeps on overfarming, and eventually throws so far after the Focus Blast. Unbelievable patience on display from Jai. And the Vigoroth going for the counter down. And it gets locked on down just before.
My God.
What a photo finish.
Wow. I can't believe what I just saw. Like, that was unreal. Like, he waited so long. Where we were talking about patience being a virtue earlier in the day, almost backfired there, where he got himself into a situation where his Registeel could have been counted down by that Vigoroth. But just able to get across the line there. Unreal game.
That was one of the most absurd end games there. I think most people would have thrown the Focus Blast either maybe not necessarily immediately, but maybe after 1, 2, 3 extra lock-ons. He just kept on building and kept on building literally until the last possible moment before it was too late, and secured the win. And here we go. A quick lock-in.
We're going back in.
Are we going to see history here?
We see the Registeel getting hard countered by the Gligar in the lead. Rick Flareon electing to stay in, gets off his aerial ace. This is going to be shielded by They Love Jai. And does Rick Flareon now pivot out into his own Vigoroth? He does.
Now we've got the Vigoroth mirror match, of course. This reminds me of a themed GBL Cup when you see two Vigoroth going head-to-head. But this isn't a themed GBL Cup. This is the grand finals of a regional championship. Vigoroth versus Vigoroth. And here we go. Body slam coming through. We're going to see a shield from Flareon, but They Love Jai. He's got another body slam already queued up if he wants to throw it.
That's right. He's got that energy advantage coming into the matchup despite having shield deficit. Now we see the body slam coming through. Flareon is going to shield it. He knows he can get his next body slam off. Will this be a position where They Love Jai can flip switch advantage? He goes for the charge attack priority, but he loses it on his Vigoroth. Flareon will take shield and switch advantage in this game number 3. Oh, sorry, shield parity.
Flareon has... He locked in very quickly. I mean, both trainers did. And he had a plan in mind, or maybe he just said, oh, screw it, I've lost 5 in a row. I want to throw something out there and just play the game. And I think he's in a pretty solid looking situation. Focus Blast will knock out his Vigoroth, of course, but he has the alignment he wants, and it looks favorable here. Has the Gligar lined with the Reggie, has Altaria lined up with the Whiscash.
And this is where it comes down to staying calm, right? In those high tense moments, Flareon has gone, I've lost 5 games in a row, but now I have the alignment where I want it. I just have to play clean, and I can bring this battle back, and I can turn the tide back in my favor.
Yeah, and it looks like They Love Jai just going to kind of concede this game out. Could have maybe tried to find a win condition with spamming off Scald and getting debuffs, but felt like it was very improbable either way. So not going to bother throwing his charge moves. Just going to allow Flareon to close this game 3 out and start drawing up a plan for game number 4.
All of a sudden, this is getting really tense here for our battlers this afternoon. And we see that the match is coming down to a 2-1 scenario in the reset of the grand finals. They Love Jai was so close to sealing the deal and then just got hard walled by bad alignment in that game. And alignment and momentum has now just switched into Flareon's favor. Can he bring it back and win the next 2 games?
He lost 5 games in a row, 5 out of 6, including 5 in a row, and has finally gotten back into the win column. Could this spark something for Flareon? It was an awfully quick lock-in in that last one. Maybe now he's like, okay, maybe I'll take an extra second to think about this. But a commanding win in that game number 3. And here we go. Game number 4. Whiscash into Skarmory.
So once again, a positive matchup for They Love Jai. The Whiscash able just to put in so much work with those Scalds, getting those debuffs and resisting the Steel Wings coming from that Skarmory. We see the going for what could have been a charge attack priority, maximizing the amount of energy he can get before he throws his move. Flareon not going to shield this one.
Yeah, I think Skarmory enjoys this matchup against the non-Shadow Whiscash a little bit more. And, you know, maybe Flareon, a bit of a miscount perhaps, not electing to throw his energy here. Actually, I take that back. No, this is calculated because you don't want to debuff yourself before you take that second Scald. So he throws the Brave Bird on the charge attack priority with the second Scald, lands the Brave Bird, and gonna pivot into the Vigoroth.
Yeah, the Vigoroth now coming in. Mudbomb going to come through from the Whiscash. But if we look in the back, there's the Red and the Charmlo, the Ninetales. So this is now a point in time where They Love Jai brings in the Regiseal. This is unheard of, but he's perhaps calling that there's a Gligar in the back.
You know, I got to be honest, I thought this looked really good for Flareon, but this play by Jai to come in with the Registeel against a counter user might be a saving grace. Going for the Zap Cannon as well, because now you have the chance to debuff this Vigoroth. The shield comes up, and you get the debuff, and these body slams are going to do such little damage to this Registeel.
That's right. At this point in time, you don't really even need to start shielding your Registeel yet. You can just let it go and put it all on the back of this Alolan Ninetales to clean out this game. Skarmory is still a little bit of HP, and he makes a catch!
Oh
Unbelievable.
my gosh.
All this energy is out the window. This Registeel is in such a tricky spot now. It can't really put any pressure onto these opposing two Mons. We see They Love Jai trying to get his Alolan Ninetales in as quick as he can. Vigoroth comes back, and he's got 2 Rock Slides. So he's in this position where he can get both shields back.
I think Rick Flareon overthought the timing there a little bit. Now I'm a little bit concerned if he's going to get off 3 body slams or not. I think he might only got off 1 body slam. And Rick Flareon, a critical error here. Hopefully doesn't cost him. But right now, what could have been a really convincing win here in this game might not be so. Has the double aerial ace, however. Has the double aerial ace, is going to pick up the final shield. And I think aerial ace should just about knock out, but it's going to do the 1-wing attack first. This is critical. Is this going to KO?
We wait with bated breath as the aerial ace comes through. It does KO the Alolan Ninetales, and now it's a matter of who's going to get to the move first. And we see Rick pushing for the dig. He just gets there before the lock-on down occurs.
I think the nerves were getting to Rick Flareon here in game number 4 with a bit of a miscue, but it didn't matter. Gligar delivers the dig, and maybe he's just trying to make it more suspenseful for our viewing audience here. I think that's a situation, Fishy Legs. I've done so myself, right? Where you are so worried about your timing and timing your move correctly that you overfarm more than you should. If Rick Flareon just threw earlier, he could have got off 2 at least, maybe even 3 body slams, but he kept overfarming, worrying about his timing, only got off 1 body slam, and fortunately for him, it did not change the outcome. That would have been a heartbreaker to go down that way.
And now, we're in a decisive game number 5. This is the 10th battle for these trainers, and the momentum has been going backwards and forwards all day throughout this series. 3-0 to Rick Flareon, and then it was 3-1 to They Love Jai, and now it is 2-2. Both trainers with an equal shot to bring it home.
I am ready. I know my co-caster, Blair, is ready. I know that PvP Steve and Debbie already chat. Are you all ready? Let me know in the chat. Let us know, because we have a decisive game 5 on our hands to determine the Perth Regional Champion. The 2-time, now soon to become 3-time world's competitor, Rick Flareon. Can I get a woo? And also the new kid on the block, They Love Jai. How can you not love Jai with how he has played in this tournament? This is what Play Pokemon is all about. And we are 1 game away from determining another regional champion. Here we go. It's going to be They Love Jai, Rick Flareon. Game 5 to decide it all. The leads, Shadow Swampert into Mandibuzz.
Something completely new. We haven't seen these 2 leads yet in this series. The Swampert going to be able to spam out those Hydro Cannons at such a fast rate, but has no fast move pressure into this Mandibuzz at all.
This battle could go so many different ways. It looks very neutral. This is a favorable matchup for Mandibuzz because you can take 2 Hydro Cannons. So we see Rick Flareon understand that. He's going to chip and then go into the Vigoroth. Doesn't want to eat a Dark Pulse on his Glassy Swampert. Instead, takes it on the Vigoroth. And we see the Charmtails make an early appearance.
This is critical for Rick Flareon because his Gligar is now avoiding this Ice Fairy type Pokemon. Body Slam coming through from Rick Flareon. Doesn't get shielded. He's cold the bait. He's letting the A9 just do as much as it can. Body Slam number 2 on its way through.
Oh my gosh.
And he's not going to shield this either.
They Love Jai with a really clever play. Just going to completely let the Ninetales go to get the extra energy and snarl down with Mandibuzz.
This is an amazing forward-thinking play here. He didn't want to let anything get energy advantage. Rick Flareon coming back in with a Swampert is going to be greeted by a Dark Pulse here. Does he elect to shield? He does. First shield off the match coming through Dark Pulse, not going to do any damage this time. Hydro Cannon in return. Does They Love Dry shield it? No, he doesn't. He's going to put it all on the back of this Whiscash.
It's not going to be quite enough to knock out, but puts the Mandibuzz into the red. Are we going to see a pivot here? We actually see They Love Jai throwing on alignment, wants to make sure that he gets this Dark Pulse off as soon as possible. It's going to connect on Swampert, putting it low as Gligar swaps in and Mandibuzz swaps out. It's going to be Whiscash against Gligar, but Whiscash is ahead a little bit of energy, but Whiscash up a shield.
That's right, but I do think that Rick Flareon banked a Hydro Cannon with his Swampert there, and now that Aerial Ace has put a little bit of chip damage into this Whiscash. Rick Flareon calling the Scald. He's going to shield it. It's a safe play to do. Do we see the attack drop? We don't. So now, all of a sudden, They Love Jai is going to have to think about shooting his Aerial Ace, and he does.
A shield comes up, the first shield from They Love Jai, as we see the Whiscash approach the Scald. This is going to connect onto the Gligar. No shields are remaining, but this is not going to be enough to knock out. It's going to deal super effective damage, putting Gligar very low. But Gligar is going to get to the dig, and oh my gosh. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Fish? Are we going to see a combo here?
Well, I don't think we're going to, because this is going to KO the Whiscash, and now we see the Mandibuzz is on. Is it the Mandibuzz going to be able to snarl down this Gligar? It goes for the Aerial Ace.
Oh! This is going to knock out, but I think the Mud Shot's all you need. I don't think Mandibuzz has another move.
I think the Mud Shot's going to beat this flying Vulture, and it does. Rick Flareon takes it home for the Perth Regional Championship. An amazing final game in that set there. It came down to the wire. I didn't know which trainer was going to come out on top there.
One Mud Shot to knock out the Flyer and delivers Rick Flareon the title, down 2 games to none, lost 5 games in a row. The mental fortitude, the strength to maintain his composure and find the win cons as Shadow Swampert delivers the final blow and gets the win. Unbelievable grand finals there, as we saw the new kid on the block, Jai, They Love Jai, take the seasoned veteran Rick Flareon to the brink of elimination. But Rick Flareon said, "Not today, son," and was able, by the skin of his teeth, to capture the regional championship.
Look, that was an unbelievable game 5. Well, game 10. Well, game 13, if you count all the matches that they played today. And the momentum was swinging backwards and forwards. And just unreal gameplay there. Just showing the experience and the nerve to be able to stay calm, play out your win con in those situations. Like, They Love Jai didn't shield that dig there at the end, but thought that he might be able to get the snarl down with his Mandibuzz. Didn't quite pay off, but Rick knew that if he just played his cards right, he was going to get himself across the line there.
Well, we saw so many amazing battles today, and we saw many players from Australia get their Worlds qualification. Rocket Clair ends up finishing in 3rd place. We see I keep saying new kid on the block. I'll change it up but a fresh face in They Love Jai, getting all the way to the grand finals, 1 win away from capturing the whole thing. But it's none other than Rick Flareon holding strong and capturing that elusive title. You know, Fishy Legs, it's been a pleasure joining you guys on the cast. Really grateful to be here. It's been fun for this community stream. And any last thoughts from you before we send it off to our co-casters to close things out?
Just a big thank you to all of the people who helped put this event together today. I know it's been taking a lot of time and effort from a few members of the community to get to this point where we can have this stream. And it's been such a great time and such a great showcase of all of our Australian battlers that were present at the Perth Regional Championships. I've had a great time, Rise. Thanks for your company, mate. Let's flick it back to Steve and Debbie.
Steve,
gosh.
what a match. What a grand final. My goodness.
Goodness. What a finish. Like,
Oh,
seriously.
it was just so it was picturesque. Like I could not. Can you imagine from the beginning of the day seeing a Swampert take a flyer at the end with a mud shot? My
Oh,
goodness.
Seriously, probably one of the greatest finishes of all time of a regional championship. That demand of us just getting lower and lower and lower, and all of a sudden it's just sitting there on that 1 HP,
Yeah.
ready for Swampert to come in, and that one mud shot, all it needed to get the KO. Look, really just, and after coming back from such, as Rise and Fishy Legs were saying, after coming back from 5 losses in a row, coming through, and we actually see on the bracket here, we saw Rick Flareon sort of going through. He won 3-0 back in the winners finals against They Love Jai. They Love Jai coming back against Rocket Clair with a 3-1, but then pushing it all the way to what ended up as a 5-4 result. But Rick Flareon may have lost the bracket reset. He absolutely won.
Oh, look, it wouldn't be an iconic Oceania regional without a bracket reset and without pushing it all the way to game 15. And Rick has been in that game 15 slot a fair few times, let's be honest.
Yeah. He's basically a resident of the game 15 in the regional circuit, seriously. And you're like, and They Love Jai coming in for his first ever regional championship tournament,
Incredible.
all the way through to game 5 in the grand finals bracket reset against someone who is so established. Like, as Rice mentioned, 3 times world qualified now. Like
his resume just gets longer and longer. But yep, I'm gonna say, called it from the beginning.
I mean, there's no Rick Whale Lords running around here, but if they were maybe in the tournament, it might have been a different result. But regardless, Rick Flareon absolutely crushed it today. Performed so well all the way through. Again, not dropping anything until that grand finals where They Love Jai really pushed him to his limits.
Absolutely. So congratulations again to Rick Flareon for winning the Perth Regional of 2024. I mean, like he was already qualified halfway through. You only needed 5 championship points. Into Perth Regionals, and now being able to actually just push for that travel award, guaranteeing that 300 championship points.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of championship points in his back pocket ready to go. Of course, not only Ric Flair in qualifying, but we also saw qualifications from Rocket Clair. We saw qualifications for Avrip. We saw qualification for Mikey Moore. And again, that oceanic sort of a party of battlers heading towards the Honolulu World Championships has over doubled just today. So this has been an incredible tournament for that.
Absolutely. We need more floaties in this pool down in Honolulu coming up in August as well. But again, I believe, what a finish, what a whole regional. And I'm so glad that we could showcase it to everyone today. I'm so happy to be able to finally tell people and for everyone to see the capabilities that the Australians or the Oceania region have, and finally showcasing it to the world.
No, exactly right. I'm so glad that we're sort of able to be here, share these battles with you, because again, these are some of the best battles in the world. Rick Flareon, one of the only battlers in the world to hit world top 16 twice in a row. So these are just incredible, incredible battles, and they really do deserve for their talents to be shown and showcased to the world in this lead up to the World Championship. So really just happy we can sort of be here to that. And with that said, it's not just an us job. Like, so many people deserve thank yous for being able to put this all together. Number one, both to ESL Australia and TPCI for letting us put this stream on in the first place.
Thank you for the opportunity for us to showcase this in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. It wouldn't be possible without their say-so. And so we're really grateful to, as you said, get that opportunity to go ahead with this and share with you guys everything that is going on down here. But of course, thank you to our co-casters as well. Rise to Occasion and Fishy Legs 2 both did an incredible job.
Absolutely.
With Rise to Occasion, it's approaching like 4 a.m. in his time.
Mate, get to bed, but thank you.
No, really, they're absolutely top-class guys, and really just as much as when we weren't on the screen, it was a pleasure to watch them sort of take us through some of these battles as well. But someone who put in some of the biggest work out of all is Miss Mystic. I mean, just a massive round of applause to Miss Mystic, who's been running the production for this stream. He's been putting in so much work after coming from straight from EUIC.
Yeah.
She is just an absolutely incredible human being and never ceases to amaze me what she can accomplish. She's truly just
an asset to the community. My goodness.
Oh yeah, by an absolute country mile. She is incredible. So please show some love for Miss Mystic as well, because she truly is the GOAT when it comes to stream production.
Absolutely.
But with that said, there's also Dracoviz actually provided quite a bit of assistance with the stream as well. They helped out with a lot of the graphics, the overlays that were used as a part of this stream. Always a really big supporter of the Oceania scene as well. So we are incredibly appreciative to Dracoviz, who do so much for the community.
They do.
And all of those the graphics are so helpful, right? Is being able to see what is going on in these Play Pokemon tournaments, even when there might not be a stream. There may not be a community stream, there may not be an official broadcast, but Dracoviz is there with a bracket with all of the teams in the top cut, all ready to go.
Always on the pulse. If you need any information, it's there.
Yeah, exactly right. So do go show them some love as well. We also had, of course, the staff on the ground. This wouldn't have been possible without the judges. We had Dr. Trotter flying in from all the way from Townsville, basically the complete other side of the country, just to sort of come and help as
stream judge for today. So big shout out to Dr. Trotter, because this stream wouldn't actually even happen without him and taking his time to fly all the way over to Perth and actually just be a stream judge, not even participate, stream judge.
Yeah, so really grateful for him to sort of be in that role. In addition to all of the other judges as well, we had the Rippers coming through.
Yes, the Rippers. We had Rosario and we had David as well, and the other team members that also assisted. The professors, they do so much hard work, and even from yesterday when we came in, we didn't have to register, but seeing the staff and just working behind the scenes and go so late into the night to make sure that this regional was a success.
Yeah, no, it's seriously appreciated. They come out here, they put so much time and effort for something that we all love, right? Give us an opportunity to just enjoy ourselves and have fun. I mean, I've had an absolute blast today going through the Perth Regional Championships, the third and final of the Regional Championships.
We're wrapped up in Oceania.
We're all wrapped up. It's locals from here on the end of May.
Yes.
And then we're just going to see what happens at the World Championships.
Yeah, in Honolulu through there. And lastly, unless there's anyone else. Oh, don't give me the roll. Don't give me the eye roll.
Debbie Pebble is one of the greatest.
Steve. Big shout out to Steve. I know this is on his channel. I know you guys are big fans of him. If you haven't already, follow, like, subscribe, do all the things. Steve has pulled in the hours, the months to lead up to this particular stream. He has pulled in early hours, late hours. He's pulled in his own money to make this dream happen. So big shout out. He flew away here to make this happen. This is we're in Perth, but in all time, effort, money, Steve's in the heart of the community in Oceania is all this guy and his big whale lord.
Putting it all on that guy. Big shout out to Debbie Pebble for this as well. But no, Debbie Pebble has been impossible to get this stream together if it weren't for her really just being such a huge support in making sure it all comes together, making sure we all get it together, helping to set everything up today. So just a massive thank you to sort of Debbie, all of the casters, Miss Mystic, Dracoviz, the judges, ESL, TPCI, literally everyone involved, and most importantly to you for watching, for showing your support for the Oceanic region, actually coming out to see what we do here. We've got so much talent just ready to be seen, and I'm really happy that we sort of got to do that today and got to showcase some absolutely incredible battles with a massive, such an amazing win from Rick Blair.
Just goes to show there's a lot happening in Oceania. Keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, but with that said, I think that's all from us today. So again, thank you so much for coming out and showing so much support, not just today, but for the last week. Ever since that announcement came out, there's been so much support.
So much love. Yeah.
It's really been, it's an honor to be a part of all of this and make sure it all happens. And just being here to have this stream here with you guys. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope it's not the last. So with that said, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you when we see you.
We will.
Good luck in Honolulu, everyone.
Take
We'll
care.
see you there.